Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Don't look at don't look at my converter. Hold on, there you go.
Boy.
I just realized that I didn't launch my VTuber. But you know what they say, right? You do this long enough, eventually you start forgetting the important things. Let me just hit the launch button on that real quick. Let me get the other stuff that I usually use up and running here. Like the Twitch integrated throwing service, and you can do the acronym yourself this time. Did you know that it's made with Unity? Flame, Lemmy, Melly, Kano, what's going on? Fallen,
Hello.
and Volk. Everybody who's been talking, welcome into the stream, guys. Don't worry, I'm getting myself up and running. The tiny man will not be there for long. He'll eventually turn into the shape that I'm meant to be. Ah, there we go. Now that's a shape. All right. There we go. Okay. Boop, boop. We are ready. Welcome back, everybody. Another week, another stream. We weren't able to get you with Persona 3 yesterday, but I'm going to be damned if I miss this stream because I love me. Been loving me so far some Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity. We are once again joined by our very special guest for this playthrough, the one, the only Max Scherzy
Heyo, everyone.
of PMD hack fame. Is that SMT Devil Survivor? It might be SMT Devil Survivor. It's, you know, I mean, it's definitely SMT Devil Survivor. But that's not what's important right now. Right?
Not a real Shin Megumi Tensei game. Such as Nocturne and Stranger. They're obligatory, sorry.
That is actually correct, believe it or not. Such as Nocturne, or perhaps, if you will, Strange Journey.
Amazing.
Because yes, of course I have that. Anyways, but yeah, so we are not this time joined by our guest Sneaky Snivy, who is doing a birthday thing with family today. So we're gonna be holding down the fort ourselves this time, which is just, you know, that's just gonna have to be okay. Let me get my nerd glasses on, I guess, because this is a if you weren't here last time, this is a special kind of playthrough, not like our typical fare where we do a lot of voice acting and whatever. This time we're more focused on like the story and the characters and what the game is kind of doing with its themes, which means there's going to be a lot of yapping. Max has prepared notes, and I will pretend to be prepared. Put that on right there. There we go. And then put on the glasses. Ah, perfect. Much better. I'm here too also. Wow. Welcome to the other chat, Lemmy.
Finally, now we're prepared to talk nerd shit.
Exactly. Also, just realizing that my group capture, well, that needs to be like, there we go. That needs like a better sort of volume. That should be good, hopefully. Where is that? Discord reactive group. There we go. Let me just size you down a little bit. Although the Discorder itself, I'm realizing, is blocked a little bit by the charity banner.
It's fine.
You know, it's fine, right? People can read it. Surely that's not going to bother a lot of people on the VOD, right? Can you put a bow on Max? No. I mean, in theory, you could, but I feel like, I don't know, Greg's outfit is not very suited for academia in the first place in that regard, you know. My man was not cut out to be in the intelligence. Yeah, it's a very specific look. I guess I'll let the intro play. So wait, I just learned something crazy about this intro upon watching it on YouTube last time, which is that it chooses the characters for this intro randomly every time you play. This is not like a set team, right?
I didn't even know that, because I think I only watched it once. And then
Yeah, right. The, what do
That's
they call it? The seasonal anime rule, where you only watch the intro one time, then you skip it every other time.
Yeah.
But yeah, on YouTube, the version had Tepig as the leader, and then I think the version we got actually was Pikachu and Snivy for some reason.
Incredible.
Yeah, you know, you can't make this shit up, right? Oh, baby, alright, immediately hit with the, oh, here's your Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, trivia for the
Audio's
day, I
off
guess.
on Discord, by the
Oh,
way.
the audio's off? Shit, hold on. Let me make sure that's fixed. May I try restreaming? Oh, off, I see, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Off, I interpreted off as being like, oh, it's like weird. Off as in literally off. I know why, and that is fixable. Give me just a second.
That was probably poor phrasing on mine.
No, it's that's my problem. I immediately interpreted the second meaning of off as opposed to the first meaning, which is pretty strong. I was about to say, your Mystery Dungeon quiz is what music was that? It's a little late now, I guess, for that. But, you know, can you hear it, is the question.
Still no.
Really? Let's see here. Ah, that would be why. Now?
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Excellent. I mean, this one's obvious, but it already changed songs. The previous one was, oh, maybe it wasn't Brine Cave. Oh, I don't know. It's too late now. The moment's over. I'll have to ask after stream. Now we'll just continue the story. I'm running out of round objects to make mana gate out of anyways. I do have a big round cookie next to me though. Maybe that'll work. All right. So yeah, last time.
By the way,
Infinity.
you get your fire red, leaf green, the story so far thing before you start.
I was gonna say, so that was like not just a thing, like a tip on the loading screen. They were actually kind of giving me a little bit of a story summary.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna say is an underrated thing that games do.
It is.
Because the number one reason that I drop a lot of RPGs halfway through
you haven't played it in 3 months.
That's exactly correct. Yes, I forget entirely what's going on, what I was doing, where I was going, at a lot of elements. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll just start over again. So for a long time, whether or not I would complete any RPG was based solely on whether or not I could do it in like one stretch of time without stopping.
Yeah.
Which was, you know, often not the case. Welcome home, Volk. You came home just in time. Yeah, start an RPG, gotta finish it. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah, but at least doing streams like this keeps me regular with my RPG gaming. So I was so focused on well, okay, I guess I should say that we'll do the re-summary. Last time we I mean, we met everybody, right? We met Snivy. We got started. We got swindled in a scheme to get blue gems from us for apparently our entire lives. Still not really sure how we planned on repeating that scam, but you know,
don't worry about it.
The intention was there, and that's what's important. Yeah, turns out that the place is kind of not so nice all the time, but we made friends out of the girder who tried to swindle us, who built our house, and we may or may not have started a kind of pseudo-rescue team with a Smartmouth Emolga, a Wimpy Dunsparce, and a what is the word I could even use for Verizian, I wonder? Opportunistic, maybe?
There's a lot of words you could use. I
Many
don't
of
want to
them are.
answer that because it's. First of all, the first couple of words I thought of were spoilers, so I was like, can't say that, can't say that.
Maybe I should just refer to maybe I should just refer to the true
Image. Oh, there we go.
I was scared for a second. I was like, I hope it makes all of them appear simultaneously, because if I spoil the image, now we're screwed. Yeah, so you know, simply refer to the image, as we will be multiple times during this playthrough.
We sure will be.
Who are those other blurry figures going to be? There's only one way to find out. We also learned that Quagsire, the really nice guy who introduced us to town, is apparently some kind of ex-member of the criminal underworld. Which is relevant because this guy is here working a shop now instead of harassing us. Speaking of which, I was so focused on whether or not Scraggy had anything to say to us, I forgot. Okay, I don't think I need to use this right now.
I forgot again to give you that text speed up patch. Whatever. I guess it was fine.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I wonder how I would go about patching a game on my 3DS. It probably wouldn't be that hard actually. I've got the whole thing modded, so you know. You are right that the text does feel like it moves a little bit slow in this game, but it's not like the end of the world. We can now go to several more places. So I guess we're in that point of the PMD game now, where it's time to start taking requests and doing our daily.
Yep. You just ended the opening of the game arc, basically. It's
Okay.
transitionary. Yeah. Do some
Right.
bullshit missions.
Right,
So
yeah.
I'm just telling you right now.
Mhm.
Here's one of the one of the reasons why mechanically some people don't care for this game. You can only do one mission a day.
Ah. Well, do you want to know something about how I play Mystery Dungeon?
Yeah, no, that's how I do it too. So that doesn't affect me.
Okay, I was just gonna say, it's like, yeah, I literally do a mission a day anyways. Like, what are you talking about? I do know, I've watched people play these games before, and they just like take the whole fucking board and just clear
Yeah.
out as many of them in one day as possible. And my friend Don, who was the only of my friends so far that I've gotten to play through the entirety of Spirit, I watched him play it like a year and a half ago or so, and the way he plays these games, he did that exact thing, and he was like max rank at like the halfway point in to the hack, and he was like, am I supposed to do this? Am I doing something wrong? I'm like, I never really ground the ranks like that, to be honest with you. I didn't think about it.
No, this is true story. You can
Yeah, well,
go ahead and
I'm just trying
pick
to think
your
about which.
thing while I'm just telling a random bullshit story. So
Yeah.
for doing that hack, that is like a last minute addition, true story, because we finished making the whole main story scenario, and then we had like a couple dungeons left over. We used almost everything in the fucking game just for like fleshing out the main plot and whatever. Aside from, you know, there some things are a little more complicated, like if you try and use special episode stuff in the main scenario, the game doesn't like that, whatever. But from what we had a couple dungeons left over, so it's like, let's throw in some random post-game, air quotes, dungeons, and make it hard because there's some people complaining the game is too easy, so like, okay, whatever. Let's add some challenge dungeons at the end. During this, part of this was finding out like how to actually unlock like every all the unlock conditions for each dungeon in the game, because as we've talked about before on these streams, I kind of don't like PMD's post game, and I don't think it's very good. So I've actually never played all the dungeons in Explorers of Sky before, so I figured out that like some of them are locked behind your guild rank, and I'm like,
Oh.
okay, well, let me just I have to do it manually and make sure we didn't fuck up any checks. How long is it going to take to grind rank? Holy people, if you've never done that, let me tell you. It was quite literally, like, I was on my own trying to grind rank to get up to, I think you have to get to, like, the second to last one before Guildmaster rank in the Sky to get all 4 of those extra dungeons.
Oh, that was fast.
And yeah, I quite literally got traumatized into like, yeah, we're bringing the rank requirements for all this shit way down. Otherwise, no one's gonna even play these dungeons we're putting effort into. It's like the worst grind ever in any fucking game. Probably not true, but I hate grinding. So.
That is really funny, actually. Yeah, once again, I've never subjected myself to that for similar reasons, because post-game and PMD, like, I've mentioned this on stream before, but I very much learned my lesson. I played Red Blue Rescue Team first, and the post-game in Blue Rescue Team, especially, the old ones, is, where the fuck is my map? Oh, there, okay, I was like, I don't know, is that supposed to just be like that? Yeah, the post-game in that game is ridiculous. There's, again, I distinctly remember one dungeon where I had to climb, like, dozens of floors at once without dying, and, every time I would play it, I would just think to myself, increasingly, why am I doing this? Like, nothing behind this anymore, right? Like, especially in Red Blue Res... Why? But, like, why, though? But, like, why could a dungeon be generated that does this to you? Come on, now. Alright. But especially in Red Blue Rescue Team, like, your partner, basically just turns into a non-character in post-game. Like, they don't even follow you around anymore, I'm pretty sure. So, the story has, like, well and thoroughly ended by then. Yeah, dead ends happen, I guess they do, Flame. Like, holy... I've not experienced that, or what? Alright, well... I could, But
So this is good of a segue. I need to talk about some
sure.
PMD discourse,
Oh,
right?
we love
It's
PMD discourse.
there's um as I've said before, I've been in this community for way too long, and you hear the same discussions happen ad nauseum over
Mm-hmm.
the past 20 years.
Yeah.
Um, among these are the people who um, I don't know how to say this charitably, but want to have their cake and eat it too. They ask
Mm.
like, how come I couldn't have any mon in the game in my party and anyone be my leader and post game and also have their be be a full story with everyone having unique portraits and character callouts? And I'm like, well, you know,
And
it to me it's kind of crazy that people will still say that. Like, yes, obviously they have to pick one, but whatever.
uh, oh, right, you're the I see.
The client, yep.
Yeah, I guess so. I was like, what the who's car just ran right past me? What the hell's that? Makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's there's always like tends to be that sort of shoot for the moon game design conversation where it's like, well, why don't we just have everything? Usually from people who have never thought about what game design actually requires. Like there's a world eventually where some of this stuff might be possible, but a lot of it would not be without the use of something like AI, and that's not a conversation that I think a lot of people are going to be super jazzed about having.
Right.
For obvious reasons, maybe. Um, Again, me personally, right, the way that I tend to feel about this stuff, I'm not going to get too deep on this topic for obvious reasons, but I feel like using AI to accomplish something in a game that would be literally impossible, no matter how much, like how many man hours, how much time or energy or money you dumped into it, would be literally impossible. Things that personalize playthroughs, if we could somehow get around the ethics and contract issues, which I think is probably impossible, but in an ideal world where we could, having characters like say the name that you put in with voice acting, or react to specific things about the game story or characters in a game with like customizable elements in a way that would be impossible to actually write for, are cool things that I would like to see, that I would not mind the use of AI for. Again, in an ideal world, unfortunately, you know that you can't just get anything isolated. So, you'd have to take it
Yeah.
with everything else, and I'm not for that. So, that's the sad monkey's paw we live in, I guess. I am hot pollinated, sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, my bow tie's attached to my arm again. I need to fix that. Bother me. Oh, I have to actually remove both of them. That's fine. We'll put the glasses back on. It's fine.
Tell you
Hey,
the
there's
truth,
no
Jeb,
issues.
I don't know enough about AI to have a meaningful contribution.
No, I
to
feel that, right?
I
I
all
definitely
I know
feel
is
that.
like, uh, when all that shit like ChatGPT a couple years ago, whatever, and the image one, whatever that Dolly, I think, where that was
Ah, yeah.
blown up a couple years ago. That's when I was like trying to pay less attention to the news, basically. So I didn't hear about it till like maybe a year or two later. And once I was like, all right, how does this work? And then once I understood that it was basically plagiarism, I just kind of mentally checked out. I'm like, all right, this is gonna be fucking made illegal in a couple years anyways, and that hasn't happened yet.
No,
To
yeah,
be fair, so maybe I was wrong in dismissing
unfortunately,
it, but
yeah. I had a little bit more of a dim view on that idea because I went through law school, which means that I can guarantee you that everything progresses far faster than the legal system ever progresses. So it was gonna be, I was like, all right, it's gonna be like 10 plus, like 5, 10 plus years before the law even attempts to catch up on this, and by then it's probably gonna be too late for a lot of stuff.
yeah, genie
Uh,
out of the bottle.
yeah, exactly, right. The law does progress with the times, but again, it took until like 10 or 15 years, I think, after commercial flight started for there to be a case heard in the Supreme Court about whether or not a property owner owned all of the property from what was the phrase that was used in like the original Constitution? It was like from like the from all the way like down to hell to all the way up to heaven is your property, right? you know, um, like
Oh, so it includes the airspace. Is
exactly. So
what you
there was
mean.
a
Oh,
thing,
okay.
yeah. The planes were flying over a farmland or something, and they were spooking the animals, and the guy sued, to be like, hey, you can't fly planes over my farm. It's my property. And the Supreme Court was like, okay, at this point, right, commercial flights have been happening for a while, and if we actually agreed with this, it would shut down the entire industry and screw everyone over. So like, it's not a reasonable expectation to have privacy of airspace over your own property like that anymore. So my point is, right, that took like a decade after commercial flight started. The law is very slow. It eventually reaches the correct conclusion for how society currently works. Uh Usually anyways, but it's slow to do that. So with technology like this that could be a little bit more threatening in a short burst of time, it's often frustrating. but yeah, that's what you get. And don't worry, by the way, that phase where you're trying to ignore the news, that's me right now.
Oh boy.
I feel that, yeah. Oh, setting up shop, huh? What kind of shop for a PMD game is Girder going to run? Oh, okay, well. the the Parisian, like, oh, I can't say that word. Twitch will be mad at me. All right, I'll say a much worse word instead. The Parisian gooning is nonstop.
You can say that, but you can't say the
yeah,
the
I
S
can't.
word.
That's exactly correct.
Holy cow!
What a
Twitch.
world we live in, man. You know. No, it's fine. You can say the word simp. You just can't say it as an insult. You just can't
Okay.
say it pointedly.
That's not an insult. That is a description.
Yeah, that's right. This is a mere descriptor of terms at this point. I do love how everyone's like, again, this is such a small element that I feel like Red Blue would have lost out on, for how like direct all of its writing was. But like, Girder shows up to be like, oh hey, I'm moving in, by the way. And then from all the way across the screen, they remember that Scraggy is still here at his shop, so he's got to yell some stupid shit at him. And then we have to evoke the terrifying Quagsire again.
Former ruler of the underworld.
Yes,
Or
that's
whatever you
right.
said.
Scraggy may or may not be actually press ganged into some kind of indentured servitude at this shop right now. You know, that's probably fine. Even Girder has the 1,000-yard stare portrait, just like the Timber do. It's a very good detail. No one's ever going to know this guy's plight. Your L beam away? Nah. Wait, I beam? Is that a capital I or? I mean, it's not really an L. I mean, I guess it could be like a lowercase L beam, but people don't say that, do they? Fallen, how dare you distract me like this?
I think the I-beam's the name for what he's holding.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, right? I know very much actually nothing about construction stuff. Oh my god, wow, it's actually... I mean... This has the structural integrity of a building you might build in Minecraft. It's like a cube of solid concrete, and you're like, alright, so what about the structural integrity? Bet. What if I were to just... No, you know what it looks like? It looks like one of those egg crate experiments you would drop in high school. Where like you had to put the egg inside and drop it off a roof or something and make sure it didn't break. It's surrounded in girders. That'll keep it pretty well constructed.
They
right?
absorb the shock.
Exactly. I mean, I did just build a house. It's true. I don't know if it's a house Tom Nook could be proud of, but, you know, it is a house. Get Timmy and Tommy to mentor, let me tell you. How did Timmy and Tommy come up 2 streams in a row? I just realized I talked about them last week too.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright, that's fine, probably. This is kind of a mood too, I guess, right? Again, I don't know if the game is going to be really saying too much about this thematically, but I think Girder is like, one of those characters that you play through this game the first time and you'd think nothing of it, because most people who play PMD games, play them as like, kid into adolescent, maybe. But like going back and playing this now for the first time as a 33-year-old, I'm feeling Girder a lot more than I thought it was going to be, because I mean, it's basically a story about how like it's never too late to start over again, even after
Exactly
like
right.
you encounter disability, either physical or even mental, or like whatever you're dealing with. And he's like sort of distanced himself a lot from his passion, but he's trying to find it back again. And it's like, damn man, let me tell you something. When you turn a certain age, that starts becoming really relatable out of nowhere. So I imagine the writers were thinking about that. You have to remember, a lot of these games for kids were written by very old adult men, so they gotta sneak some of that in,
Exactly
right?
right. No, there's I think among the PMD games, this game definitely has the most of that. Like, it's rare to even have. Let me think about how I want to word this. Like, particularly like active adult characters,
Yes.
I guess. Like in a, I don't know. Like you will have characters where it's like one of their traits on the character card is adult, proper noun, but
Yeah.
I don't know, like maybe less integrated with a lot of the day-to-day stuff you're doing. Like in Explorers, you have like Wigglytuff, Chatot, that's it.
Hmm.
And like, I don't know, you could say Dusknoir, Celebi, Grovyle, maybe, but there's not, I don't know. Like, I don't get that much of an implication there that specifically reads as something you wouldn't get if you're a kid, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how
yeah,
else to put that.
I agree with that, yeah. It's like adult problems in the same way that like maybe Dragon Ball Z characters deal with adult problems. Like they're serious problems, like there's Grovyle
Right.
and Dusknoir
Yes.
especially. But like they didn't like, even in the extra story, which is probably like, if I had to put words to it, I'd say the extra story involving Grovyle is probably the most beloved part of Explorers for a lot of people.
It's some of the most hated.
Or
But, yeah,
I mean,
go
maybe
on.
that's interesting. Actually, man, there's so many aspects to like PMD discourse I don't know about. Well, like, even that is just like a kind of like, you don't get like a huge sense of, you get a small sense of history between Dusknoir and Grovyle, but nothing that's like really extreme, right? I've seen a lot of fan interpretations that like make it seem a lot more extreme than it actually is, I guess. Which is cool, but it's not, it's cool, but it's not like actually how it's presented per se. A good example that I like to use of how adults tend to be written in a lot of these games is the Tales of Vesperia always comes to mind, which is a game where the quote-unquote like old guy in your party is like in his late 20s, early 30s, I think.
Uh-huh.
And his gimmick is that everyone calls him Old Man, and like he had a job before, I guess. My point is it never really goes very deep into any of those ideas. It's just like, all right, yeah, he's, it's funny. I was going to say it's funny because he's not old, but they call him old. I don't know if they even think that, though. I'm pretty sure being in your 30s is like a death sentence in anime. Like, oh man, I'm the grizzled fucking expert who's already lived through several calamities because I'm like I'm turning an age with 3 in it.
Yeah.
So I do really appreciate that whenever I see it, right? Stuff that I can like appreciate more with a bit more world experience. Oh man. Come on, there we go. Well, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Right, I forgot about the treasure boxes already. What is an L beam? Or an I beam. I said L beam again. Oh my god. Good to know. Wait, so what was this request again? The famous seed. Okay, it's on the 4th floor, I guess.
Fourth, yeah.
What makes it so famous? Looks at Roshi. He doesn't count, I assume. Roshi is like... Roshi is a really, really weird in that way, I guess, because, like, technically he counts. His main gimmick is adult themes in that he's, like, the most perverted old guy possible, and that's, like, 80% of his gimmick. But the other 20% is, like, spirituality and life advice shit, which, you know, is better. Certainly. That's the only good thing that I'll ever say about Dragon Ball Super, is that they leaned into that a little bit more in one part, and I thought, okay, that actually kind of worked. And I can't believe that every single time I do anything, I have to somehow bring up Dragon Ball Super. Finish me now. Alright, we did it. Oh, it doesn't even ask you if you want to leave after that. It just,
Well, no, because why would you?
Oh, no, it does.
Because you can only take one job.
It does. But to be fair, yeah, there's, like, I don't know, maybe if you want to get more experience, want to find a teammate, want to, like, get an item. There are those locked doors.
There are the locked doors, that's correct.
Which I still haven't actually revisited one of them. I don't know what's back there. Oh, here's a question I've been wondering that's, like, completely off topic for a second, but this is something I've always been wondering, and I finally get the chance to ask it. Do you have any idea why you don't touch the, like, test fixed rooms in Sky Temple that are just, like, a bunch of fucking blue blocks or, like, a treasure chest in the middle or something?
Did somebody mention the door to darkness?
I've always wondered why you don't touch them, because I'm like, they can't be used for anything. What kind of weird load-bearing shit exists in Union All that I can't touch these?
The blue boxes. What do you mean?
Yeah, because they're like, there are some fixed rooms that have, like, they're like clearly test fixed rooms, right? But they've got, like, chests in them or something. And I'm like, this can't be used for anything in the game. There's no way.
That's like the last room of fuck, it's like a Destiny Tower or a Zero Isle or like one of those.
Really?
And I think one of those is for, once again, less knowledgeable about post game stuff, so this may be wrong, but I think they use that for the shaman like dungeon segment in post game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually I ran out of dungeons. I ran out of, like, dummy dungeons to use for
right,
for the thing that I'm doing, and so the most recent boss fight thing that I had to make. Well, yeah, the most recent boss fight thing I made, I appropriated one of the shaman dungeons because I'm like, well, it's not in the hack anyways, right? So, like, what does it matter? I'll use, like, one of the late shaman dungeons. And when I lost the fight, it played a cutscene with fucking shaman. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to go into Union All and probably like screw around with some links to dungeon stuff. That's gonna be fun. Anyways. By the way, yes, I might have taken the Raichu request on purpose. What is his? This model is killing me. Why is he like? He's like looking up past us.
He really is.
It is like the most unnatural way I've ever seen a Raichu like stanced up by default. So bizarre. Anyways. You know, at least there's not a bird garnishing our salary to have fucking 20-hour discourse about in this game. It's gotta be an upside, right?
Thank goodness. That's... Speaking of 20 years of PMD discourse, like, I'm every conversation you could ever have about that has been had, I swear.
Hi, Mr. Kevin. Thank you for throwing this up. Yeah, no, it's true. There's literally no angle left to attack any of the Chat Otter Guild stuff from anymore. Which is like, I have to imagine that, like, GTI must have been in some ways a kind of reactionary game to explorers. And do you think they were aware even of how people received the whole guild aspect? So they were like, all right, we're gonna, like, take all of the institutionalization that people are talking about, we're gonna push it like way out of the equation so we don't have to talk about it this time.
Maybe I never thought about that just because
Hmm.
I don't yeah, that's possible. I never thought of it from that angle though.
Yeah, well, GTI is doing a lot of things that like it feels like it's reaching that kind of like adolescent phase of its franchise life where it's trying to like pull away from a lot of like the pre-established concepts and sort of do its own thing.
Yes.
So there's no formal guild. The dungeons are separated out kind of differently. The whole like only one request at a time thing. Not all the experiments necessarily were good, but they were definitely trying to evolve and do something new. By the way, if you want to know, when Pokemon fans constantly bitch about the Pokemon Company never doing anything new with mainline Pokemon games, and they're like, oh, you want to just be a totally different, completely different thing? It's like, no, even what GTI does to Mystery Dungeon here, Pokemon Company would never do with mainline Pokemon, it feels like. Even just slight remixes, right?
Well, they did, but everyone hated it. It was called
Okay,
Pokemon
well.
Black and White.
Black and White, like... Black and White is so interesting. I could have a whole Black and White conversation on its own at a later time, I'm sure. Or maybe I'll eventually end up dipping into that well regardless. Also, I zoned the fuck out. What the hell did Gurr actually do for us? Oh, we gave him supplies to actually practice with now. Okay. He's gonna build more stuff for us later, I assume, but his shop doesn't do anything practical for us. Fun.
Black and White remake when? Hopefully never, if it's like fucking BDSP. Well, actually, no, because that was in Unity, so people found out how to mod that in like 2 seconds. So actually,
Yeah.
Hopefully it's tomorrow.
I was gonna say, it could be tomorrow, right? The
As
fan
long
group...
as it's in Unity again.
Exactly, yeah. The fan group working on it, I'm sure, has already got your back. There was I've already seen trailers that I don't know anything about the team, but of people working on the Explorers DX version that looked somewhat promising in their trailer, but also it's like, I know that's gonna be a fucking long-ass road to get there.
Yeah, it is. I probably should be saying this as a fan creator myself, but I don't take that shit seriously until it comes out.
No, you are extremely correct, right? I think actually it's the experience of, oh, I actually have a box I can take to Rampardos. I think it's because we've done fan creation content before that both of us know. Oh shit. Well, I kind of screwed myself. That's fine. We'll do it later. That both of us know that these projects have a shocking tendency to like start and then immediately stop or never get anywhere meaningful before.
People put a lot of effort into the first, I don't know, let's say 10, 30, 60 minutes, and then radio silence.
Exactly.
Happens over and over and over and over.
Motivation is a hell of a drug, man, and it's also really hard to keep like continuous motivation throughout any project, I think. Like I'm not gonna lie to you and say part of the only reason that I was able to get through with the like 2 to 3 months that I did work on Raichu for Beyond Melee was because like every time I finished an animation, I could like submit it in the Discord and get feedback on it, and get that immediate back hit of the serotonin of like, yeah, I made this thing and it's cool. Like I could get like some kind of feedback and acknowledgement from other people as I was doing it. I think a lot of fan work suffers in silence in a way, right? Because if you're too vocal about it, you get shut down. But if you're not vocal at all about it, then the team instantly, like, or really quickly loses motivation to keep working on it. Because it's like, well, who even fucking cares? Like, nobody knows we exist. If I stopped doing it tomorrow, nothing would change about the world. Which is, like, not a good mentality, but it's an easy one to fall into. With any fan work, I think.
Yeah, I think I've told you this before, but I've had other people in the PMD community say stuff like that to me. Like, I have no idea how you were able to, like, I would describe what my average workload would be for like the 2 years, whatever I worked on Spirit. They're like, how did you just do that and not give up and not do other things? And I was like, I mean, I don't know, because everyone's I guess everyone's driven by their own things, right?
Yeah.
I've told you that I kind of, in hindsight, I'm like, I felt kind of ugly about these things, and you know, Gates to Infinity, great game where we could reflect on like, even if what we're doing isn't necessarily harmful, is it maybe correct and leading us in the right way? More on that later as we go on. But I was
preview.
I don't know, like a lot of shit I was doing was like out of spite, like no one believes in me. I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna make the best fucking thing ever. No one's gonna be able to deny that I'm such a super smart big boy genius. Right? There's a lot of that in it. A lot of spite. A lot of like cry of existentialism, I guess, of like just a certain desire for I don't know, to try and believe it in something, and like this needs to be perfect, otherwise no one's gonna experience it and hear what I need to say because it's so important that people hear it. Blah 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 blah. These are things that we talked about before. Don't want to get too deep into it because that could be the next 3 hours on stream. But
Sure, yeah.
Point is, everyone has their driver. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like I've almost had the opposite effect a lot of the times. So I kind of can't relate to that. Where like whenever I make something public, it's more like it's less satisfaction almost, and more like I don't know. Like I kind of don't like I shouldn't word it like this. I was gonna say I don't like interacting with fans, but what I should say is what I don't like is my shit getting criticized.
Yes,
But I do, because that makes it better. But it's like I finish my thing and then I think it's good, but I'm like, do I have to send it out to the wolves now? Fuck. So I don't know. When people say like, yeah, I need that affirmation to keep going, that to me is very weird because I'm almost the opposite.
That's interesting, yeah. I mean, but that's kind of the thing. It's a glass half full, glass half empty kind of thing, where it's like there is affirmation there, but there's also going to be the shitheads who dunk on your stuff without like intention or purpose. So it's like, I don't know. I guess it depends on whether or not you're optimistic about that or not. Which, to be fair, I think if you're creating something that's going to have a lot of eyes on it, especially something for like a beloved property, then you're probably going to, like, on the whole, get more shitting than you will adulation.
Yes,
no matter what the quality of your work actually is. Man, the critical reception of Beyond Melee, and I got there after the worst of it had already passed. So, yeah, it was quite something already. I feel that very intensely. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the right sort of like, maybe I'll put it this way. It's easier for me, I guess, to put up with the people shitting on the thing as long as I also have people really excited about it. Because if even a few people are excited about it or want to experience it, that gives me some kind of reason to actually keep working on it. The worst thing, I think, for any art is, like, nobody knows it exists. What the fuck? Who? Bobcat?
Bobcat!
68. Oh, you had to. What do you mean? You had to get to 769 again. Nice, right? Nice. Well done. Thank you very much for your donation, Bombcat. That does not quite push us to any of our new incentives, but, right, what? Why is... Why is this still here? Here, fitting for Girder and his clown nose. There
we go.
No, I'm trying to look for my, my image for the incentives, because we hit an incentive recently that I'm going to regret putting on there, but I was looking for ideas, so that's just the way it's got to be. Oh, here, this will work for this. Boop, boop. There we go. So, we've already hit the $700, which means that I'm gonna have to do a PMD hack work stream. Just, I guess, you know,
I love the eyes on the
yeah,
the new stretch goal.
you know, he can't believe it either.
It's the Castle Faded Shuffler. Holy shit.
Yeah, if you remember my suffering on that one, that is like the most I've ever suffered during a stream. I think I was I was in so much pain by the end of that, like actual headache pain. Like that was a severe migraine by the end of that, and I felt like I made a huge mistake playing this game during Halloween at all. And I realized a month after Halloween ended that I forgot the actual thing I wanted to do for Halloween that year, which is the same thing I've wanted to do for Halloween for the last 3 years, which is a playthrough of the Radical Dreamers visual novel thing that finally got localized like a year ago with Chrono Cross coming to Steam. But, you know, I guess we'll have to wait another year to see if I remember it then. But that's fine. The point is that we'll, yeah, we gotta do PMD hack work now, which, as we've discussed before, is, like, not the most exciting kind of thing to stream consistently, but I think maybe for a first time, right, I can at least show you around the program and the stuff that I think is interesting about it while I do what I have to do. And plus, work streams like this and for the animations for Raichu kind of kick my ass into actually doing it, which goes into the motivation thing we were just talking about.
Oh no, I have an audience. Yes, yeah.
Oh no, I have an audience, exactly. I have to actually do a thing because I'm set to do it here and sit down. Because again, the hardest part about working on anything is just starting. Once you started, it gets a lot easier, typically. But the hardest part is starting, so. And we have to also do that first time soda sampling and tier list. If you don't know what that means, I did not grow up drinking soda, because I had like sensory. You son of a, who the fuck? Flame! No! No, Flame, oh my god, I mean, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate you. However, now we have to do a, what do you mean?
The generosity is overwhelming.
Oh my god, viewer's choice Geminar, no! Okay, well, I'm gonna have to figure out what that means. Basically, okay, what this is gonna have to be, because otherwise, it would be like a cacophonous, like everybody would have their own specific thing they want me to make a Geminar on. I'm going to give you guys, it'll be in the Discord, we'll make a poll. I'll give you guys a series of options of potential Geminars that you'll vote for. I'll try to be relatively varied with how those work. If you don't know what a Geminar is, it's basically an extended yap session. It's a seminar, but with me, Gemini, hence Geminar. I pick a topic about writing, usually. Well, always it's about writing, but sometimes it's about a broad concept, sometimes it's about something specific, but it's always about improving writing. So, yeah, and sometimes I'll have guests on with me depending on the topic. Sometimes I do it alone. Y'all know how it is. But yeah, I'm gonna have to, you know, if you have any specific topics you want covered, you're gonna have to keep an eye out on our Discord to vote in that poll, I guess. Thank you very much, Flame. Anyways, point being, didn't grow up drinking a lot of soda. Soda tier list is going to be me tasting a lot of sodas for the first time and ranking them. Because I've never had things like, I don't know, Dr. Pepper or
Yeah,
like...
It's gonna be a must-watch, people.
Oh,
I'm telling you
Mr.
right
Pibb. Mountain Dew? Yeah, again, most people have that when they're kids. A 33-year-old drinking it with a first-time palate is gonna be something, I'm sure.
Topic, baby, people.
I definitely, there were a few people already from the other, the Melodies crew who expressed interest in joining me for that to some degree. So, we'll see what happens. Okay, so girder is... Oh, okay, yeah, because... But I don't think this is, like... okay, I'm ready to be wrong. Do construction companies also handle, like, terraforming? like landscaping shit? I feel like those are usually done by different companies. It's my hunch. But hey, you know, my man is a triple threat.
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, I guess, like, man, you'd need some hella landscaping here. We can't even get into most of it. No, just build on top of it. Make it a rock climbing gym, right? Be great. Hot Dr. Pepper. I hate that this joke was already made in that Persona 3 stream a week ago. when we discussed the merits of putting hot sauce in your coffee.
I think I tried to black that out.
It would be a very nice thing to forget existed, yeah. Perhaps. Spicy hot chocolate, Okay, so we are in kind of a Nook situation here. We gotta get crafting materials TM and enough actual money.
That's correct.
Okay. So is this our another graphic like from Spindus Cafe, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Missions make money. Money
They like
can be
this
exchanged for
aesthetic.
services.
Starting with the Spinda stuff, and you know what? They were right.
And they were right, I was gonna say. Can every tutorial have this aesthetic, please? Again, playing Spirit without having played Sky gave me a very interesting period of time where every time something cool showed up in the game, I was like, oh, did they do that?
No.
So I saw the Spinda Cafe thing, and I was like, oh, is this a new element in Spirit? The Spinda... No. No. Definitely not. Again, but, like, until I finished the game, I thought there was new music added, so what do I know? I'm gonna do my best to forget about this conversation. Perhaps it would be the best, yeah, Flame. Would be for the best. You know, it's all well and good to, like, develop the land around you and do construction and stuff. What they don't tell you is, what living around it is like. They had to redo the stucco on this house, like, a few months ago, and there were literally, like, hammers pounding directly on our walls every day, like, all day, every weekday, from, like, 8 in the morning to, like, 4 or 5 p.m. at night. With one break at noon. I was going insane. Bombcat, what the hell is this?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too.
Like, if you're curious, the policy on links in my chat.
Hell no.
The policy on links in my chat is you post links at your own risk. So if I don't like the link you post, I'll just ban you. But but you know, that's never happened. It's never come up before. That being said,
That might be a dangerous link.
You know, we're on thin ice, mister. You're lucky you've donated so much money to charity. Blue cheese flavored. So the worst part is, I think the worst part, this is a prank soda. I can guarantee you that, right? Because it looks like an innocuous kind of clear blue, like Gatorade kind of coloring. If you just gave this to somebody inside a glass, they wouldn't know, right? Do you think maybe it'd have an aroma to it? Perhaps. But aside from that, man, that is like, that's a prank soda right there. They take a sip and they want it, then they'll try to kill you. That's just it, you know. Pumpkin, I'm not clicking that. It's just an Amazon link. It's okay. Unfortunately, the existence of it is what will really get you. The land of bright areas can be prepared. Dark areas can't be chosen yet. All right.
So Pokemon Mystery Dungeon has base building now.
Oh, okay, interesting. What kind of place? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Well, unfortunately... yeah, okay. I was waiting for him to get to that. Okay, so the loop here... Where'd Snivy go? Alright.
Big chillin'.
Yeah, just hanging out with the timber, I understand. The loop here, then, is that we gotta do jobs to get materials. So, does that mean that we're done doing jobs to get, like, simple items, like the Reviver Seeds and the Oran Berries and whatever already? I guess from now
I
on, it's just
don't
gonna be a bunch of
remember, to be
materials.
honest with you, but,
What do I need again?
it's either way, your base building is going to, eventually it's going to yield items for you, is the end goal here.
Okay.
and you're just gonna get better rewards from that than from doing missions, anyways.
Oh, I see. Okay, so we're trying to automate our process here.
Yes.
It was rich soil and oh my god, my memory is actually like a hamster's. I I think it's rich soil and fresh herbs. I think it is. So okay, let's do that. I'm surprised Bean hasn't shown up yet. Well, Bean, it's funny you mentioned that, Flint, because Bean had the first message like at 12:55 before the stream even started in my chat, but he's just not actually been here since the stream has started. But it's okay, you know, he'll have time. I found out my graphics card will be here on the 17th instead of January sometime. Well, that's really nice. Wow,
Nice.
just in time for Clive in Tekken 8. I took a job without analyzing the chest again. God damn it. Oh well. I have so many Oran berries and max elixirs, man. I do feel like I'm playing fucking Spirit again. Only 2 items to drop in that game. And you know what? What else do you need, right? Apples, Oran berries, max
That's
elixirs.
exactly right. What else do you need?
Just erase every other item, except the orbs. Would that just be cinnamon flavored bacon? What the hell did you just cinnamon toast crunch bacon? Why? Why would you pollute bacon like this? Like, alright, this is maybe an unpopular opinion, but I'll say it anyways. I know a lot of people who like to dip their bacon in, like, their maple syrup whenever they're having, like, bacon and pancakes, for breakfast. But I don't know, it's grown on me a little bit, but like there's something about sweetness with the bacon that I've never been a super big fan of. It feels like it makes both of the flavors worse. Yeah, that's kind of... why is that missing? I can do diagonals, right? Okay, I'm just really unlucky. Here in Pokemon Society, nobody takes the diagonal hit on the Woobat. It's much easier to go for the horizontal hit against the Drillbur. I am so sorry for the Parkour Society joke made in the year of our Lord 2024. Even though I think that's when that meme started. Yeah, don't worry about it.
It wasn't that long ago, yeah.
Memes just feel like they have no shelf life anymore, you know? Like that feels ancient to me now, and it was like a month ago.
Definitely not. I'm sure that there's people who have done more like research into this kind of stuff, but like there's a certain date that you can pick, whatever that date is in your head, where the idea of how do I want to word this? Specifically searching out memes for the sake of memes, right? Like I think whenever that started to become a thing that people actually did, instead of like memes being a byproduct of discussion or as like a reaction to culture or whatever, right? When it became like meme culture became its own monster, I guess. I think that is exactly when things started speeding up, where it became beyond reproach if you were not actively involved in the culture. Like you're getting left behind.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know what date you would put on that, but like, I don't know.
I guess like the advent of social media like becoming an everyday part of literally everybody's life, I think, is probably a pretty good place to put that.
Sure. Yeah.
Because like you'll be scrolling through Twitter or whatever, Facebook, and you'll see this just like incomprehensible joke. And you're like, okay, well, maybe it's like a one-off thing, and then you scroll more and you see a different take on that incomprehensible joke, and you'll see more and more people talking about it, and you're like, okay, what the fuck is going on? Like, I saw, like, 2-block jump for the beef for, like a week straight before I figured out what the fuck was going on.
That shit, too, that is honestly, like, a not insignificant part for me of why I had so much, like, fucking FOMO of being on Twitter for a long time when I was in, like, high school, college. Because, like, well, I gotta know what the fucking stupid meme is that everyone's talking about, right?
Yeah.
So, therefore, I need to scroll for 15 hours a day.
It's part of your, it's, like, part of modern social edification for you to, like, be able to interact with people in a reasonable way of your peer group. You have to fucking, like, You have to scroll Twitter now and again, or like whatever social media thing exists, or at least like have some other way of keeping somewhat up to date. Which like it's one way to keep up on modern events, I guess, is to scroll social media, because that's as modern events as it's getting, right? It's like being made in real time, but got a very different toll that it takes as well over time. People are just now finally like, it's a popular opinion to just be like done with social media as a concept to some degree. Be like, yeah, I'm logging off that shit. Yeah, it should fit fine, bulk, hopefully. Don't make a quote out of that. Posted in melted food.
Okay, I won't.
Why would you do that? Yeah, thank you. Oh boy, paradise points. Make paradise bigger. How do you make it bigger? It's like literally a preset. Like there's only so much land. Like, what do you mean make it bigger?
I believe that refers to like the more points you have, the more of that grid you can terraform.
Oh, okay. So it's like I'm working on unlocking the parts of the grid. Okay, that makes more sense. Which, how is that logically connected with that? I mean, I don't... And what did I say before about asking questions?
Don't.
That's right, yeah. Stop. Why are you asking so many questions? The one nice thing about having the text scroll this slow, actually, is that since we're not reading any of it out loud, it gives... Like, often I'm paranoid. Like, whenever I'll do the recordings of those scenes to share with you, I'm like, okay, well, I need to, like, pace this out in such a way that it gives people actually time to read it, right? And I'm not just mashing A because I'm the one who wrote it, so I don't need to read it. But with the text being this slow, I know a lot of people are fast readers, and I myself can read faster than this, obviously, but it lets the audience read along without me having to worry about, like, oh, okay, I can't mash through, you know? Like, by the time it's all scrolled, basically everyone's already read it.
Right. Yeah, I think I said this earlier, but like the speed in this game is like, if you were to read it out loud and vocalize like as it's scrolling, that's like basically on pace for when it ends every time. In my experience, at least.
Hmm. Yeah. Sorry to take text there.
All good, all good.
An Orin field. Oh, I see what you mean about making items now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Interesting. Have to go to the Angel Prayer to check out the signboards you'll find there. Okay. Seems kind of weird to make us go to a different place to deal with the same person.
It is weird.
But, that's probably fine. Even more Pokemon join you as your teammates. Interesting. Okay. Right, because I keep forgetting.
Before you do your next mission, by the way, you should probably have your party members join you instead of random recruits, because they do get experience.
Oh, that's a good point. I keep forgetting that I can do that at Azumarill, I assume.
And also, part of this segment, what it's supposed to be for, because it's a bunch of side missions in a row, it's supposed to get you comfortable with having 4 Mons in your party and how you want to line them up and what moves you want them to have and stuff like that, because
right,
they expect you to know that later, is all I'll say.
Interesting. Oh, why did I pause? I need that box. Why did I pause with that? Yeah, that's a good point. I keep forgetting that actually I had access to, like, the story party members, because BMD is one of those games where I just, like, genuinely, right? Like, even the whole, like, the real estate thing that we just went through, I was going to say, I did not interact with almost any of that in, like, Red Blue Rescue Team or any of the other games I played, because, like, party members are just mechanical in these games. Like, the dungeon mons are just mechanics. They're not...
Mm-hmm.
They don't even talk to you. They've got no presence. They, whatever, right? They're not characters. So I forget that they're there often, even for, like, cutscenes for, like, pre-fights, and, like, boss fights or whatever. They always feel really out of place. They don't usually follow, scripting stuff For like there was a fight in Spirit where like in the pre-fight they're like, oh, let's hide behind these rocks, maybe they didn't see us, and then like the two party Pokemon will just be fucking out, you know, like the whole time, because you know you can't really account for them that well. So I don't know, man. I've never been big into the random dungeon Pokemon in these games. I feel like I always just get through with the main character and the partner. Sometimes I just have them there to make my life easier, which I did need them in Spirit, to be fair. Because there were a few dungeons in that game that really tested me. Oh my god. He headbutted the shit out of that chest.
Yeah, he's not messing around.
I love the like, why'd we even make it a chest, right? Like, it probably had a key on it or something, like a lock you could have opened. Now we're just gonna bash them open. I respect it.
I can smell it on you, he says.
You can smell it on me. I don't know what boxes smell like, but I'm not gonna worry. Okay. Definitely not messing around. Last minute. A skill? Ooh, what is this? Team skills. HP gauge at red, your evasiveness goes up. Oh. Okay. That's the last minute skills. Team skills have effects on all your teammates. Learn. Okay. These explanations are a little long-winded sometimes for not actually telling you very much. When you learn skills work. Did you know that you have a skill now? Good job. You did it. Anyways, okay, so how the hell do I even equip skills? Is it just a thing? Oh, I can check this from anywhere. Okay, thank God.
This is another thing where I didn't figure out about this till I beat the game because I didn't do anything with chess. And that's the only way you can get these skills. So it might be a thing where you can only access inside dungeons, like the tactics menu, if I were to guess.
Okay, that makes sense, actually, yeah. PMD tutorials, again, leaving a little bit to be desired, unfortunately.
Yeah.
A lot of mechanics you'll never figure out until you're already done with the game. Oh, jeez. Let's look into that Orin field, I guess. I want to see if we can get that pre-prepped here. So, okay, at least I was just bitching about the like real estate stuff in PMD not feeling like it mattered that much. At the very least, they're using the land for something other than just your Pokemon dungeon recruits to hang out in, basically.
They are. A lot of people like that feature, though, Jim. Speaking of, yes, let's circle back to 20 years of PMD discourse.
All right.
I'm sure we talked about this before, but one of the things about the Rescue Team remake a lot of people were fucking pissed about is, like, you took away roamable friend areas? That was the best part of the game! Which, I don't know if I go that far, but it was cool, I guess. But, a lot of people feel very strongly about those.
Maybe you could argue that it was the only time that you could feel like the dungeon mons were actually like a part of your squad, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you know,
that's
like
why
they existed in some real place. Okay, in some small way, I get that. Because, like, you know, otherwise you have literally nothing.
Also,
that is true. They did actually put a lot of effort into the music for those places, so. I didn't know until you told me that they got rid of them.
And that's how it is, right? Like,
Well, they manifested a Palpitoad.
Yeah, Palpitoad's just here.
Alright, great, thanks.
Sometimes it feels like the decisions that they make, this goes back to what you're asking, was this game reactionary to explorers? Like, I kind of don't think so from like most indications I've seen, they I don't want to say they're like not in touch. Like, I think that's a disingenuous way to put it, but like the priorities that maybe Chunsoft had with trying to make improvements and whatnot, what they think are improvements are vastly different from what the fan base thinks are improvements, for better or for worse. I would say
that's probably
like
very true.
So where it feels almost entirely divorced. Like I don't know, because I don't want to say like they have no pulse at all, because Super Mystery Dungeon is very reactionary to this game specifically. But
Oh, whoops.
this game and Explorers, like I don't think they were really thinking about fan reactions. If I were to guess, I wish I could know, obviously, but
Right.
There's nothing here that screams like, oh yeah, that fans were complaining about that, so they changed it. Like I don't think there's really a lot of that.
No, that's a good point, actually. It doesn't really seem like, okay, all right, Quagsire handles it. All right, there it is. Yeah, like a lot of companies, especially, again, Japanese companies, and especially from this time period, and especially dealing with anything Pokemon, did not have, like, a lot of fan reaction. Usually they were kind of just doing their own thing. Maybe they'd react to marketing and stuff, but they would usually not be, like, have their thumb on the pulse of, you know, whatever people thought about their games from the fan base. The PMD fan base, especially at that point, was like, well, Dunsparce does start at the worst level, wow. But Molgo's 15.
Yeah, so we, keep in mind what you were saying about Japanese companies, because I got a thing to say about this, right? So, at the same time, Emolga, Dunsparce, Virizion all join your team at the same time. Spoiler, it's possible to get through this game without ever having Dunsparce in your party the whole time, and
Damn.
I think that's definitely on purpose. And they want you to not use him almost because he sucks shit compared to the other two.
Even if you put time into him,
it's really
I think.
interesting. It's very interesting decision, because like I don't know, it's not like Dunsparce is totally fucking useless or anything, but like Virizion and Emolga are very, very good, and like from the start and later in the game as well. But you know, it's like I don't know. It's just a funny idea of like Dunsparce talks about how he sucks so much shit, and I'm bad at battling, and then you just have the option to never have him fight ever. Has to be on purpose. I noticed that like immediately. I'm like, they're hilarious.
Yeah, they've got to be doing that on purpose. There's no way they're not. I again, this game puts so much effort into its characters and its story that they don't really give a shit. Usually in an RPG, no matter like what the context is, if a character joins your party, typically they'll be like either on level with your group or maybe like a few levels above them, or sometimes it's like a fixed level, but it's like where they generally guess your party will be. So like sometimes you could be over leveled past them, but usually, you know, and very, very rarely in very shit RPGs, they'll join at like level 5 or something, no matter what part of the game you're in. It's like, all right, well, this is gonna be fun. Because it's just it's a game mechanic balancing concern more than anything, right? You have to they have to have a certain level. But this is what I like about this game immediately, is that like it's being used like literally. It's like, no, Dunsparce is level 6 because he's not very good, right? Like he you know, he's, you know, he's been at this for a while, probably as long as Emolga has, but he doesn't have like any practical experience because every time he gets lost somewhere, he can't like get anything done. Without Emolga being there. Meanwhile, Virizion has like traveled all over the place and is like really, you know, powerful and renowned. She's level 20, right? Which is like way above where we are. And even Emolga has more experience than we do, and he's level 15. So, he can kind of back up his shit talking a little bit. And the game is telling you that literally with the level as a mechanic. I've gushed about this before, but it is unironically one of my favorite things that a video game can. What did I?
XP share.
I find it way funnier than I should, probably, that after everything we just talked about, Dunsparce takes literally one step into a dungeon and gains 2 levels.
They made their point on the party select, so everything he says still stands.
What do you mean he learned Spite by leveling up? Bro's just like me for real. I was gonna say it way earlier, but spite was my primary motivator for even getting into my career in the first place.
Oh, really?
Well, one of them, anyways, right? I like half and half it because I was like, I got into law because I was told by everybody that I like arguing and I like convincing people. I like the whole logic thing. So sure, I was like, yeah, it seems like a good field for me to be in. I'm sure I can get some stuff done here. The other half of it was, nobody would ever fucking believe that I would become like something like respectable, right? Like nobody in my life would believe that this is possible for me. So we're gonna fucking do it. Where the hell did they go? Okay, there we go.
Check your tactics menu and the other stuff.
Good idea. I haven't actually gotten a chance to look at that yet. Tactics is in right. Yes. Literally hovering. Team skills.
Yeah, the team skills are there.
Okay.
And
So it's just
on by default. Cool.
Okay. Good.
So that's IQ skills replacement.
Oh right, because there's no gummies in this game. That makes sense. Because there's no spin to cafe with which to brew them. I think gummies. Do gummies exist in Super? Or is it like no? It's those like Super's main gimmick is those like single use, not single use, the like dungeon bangles you can put the things in.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's like a replacement for
There,
IQ skills so much.
I don't think there's IQs. See, this is stuff where I feel bad for not knowing because I never really seriously use IQ stuff in the DS games anyways. But I don't think it's in Super either. Now I think about it. Yeah, they have the bangles, fuck, what do they call it? Looplets and emeralds are the things that you put in them.
Yes, that's right.
Which definitely a really fun mechanic for sure.
It's a cool idea to be sure, yeah. I am like interested to keep playing Super at some point, but it is like after what we talked about last time, it is really hard to ignore. Yeah, right, why not? It is really hard to ignore just how much like Super feels like a course correction right back to being explorers again in like almost every decision it makes. I will send you back to paradise. Which, like, it's I don't know, it's mildly distracting if only because I've been really enjoying GTI so far. So it feels like, oh man, it's kind of a shame that they had to get rid of this stuff that I feel like was genuinely not even... I'm so close.
Right.
Confuse is so bad in these games, man. Oh, that's really...
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is actually getting really, really problematic now.
It's getting spicy.
Okay. 1 in 8 chance. Okay, thank God. We'll get recovered. Alright, okay, we're good. Peace.
By the way, if you want to go into the moves menu,
Oh, yeah?
now you have a couple party members. So there's some extra depth that unlocks here, right? So there's the move leveling up thing. If you remember that, the explanation is, so your moves level up the more times that they're used, and that's shared between your party. So the example that they want you to do here is that Emolga and Virizion both start out with quick attack.
Oh.
So if you can like turn off all their other moves and just have both of them spam quick attack, and then it becomes a fucking nuke. That's a 2-tile move that hits behind your teammate.
That sounds
pretty
crazy.
soon. So you can spec out in that way if you want, and then play around turning moves on and off and whatever. I think Emolga has. I think I saw Thunderbolt there, so that's something that's gonna work with you.
Me and Emolga both have Thundershock.
Thundershock, yeah.
So we're... Oh, good. Alright. Oh, and... Oh... Why is Litwick kicking my ass? Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh.
For some reason, I thought Tail Whip would be like an AoE. It's definitely not.
Another aspect of the move leveling up stuff as well. Sorry to cut you off. Trying to remember what you were saying. Is that there's incentive to use your specialty moves more in this game, I guess, because you could just go with the method of, like, in your case, turn a Thunder Shock into a nuke and spam that all game until you run into the ground dungeon, and then you haven't leveled up all your other moves, and the game expects you to.
Uh-oh, don't worry, Snivy will carry me through that, right?
Well, that's a direction you could go for sure if you wanted to. But if you want to do that, you know, if you do want to just spec into one thing, you can. But then that requires turning off his other moves, and then, you know, how much do you value having the utility versus spamming your stab over and over? And
Right.
whatever. It adds a lot to it that, again, for how much people give the gameplay loop shit in this game, I think it adds a lot of stuff that I kind of miss in the DS games, to be honest, when I go back to those.
Yeah, the idea of moves leveling up is really interesting and does promote a sort of specific team play in a way that the other games don't. Like, I can actually see reasons for wanting to bring different Pokemon along with me now. That isn't just, like, I don't know, having extra bodies. So that's nice. It does feel more like a team aspect thing even than, Super has its own take on team stuff, but it feels a little bit more like, again, I don't know if it's just because of where I am, but it feels a little bit more shallow, I guess, in that, like, okay, you get a big team attack or whatever, but, like, it's the same no matter, like, it's very similar no matter who's participating in it, and it's just like a single attack gimmick thing rather than, like, a more holistic approach to every move. Can you get back here? Burn is like having the hiccups because your HP will regenerate fast enough that it doesn't really matter. It's just kind of annoying. Where are these stairs? Where? Must be
Down
the top left.
in the middle, it has to be, or top left, yeah.
Oh, okay, let's see. I'm actually curious though. You're right. I've had, everyone has that experience where you go through a whole floor, and it's like literally actually the last place you look.
Yep.
Fake Out's upgraded, but what does Fake Out being upgraded do to it, I wonder? They don't really tell you that.
Damage and accuracy up.
Okay, that's nice. You said, like, quick attack levels up and it hits behind you or some shit? Like, how do you realize what they,
well,
what they do?
It doesn't hit behind you, it's a 2-tile move that goes through teammates, so they can be behind you and then...
Oh, they can hit from behind you. I see what you mean now. Okay, I see. Dunsparce can learn a new move. What new move you got, buddy? Pursuit. If I can see it with a very specific sort of setup, it's probably better than Defense Curl. Maybe, even though, like, buffs, again, work differently in this game than they do in mainline Pokemon, so, yeah, Defense Curl might not be awful, but I don't know. He'll be fine.
Depends how you want to spec him. Again, it's like,
tank Dunsparce.
From what I've seen from people playing this game, which, again, not a lot of people take PMD gameplay seriously, and then a less amount of people take this game seriously at all. So it's hard to find it's hard to find strategy discussion on Gates to Infinity. But Dunsparce, you'll find people either turn him into like a hard support status guy or a like defense curl plus rollout guy. So.
Oh, I forgot that. Ooh, I forgot Defense Curl buffs rollout. That's an interesting quirk to preserve into PMD. I wonder if, like, Stomp and Rollout do extra damage if they use Minimize. I wonder if they kept that quirk too.
I don't know.
Weird to think about. Also, like, I'm on 3rd floor and I'm already out of I'm out of, like, power on all my moves. Oh, okay.
You gotta use your teammates, Jen. This is right. So this is what you were saying about Super. It's also going to be a thing in this game as well, where like, hey, you know how you play Spirit and it seems like the entire game's balanced around you doing a 2v1 against every enemy. Well, that's kind of how these games work too.
Okay.
In terms of, it's not in Spirit. It's like if you don't do that, you're gonna get out DPS and fucking die. But
yeah, it's true.
And in Super also. But in this game, it's more just you're going to run out of PP, as you saw.
Right. So, and the max elixirs are not as frequent.
Not as frequent, yeah.
Yeah. Still frequent, but not as frequent, it seems. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. Like, it's so funny to me that the game wants you to bring an Emolga Parisian pairing, which, like, it's true from a mechanical standpoint. They are the 2 highest levels of the recruits you get, so, like, it's kind of a no-brainer. And I think they did mention in the tutorial Quick Attack as their example for the moves leveling up. But, it's funny because story-wise, right now, Emolga wants absolutely nothing to do with this lady being on the team. So it's almost a kind of irony that they want you to bring them together on missions. I figured Emolga's been getting a lot of shit lately, so I'm gonna give him a break with something that he actually wants for once.
So there you
go. And I'm trying to think. Oh, what? Is this the opposite of the Persona 3 tired mechanic? In sync with each other, you can hold L and tap the symbol. Oh, wait, team attacks are in this game?
They are.
Oh, what is that like here? Okay, weird. I guess we have to give it a try when we find an enemy. I wonder if I have to surround them still. Again, very weird to play
it works a little different.
Okay. It would make sense, yeah. Let's see. Okay, alright. It really wants me to do that. Let's do it then. Oh, I have to... Oh, I have to tap the big thing on the...
You have to tap it, yeah.
Alright, okay. Okay. Oh my god! What? He's dead, right? Like, he's not even coming back down. The body was never found. Annihilated at the atomic level. Okay, yeah, you're right. That was a little bit different. More problems you have, easier to... It didn't even do a damage number. It just killed.
You build your ult faster if they're low on HP, so that's another little tiny things that you can play around with if you want. So you can have someone at low HP and then like use your movement to rearrange your party. Like notice how every time you like walk in and out of a room, it seems like your party changes. If your movement patterns are fixed in this game, so you can force it so that your party's in a certain order, right? So if like, let's say Emolga had 1 HP and you want to get that rage bonus, basically, you can have it so that he's third in line so no one can hit him. And he also has his 2 tile moves, so he can just attack without being able to get hit. Plus, you get the rage bonus to build up your ult faster.
Oh, that's why.
Etc.
Yeah, you can make some pretty good setups here. I was just going in to turn off his quick attack, and I realized, or turn off double teams where he would quick attack, and I realized there's no damn points left in it. I will still do that though. Actually attack, you. Thank you. We literally can't right now. This confusion is... Okay, I thought I lost Knight for a second. This is like the thing, right? It's like, again, a lot of encounters want you to kind of 2v1, but man, there sure are a lot of hallways.
There are, yep.
Into these like 1v1s. Which can lead to strats like, in that, in the most infamous dungeon in Spirit, the feckin' Ice Forest, doing things like putting your back to enemies and letting Weavile just tear through them for a while.
Yep.
Instead of dirtying your hands, because it's a big problem otherwise. Or, you need to stock up on orbs and hope you find enough of them that you're not stuck in hail for any period of time, because if you're like 9-10 floors deep and you get stuck in hail, then you're probably in some big trouble. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. The Litwick by itself is single-handedly screwing us over.
Yeah.
There we are, finally. Even 5 floors can feel like an eternity if you don't find the stairs fast enough, man. But I think, like, naturally I also would have brought Dunsparce with me if I didn't know anything else about this game, because he starts at a lower level, which means he needs the most immediate help.
Ah, okay.
Is the way I look at it, right? I don't know why I think that way, because technically it's like, why wouldn't you just use the thing that's better instead of investing in the thing that's worse, but like, you have to understand, I come from Fire Emblem a little bit as well, and there's sort of a conceptual thing in Fire Emblem, where the units who start out really powerful in that game have a tendency to fall off really hard mid to late game, as like a punishment for over-relying on them. And then meanwhile, the ones you have to like raise up from the start end up having really good growth stats in the end game. But that Venipede portrait's fucking me up. I don't know why. It's just, they can fit his whole body in the portrait. Okay. Oh
Got
boy.
a power band, by the way.
Oh, huge. Okay.
I think you already have one.
Maybe I do. Oh, okay. All right. Mike, oh my god. All right, calm down. Ooh. Okay. All right. This is like a lot. Okay, this is. It's still going. Oh my god. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Holy shit. How many was that? Was that like 20 something?
I don't know. I should have counted.
Oh boy, I'll go back and count when I make the inevitable clip, I'm sure. Holy. Alright.
Probably a joke about gotcha games and rolling in there, but
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Once again, way too many videos in my recommendeds about life in Japan shit that I've been watching even this morning, and this time I learned that basically everything is controlled through gacha in Japan, including if you want concert tickets, you have to like sign up to a lottery or something to get tickets for a concert. It's like what
yeah, that's some bullshit. I've heard about that too.
What are they doing over there, man? Who would willingly want to do that? Oh yeah, we already okay. We haven't power band already. I don't. Who has this? It's not gonna tell me. It's alright, great.
It says 2, so that means Snivy.
Probably my partner. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Why do I have the special defense band? That's
Special defense.
I mean, I'll flip those around. You know what? Before I deposit anything, let's just go crack that box open and sell some stuff like the power band.
Sure.
I'm gonna be honest with you about one thing though. I've been hyping this game up a lot at the expense of the other PMD games, but one thing that I do kind of miss about Explorers, twofold I guess here, right? First of all, we've done like 3 or 4 missions so far, and there's been no plot progress, so I'm kind of wondering when that's gonna take place.
This is the biggest dry spell in the game, yes.
Okay, alright, I figured as much, because I'm like, I know that they just introduced us to the base building thing, they want us to get used to it, so it makes sense to have a dry spell here. But, I just figured I'd point it out. That and, like, there's something about the morning routine in Explorers that... Okay, that was pretty good, actually. Not to gloss over that dialogue. There's something about the morning routine in Explorers where you would, like, get woken up by Loudred, and then you have your morning affirmation, then you have to go out of the guild and then do your sort of, like, once about the town to do your stuff. I don't know. It's weird to say that the morning routine in Explorers felt, I guess, cozy in a way that
Sure.
I'm not feeling as much in this, because there's not, you know, there is no centralized things. You walk out of your house and you do the next mission, you know? It's like there's a couple things you can go around and do, but it's it feels a lot more like, you know, it feels like being your own boss. Is that a weird thing to say? I don't know.
Okay.
Like you gotta get your own motivation to get up and get to work in the morning and whatever, because you're the only one making your own rules. What the hell does that do?
Reunion Cape?
Reunion Cape.
You,
oh
you've
yeah, that's right.
seen that before. Yeah.
We have seen that before, that's true. Okay. Alright. Brass gift. Become friends? Friend evolved. Is this like an instant capture thing in dungeons? Can I just like...
I don't know.
Hello?
I wish I knew more.
That's fascinating. I kind of want to try that
That's
now.
another thing that I did not use.
Oh, see, this is the best part, right? Is that we get to... There's still some things we get to discover together. Okay. What if I want to just unequip it? What do you mean take her? I guess, okay, take is take it from them. Alright. Give it to me. I can give... You know, he probably needs it. And Emolga seems like a squishy guy, so sure, why not? Is this Pikachu also speedrunner Mario? God damn it. The terminal montage Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. You know what, that released like literally the same day we did GTI last week?
It did, yeah.
Insane. What are the odds? I mean, I guess building more facilities. Let's see here. One rich soil away. Eye drop field. How do you farm eye drops? I have a lot of questions. Oh, they're seeds. Okay, they're
I
seeds.
dropped seeds, yeah.
Okay. That makes much more sense. Too much Final Fantasy. So I'm assuming these dojos are like the stand-ins for, well, obviously the dojos. Which I guess in the old PMD games were just like little dungeons you could go through to train.
Well, not even XP farm, just yeah.
Yeah,
Place
because
to go
like
and train.
pretty much because you didn't even. I need rich soil. Like you. The nice thing is that you wouldn't lose half your items and like half your money if you fainted in one of those places.
Yes.
So it was a safer place to do that, I guess. I need the soil, so let's get some soil. Let's beat up Bisharp, I guess. There was one of these missions in Super, like, really early on from the board that involved, like, catching an outlaw. And he would just, like, decimate my party in 1 or 2 attacks. Like, it wasn't even funny. it felt like it was, like, 10 levels above me.
Was it the Salamence?
Oh, I think it was Salamence. Yeah, it was Salamence. That's right.
Yeah.
It's like an optional request, I think, because it's off the like friend link board that you have to get it. But man,
So
I took it.
That's man, I actually don't know. I was gonna say it's not optional, but maybe that's not true because it's been a while since I played that game. But
I
that's
don't remember. Maybe it's not.
Either way, everyone knows about that Salamence, right? That's
oh yeah.
Just another. Hey, let's talk about PMD discourse, right?
Oh hell yeah.
A lot of people were pissed about that when they first played that game because that's it's. I mean, they don't even try to ease you into that at all.
No.
Like if it's you're gonna learn how we want you to use items in this game, or you die, or you're gonna fucking quit the game, basically. And yeah, I mean, pretty much. Like after that mission, like you pretty much get the memo. It's like, okay, so this game is, I'm gonna sound a little reductive by saying this, and I swear I like Super Mystery Dungeon, but just spam wands and try to not interact at all, and 100 turns later you win. That's honestly, basically that game.
That was my experience with that fight. I did get what the fuck was this floor? What the fuck is that?
What a curse layout.
Holy shit. I swear that other mystery dungeons couldn't even produce a floor like this if they tried. No. By the way, hold on. Oh, I pushed the Magneto taunt button. I don't have the foo bar open. Hold on. I was forgetting something. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, right? That was my experience, is that, like, I needed an inventory for, like, I had a lot of wands, but I didn't have enough of them. I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't know what I was prepared for, but it wasn't that. I ended up spending all my shit and then dying anyways. It was a problem. But I did get back there and do it eventually, but it was not easy. Just...
Come, Master of Magnet.
Very good, thank you, Magneto. Yeah, okay, and then just a blank. Alright, yeah, sure. But yeah, like, going back to what you said a long time ago about, like, how it feels like when you're making a fan thing, you have a lot less wiggle room to do certain things. If you tried to do, like, a brick wall like that in Spirit, I think,
oh, hell no,
it would have pissed way too many people off, right? Like, like, no one would finish your hag. Like, no one's willing to give you benefit of the doubt for putting something like that in your game where it's sink or swim and not think that you're just fucking with the player, basically.
Right.
Whereas for, like, an official thing, it's like, oh, this had to get through vetting processes, you know, it's like, had to get actually released to us, so surely they've got a reason for doing this, right? It can't just be like this, can it? And sometimes it actually is just like that. Reminds me a lot of Shin Megami Tensei sometimes. Okay. Wow, he took care of that on his own. Let's go, man.
No. It's you go first.
No, I'm sorry. No, you go first this time. I was just gonna say something unrelated.
Super, if and when you get back to that game, it's I do gotta give them credit because by the time you get to the end game, it's it is something to be admired that like
Of course.
you are. I mean, it is like the most power creep it's ever been. You know, it's you are everything's killing you in one hit, and you're like you have 500 ways to like nuke everything on the screen with like like some of the wands that you get later in the game are just like absolutely ridiculous. Like show this to a Victorian child who is playing Red and Blue. It's like, are you kidding me?
Victorian child. Oh shit. He's right behind me, isn't he? Oh, my vision was blurring for a second there. Oh my god. Okay. This, again, my paranoia from Super is coming back, because one of two things could happen right now. I could take my turn and immediately die in one hit, or we're fine. Let's just Thunder Wave. Okay. It doesn't affect him.
Alright.
That's fine. That's... You know, I don't like Dunsparce being here.
I would change his tactic and have him run away here.
I agree with this.
Force Fish to move up a tile.
Not in moves, actually, in statics. You
Change
totally-
Snivy to Let's Go Together, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. I think I was, I did that because I was tired of him, interrupting the battle stuff that I wasn't walking right past or already fighting myself.
Then skip
Okay,
a
and
turn.
then, yes.
Or move up.
Okay.
Oh,
So Snivy being there is...
Snivy.
Well, it could be worse. At least it's not weak to it, I guess. Right, I can't actually cut corners with this, though. Like, I need him to be out in the open is what I need to have. So maybe everybody.
Yeah, you have to have
wins.
all of them run away, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Okay. We can hold on. All right,
Yeah.
wait, no. Come back, everybody. Okay. All right. So apparently Thunderwave didn't affect him, but he's like Steel type, isn't he? Dark Steel?
Dark Steel.
What do you mean Thunderwave didn't affect him?
It's because you try to use it around a corner. If you're talking about last turn.
Okay, there we go. Never mind. I thought that I used it when I was like facing him at the start, but I guess I wasn't. All right, Paralyze is broken and me at PMD, thankfully, so it's time to just cook this guy. Ow! Oh my ow! Is that a counter? What was that? Oh, there's a freaking.
He had
It's like
Metal
blink-
Burst on.
Oh, Metal Burst is a counter.
Yep.
That's
That's it's half the damage that you deal to it is dealt back.
That would explain it. Seems like a little bit more than half even, but damn. All right.
You
Also,
may
welcome
remember
back
that
or welcome in,
Dialga
welcome
had
back.
that in Spirit.
Oh, that's right, and he cooked the shit out of me. Bless you, by the way, for not having like Grovyle dying actually make you lose in that fight.
No, that's annoying as hell.
See, I love how you react like that, but like that is absolutely what they do in main game. Like that last fight against Darkrai at EOS proper is infamous, not because
bad.
Darkrai is hard, but because Cresselia fucking just dies.
Yeah.
I also find it so funny that, again, it's so... I can go into how Darkrai being written as, like, a mastermind character is really fucking funny in the original game because of how he acts, but, like... his Grandmaster plan at the end of everything is like, alright, Gank Squad, get him! It's like this random just mass of, like, whoever the fuck Pokemon he just happened to gather at that point in time to just jump you all at once. I just think it's really funny. A Quagsire can be in charge of this guy, I guess. Let me actually read chat, by the way. Hold on. Didn't get the ping. I was at work and turned my phone on silent. Oh, I'm sorry. I started making a face. Well, like, cool. It's only been 5 days. Just take time. Okay, get something for the swelling. At least like a steroid. I mean, I guess. Oh my god, dude, come on.
Some bullshit.
Ooh, plot's happening. All right, that was a great plot. Anyways,
Anyway,
that's actually.
morning.
I was just kidding. That's pretty funny. Now something's probably gonna happen when I leave the house. Surely, right? Surely. Like, do you
If I
want to take a
remember
break?
right, yes.
Oh, it actually didn't ask me to take a break that time. That's nice of him. Ah, thank you, Enigma. Well done. There is like a new aspect, I guess, to framing scenes in the 3D games now that they have to think about, which is that you can move the camera around now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an interesting dynamic. It would also be hell in a perspective universe where somebody actually made a GTI hacker or a super hacker. The Scottish herdier is crazy. They had to put so much effort into this dialogue. Indeed, it surely is the V-Wave. It just talks like that.
Indeed.
Indeed. Oh, man. Yummy mode. Oh, alright, well. Okay, well, I guess that has to go in the VOD now. But you picked a time where I'm not talking very much. It would have been much easier to pick a time where I was, you know, rambling about something in the dungeon, but, you know, welcome to chat at least, Snivy. What the hell is a V-Wave?
I can't watch, but I'm here to be mildly annoying. Shout out
Wow.
to Snivy.
Good job. He probably can't even hear me curse him out. That's the worst part. A wave for each of the Pokemon types. What the fuck? Oh. Really? Wait, is the V-Wave fire type, or?
That is just the example
Oh,
that
okay.
she gave there.
Just like any other weather phenomenon, it changes every day, sometimes during the day even. Alright, so you're telling me the equivalent of Pokemon global warming is when there's too many fire V-Waves in a row. Understand. That hyphen is carrying a lot of weight in V-Wave. Imagine if it just said wave. That would be silly. Well, you know, the hair didn't last that long anyways, I guess. Also, well, that as well. I've always wanted to hear Jem say, now cluck like a chicken in Yami mode. I've done it before. I just did it now, technically. But I can't be at my full volume right now. My full Yami mode only comes out in the dead of night. V-Wave season. What season do you recognize? Spring, fall, Smarch.
See, I think this is more like duck season, wabbit season, V-Wave season. Is how I interpreted it.
V-Wave season, yeah, alright. The V-Wave cast? No, the V-cast is a failed Verizon service. Please do not emulate them. It did not last very long. But it did have a Kingdom Hearts game on it.
Did.
That slow turn was really good, actually. Alright. That means we have a V-Wave forecast, right?
That's correct.
Alright. And now they're making me think about how Pokemon Society handles weather forecasts. Great. Oh, man. Developers like, oh, I don't know, those clouds are looking kind of scary. What? Yeah, I don't know. 30% chance of rain. It's true. Is it true? I don't really know what I'm looking at, if I'm being honest. Today's a fighting type wave. Okay, tomorrow's electric. Oh, hell yeah. I can't wait for tomorrow. So maybe this is their idea to, like, try and promote party member swapping?
It is.
Which, like, alright. There was...
And also, there's some dungeons where you definitely want to bring some mons instead of others, if you're specking them out correctly and not having everyone be generalized.
I gotcha, yeah, that makes sense. Persona Q does the same sort of thing, or Persona Q2 at least. There's like a system where some party members will just be like in like a good mood on that day or whatever, which means that they're just better. So it's trying to promote you to swap around who you're using, because otherwise people would just settle into one party and keep it the whole game. But like people will probably just do that anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll be the one getting an extra shot of power. I'm standing right here, man.
Now, Lammy brings up a good point, because this is what I was going to ask, actually. Like, who would be the weather forecasting Pokemon?
Oh, that's a great question. How has that not been a
Cast
thing yet?
form?
Cast form, yeah. Well, cast form changes with the weather.
Well, yeah,
like,
that's not forecasting, I
was gonna say, you're too late at that point. It's like, hey guys, it's raining, we know. You have to, like, strategically place cast form out in different parts of the world and then, like, I don't know, react to when they get rained on. But at that point, you would just have cameras. How do you want a weather balloon screaming? It's extremely funny, though. You can just see the future in general, so I guess it would extend to weather forecasting, yeah. Hard cut to credits. I should have fucking known, you know, when they called it V-Waves. I was like, what generation is this again? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's fucking Victini. And he brought a carpet with him. You're opening shop here this year. Excuse me? This is normal? The property damage is crazy. Are those... I have to, like, zoom in real close here. Are those, like, little teeth on the side of Victini's face, or is he making, like a :3 face?
I think they are teeth.
Okay. I decided without asking. Well, what was there was an RPG I played recently where it was like, so-and-so joined your party without consent. I just think that's funny. V-Wee. You know this guy? Imagine crashing down like a fucking meteor and everyone just reacts like, who's this weirdo? There's something I love about the, I don't know how I'd put it, but like the encroachment of the mundane in games like this, where something so spectacular can happen and like everyone's just not impressed by it.
It's really good.
We can change the V-Wave, which means I guess we can still just brute force not paying attention to this mechanic also. How often? How many times? No guarantee. What's up? The V-Wheel. Okay, so I guess the idea is like if it
or
if
you can spend money to rig the wheel.
Oh, I see. Okay, of course. You know, this guy's running a racket, and we're just letting him do it.
Well, this is where I'm staying this year, so give me
The
money.
wheel. Oh, Victini and Parisian have some history. Oh. Of course. Obviously. The whole V-wheel and striking a pose thing, they want to tone it down.
Yeah, this is where I'm like, yeah, I was right. Rizziata is the best character.
Yeah, you're right. No, alright. Yeah. You know, yet again, there are so many other games, even in this very franchise, that would just have the gimmicky character do the gimmick thing and then move on. I just love how every character just, like, the forethought to be like, oh yeah, Parisian knows this guy, and even she thinks he's too fucking much. Is just, I love these extra details. Oh, man. I don't believe you. I'm going home. They turned the letter V into a Pokemon. Yes, that you have in fact landed on the only thing Victini has. That's it. He's a one-note gimmick. I mean, okay, yeah, but like, do you have to charge them for it though? Oh, we need to cover overhead, huh? The V wheel doesn't maintain itself.
Doesn't spin itself. That's right.
That's right. This guy might be manic.
White?
That's wonderful. Listen, dude, if you lampshade it yourself, it's almost worse. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how I feel. Anyways, only use the V-wheel when you need it.
Yeah, I know some people who, like, it's like a... The more you hear a shitty joke, like, it circles back around to being ironically funny. Like, I know some people who are like that with Victini, like, oh, he's the fucking best. He just has one joke that he says 500 times. It's so good. But then some people are not that irony-pilled. So they're like, wait, this guy's annoying.
I'm first of all, that. Secondly, I'm sorry. Do you hear that? Are we Yoshi's Islanding? Did they just add a new part to this track? Like, that lead wasn't there before.
Are you saying, is that proximity based? Like Yoshi drums?
I don't think so, no. Okay, so in Yoshi's Island, the original Yoshi's Island for SNES, every time you would, like, there's one song for the map screen, technically, but every time you progress in a world, it would add a new layer of instrument onto it, until you were at the very end, you would hear the full song, basically. But this, like, did the song just evolve? Because this is not what it sounded like before.
Yes.
Oh my god. Are we doing it, like, is story progress gonna actually make the song evolve as we go? That is so good. That is, like, one of my favorite things that a game can do. Oh,
you're right, but that is absolutely what happened, but I didn't notice this at all.
Wow, okay, interesting.
Somehow.
Sorry, that just immediately stood out to me.
That is that good shit.
Because I love when games do that. How many times can he possibly continue this fucking V-wheel joke? Is he gonna do it every time I talk to him? I mean, okay, I guess so. Thank God he didn't spin the fucking pose, though. I think I could cry. You want to cry too? If you do, I've got what you need. Oh, I love Salesman Victini. He's got one thing, but by God, he hawks it like nobody's business. But I still get to keep your... Ah, yes, traveling around the world because he wants to help Pokemon. You know, surely with gacha. What was that thing I said before about Japan and gacha again? Everything's got to be gacha.
Do you remember what the tangent you were on like a half hour ago when you were saying that? You were something along those lines. You had a point.
where I was bringing up like the everything is gotcha. What was I saying about it in regards to this game though? I'm wondering. There was something that was like RNG based that I thought shouldn't be RNG based. Oh man, what was it? Because like this is it, right? But like I didn't know about this obviously until what's the V-Wave cast? I'm gonna have to think about it more. Ace fighting. I mean, here's what I think, right? I think you would only want to really spin the V wheel in like two situations. One, if you really needed an extra boost to get through a dungeon, but probably not, I don't think. Two, if the V wave is a type you're weak against, I think that's a very good reason to spin the wheel. Because on a day where it's ground, which apparently is not happening for a long time, but on a day where it's ground, I run the risk of dying in one fucking hit. Fire also, I guess, for Snivy's case, but you know what? We have to spin the wheel once to showcase it, right? Surely? I have to at least show what it looks like. It's gonna get to that point, I think, eventually, where I'm gonna be anticipating the V-wheel. Like, there, by attrition, you know?
It's a good sales pitch.
It's a good sales pitch, right? You know, it's like the head-on applied directly to the forehead.
Oh, it sure is.
Makes perfect sense. So again, this is my my great avenue to talk about Pokemon Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Victory Fire. If I haven't given that comic enough.
Oh yeah, because we're talking about Victini, of course.
Because yeah, hilariously in Victory Fire, Victini is like the main villain. Which you know, I can see somebody playing Gates to Infinity and being like, all right. You know, I'm tired of this guy on a next level. All right. Oh, I get to choose, do I? It's just gonna keep spinning around back there until I hit A. What if I don't hit A? Genuine question, right?
I don't know.
Does the song loop eventually? Let's find out. It's gonna go forever, maybe? Can we get a V-wheel point redeem? I don't know what it would do, but I want it.
I mean, Victini is just an absolute menace to society. I think it's being made very clear here.
That is correct, yeah. You know, Verizian's analysis of him may be only half correct. Anyways, okay, I'll let A. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, it's a 1 in 5 chance. You literally have the same odds of getting a good Wonder Pick on TCG Pocket as you do of changing the damn V-wave temperature. So he said I could add money to rig the wheel. I don't think I experienced that part, but you know.
Yeah, because you just did your free roll.
Yes.
You didn't pay for your you didn't pay for your
the stars, that's right.
or whatever.
That got expensive. They were like in the thousands for the multiple stars or whatever. I was kind of wondering what they were talking about. But I guess they weren't talking about too much. Vibing? Absolutely right, Keanu. Spends money to rig the wheel, still loses pain. Yeah, what do they call it? Roll into a ball, try not to cry. Cry a lot. Maybe I do want to have, Dunsparce relearn Defense Curl. But like I feel like Dunsparce could also improve a lot if I was allowed to direct control him, like in DX. But because I have to rely on him to buff his own rollout with Defense Curl, it's like...
Well, you can, Gem. You just have to go into the moves menu.
Yeah, you have to go into the moves menu, turn off everything that is Defense Curl, and then after he does it a set number of times, then you turn on rollout and turn off defense. Like, I guess, right? It's just... Man. That's a lot of management for a game that's probably not going to end up giving me actually that much difficulty. Oh, I'm seeing the move levels now. Okay, so that's a 2 next to the thing, and that's a 1. Okay.
See, my visceral reaction was to get angry at what you just said, but I realized that I'm actually just a sicko who likes micromanagement for the sake of it. Like, game that gets brought up every playthrough we do, Final Fantasy 12.
Ah, yes. The micromanagement game. What the?
It is.
Ooh, request boards? What does this one do? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad that he's confused too. Huh? Oh, it is another gate. That's fascinating. What? Why would these be here now? Is this like a DLC thing? You know, alright, I'm just not gonna worry
This
about
is
it.
full transparency. This is another mechanic I did not engage with
Oh,
while
okay.
playing the game. So
Interesting.
it might be post game.
Okay. We're gonna have to sell a lot of those bands and stuff because my inventory is starting to clog again. I just realized that Victini is a Gen V Pokemon. You know, I hate that I just realized that too, actually, now that you mention it. Huh. I hadn't really thought about it. I got the free Victini too when I first got Black and White. So, you know, that was like one of the first Pokemon in Gen 5 that I actually even experienced was Victini. I was like, alright, well... It's like, the way I can put it to you is that it's like when you play a mobile game and they start you off the free 5-star pull, that you have to, like, use your own, sort of, like... What do you call it? You have to use your own willpower to not use, because otherwise you'll just completely break the balance of the early game.
Yes.
That's how Victini felt. And so I didn't use him. But he was there. Okay, that's interesting. As long as I can have them all on at once, which I probably can't, but if I could, that'd be cool. Also, did he comment on the V-Waves? Oh, he did, but I can't have him repeat. But that's fine. Again, nice detail the PMD typically does, having everybody kind of, even the shopkeepers, be talking about what's going on. So game is taking fast forward whenever Pikachu runs. Yeah, I don't know why the running in PMD is always so comically fast. But it definitely catches me off guard as well. Can I sell multiple items at once? Oh, I can. Okay, thank God. I really don't need all of those, and, like, I don't need these orbs. You know, I'm picking up so many damn orbs. They won't sell for much, but I just want them out of my inventory and out of my chest locker or whatever. There are a lot of other services here. I don't remember what most of them do, though. Like, this one... Swan's House is kind of the Spin to Cafe replacement, but, like, does anything happen here?
No, this is just where you talk to people.
Ah, okay, you know. Fair enough. How much you want to bet these guys have something to say about V-Waves? The elemental monkeys there to teach you type weaknesses.
Advantages, yeah.
Which, like, you know... Am I cynical for saying we didn't need that back in my day when I played Gen 1 and need a gym to tell you how the fuck... Like, isn't that what the rival is supposed to do? Usually? They teach you about type advantages? With the 3 starters, grass, fire, water? I don't know.
They probably didn't need it, to answer your question, but
yeah.
you know, in Pokemon you don't have to engage with a lot.
That is
honestly,
true.
so that's kind of a loaded question, I guess.
No, that's a good point.
I can't get mad at that first dungeon in Gen 5 because, or first gym in Gen 5, because how rare is it in Pokemon that they actually try and like teach you anything, I guess. Like, I don't know, that sounds kind of mean, but
I don't disagree.
like, you know what, I'll take a basic tutorial over just like literally random team 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and the game's done.
That is fair. It is really interesting thinking about how the like Gen 1 Pokemon tries to kind of both gently and not so gently tutorialize you with the design of its opening game. I think Yellow is maybe the most obvious example of you're gonna learn or you're gonna suffer, because they knew what they were doing. Brock's the first gym leader in Yellow, And Onyx is not like Onyx's purpose is literally to be a brick wall because his stats are dog water, right? His attack is terrible. His special defense is really bad. His speed is like okay, but he's a wall. His defense stat is stupid. So he's there to teach you, hey, I know you're early in the game, but you need to like learn attacks that aren't fucking scratch and tackle. And if you're playing Pokemon Yellow, you need to get a Pokemon that isn't Pikachu so that you can beat this gym. Because if you try to just throw Pikachu against this gym, it literally just won't work. Unless, if you level Pikachu up enough, I think he learns Karate Chop or something. He learns like a fighting type move, a simple fighting type move, to get you out of your hell. But you have to level him to like level like 15 or 20 or some shit, like really high. To get there, so, you know. Also, first time in PMD that we're seeing an actual bed, I think. Not just like hay on the ground. That's pretty funny.
I think you're right, yeah.
Weird, right?
You're right that Rock is definitely Onyx in particular is like a tutorial mon. There's no question about that. My gripe I've always had with that is, do they ever explain what types are physical and what types are special in the game?
No.
So
like that is definitely one of those
like
things.
That's what they should be probably telling you, right? Because this SPDEF is like 0.
Yeah, it's very low. I think more than that, they probably wanted you to like understand type stuff against Onyx, which again is either a sink or swim kind of proposition. And it depends completely on who you started with. If you started with Charmander like I did, because I liked Charmander as a kid, you'll just suffer, and you won't even really understand totally why. You'll know that fire is not effective against rock, which makes a little bit of like practical sense. But then you're like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, I can't, like, I try using my physical attacks on this guy, he just tanks them like a beast. My fire isn't going to do much to him. And then I just die, because he's super effective against me. But if you picked Squirtle or Bulbasaur, you just use, like, Vine Whip or Bubble, and then you win.
You just click your stab and win.
Yeah. So, it's like, they tried to think about it like you would do a sort of brick wall tutorial boss, but it's a vastly different experience just based on a choice that you had no idea would even influence any of this when the game started. So, not ideal. Certainly not ideal, I agree. I guess we're still just doing shit, huh? Okay, hold on. Before I go out, let me just, what are we trying to build right now? I can build a berries and seeds place, which sounds kind of general, but yeah, why not? Let's build a place. Because for all I know, progress in this game is tied to making shit.
Oddly enough, I think that at least as a kid playing through Pokemon games for the first time, more so than actually teaching you meaningful strategies in the game, because you can get through all Pokemon by just like using one mon and like mashing your stab for the most part.
And your starter basically at that.
And your starter. But what the gyms do show you is like the TM that they give you. They always show that off during the fight. I always thought that was
that is true.
That was a good thing, because it's like they break out a brand new move that you haven't seen before, and it seems OP as shit. Like on the Gen 5 example, the second gym leader, I think that the TM they give you is Retaliate, which is a new move in the game, so you don't know what it happens, but it's just like the ace comes in because it's like right after you kill the last one, and then they click Retaliate, and then they are gonna kill you in one hit with that because it's like whatever it is, like double base power if you use it immediately after a mon dies, and you're just like, what the fuck is this move? Right? Like it makes you interested once you get the TM. I think they're good at that.
Yeah, I think it was the second gym leader, like the normal type one. I think it was them.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember getting bodied, like actually no diffed by that gym for a while. Because it's challenging. We can sell seeds and berries at like an increased price. That's nice. Not like terribly increased, but you know, sure, I'll sell
Same
one
thing with like new mons you haven't seen either. Like I remember like playing through Ruby and Sapphire for the first time, getting no diffed by Norman a couple times because slacking clicks Facade and fucking one hit kills. I'm like, this guy's cracked, but it turns out he's ass. But it's like, you know, it's like when the first time you see it is on the boss.
Exactly.
And it's a threatening version of something you've never seen before. It like you remember that. And it's like I
Yeah.
want to use that on my team. Shit, that's OP.
That is literally the Whitney Miltank effect, like just in
Yes.
free
Yeah,
range,
Miltank's not
basically.
even good. That's such a disheartening thing once you realize that.
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean Miltank's not good? I got absolutely floored by this thing. Because like rollout just sweeps through your whole team if you're not lucky, right? Unless you have like a specific thing to counter it or like interrupt the fighting type Pokemon, whatever. Which like you have to go kind of out of your way depending on which version you're playing to get a fighting type by then. So you're probably stuck with whatever you've got to work with. And if you pick Chikorita first or whatever, stats aren't like super high to just KO Miltank in a turn or two. Yeah, you're probably in trouble. If you pick Cyndaquil, oh god, rollout's super effective. Have fun. I guess we just have to take more jobs. Let's see if I can get some stone slabs this time. There we go. Make a dojo, I guess. The classic boss fight that sucks when you recruit them. Yeah, exactly. That's the JRPG staple when you think about it.
Notice though that we're all talking about early game bosses because it's like, you know, you play Gold, Silver, Crystal for the first time, and you're like, why the fuck is this rollout doing so much damage? And how come this douche can fucking heal itself with milk trait? What do you mean mobs can heal themselves? I can't fucking do that. Right?
Like, I have to use items for that. What the hell?
But then,
they're in like short supply.
By the time you even like get to mid game, it's like it feels like all they can do is just like bump the levels up because they like run out of surprises almost. It's not that the game doesn't have surprises, but it's, you know, all the shit that fan games do all the time, which like I'm not saying all these are good ideas, but like how many weather gyms have there been in actual Pokemon games? Like,
No, that's what I'm saying, right?
has there even been one? I think there's like one fire or sun gym maybe that use fire types or something.
Maybe, yeah. I think it could be something like that. There was well, okay.
Well, there was Gen 8 actually. That fucking the dragon guy with the fucking Flygon Sand team.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that. But that, like you said, Gen 8, right? Like that's as recent as he's not coming back, is he? Hold on. Let me just real quick. I have like a million of these anyways. Yeah, like that was really, like, if you want a taste of what Pokemon gyms could be like if they like gave a shit basically in making the leaders have actual strategies, play Pokemon Stadium 2. Like Pokemon Stadium 1 to a lesser degree, but Stadium 2 absolutely. The gym leaders in that mode do not fuck around. They have actually like themed teams, and they don't just have Pokemon of one type only. They don't limit themselves in that way. So like they can cover type weaknesses. Like Bugsy has like a fucking water type or something in there, and a couple of other things to keep you on your toes. Which, like, you know, they try to pick things still themed around their general motif, so it'll be like a water bug, a Surskit or something, but still, it gives them a little bit more variety to actually counter you with. And there's like this one part where you have to fight a gauntlet of Team Rocket goons, like 4 of them in a row, and each of them have a different actual competitive strategy. The first one uses, I think the first one uses self-destruct strategy on you, where he's got like Voltorbs and shit to blow you up, which is like, it's a pretty rote strategy once you know what they're doing, but it's, you know, you have to actually think about it, or else you're going to find yourself completely out of luck by the end of it.
And self-destructing explosion used to be good back then too. They nerfed the shit out of those moves later on. But...
yeah, they did, because, you know, I mean, they were extremely gimmicky, but the gimmick was really impactful, especially if you're playing a Nuzlocke, you know, have fun, shithead.
Right.
Oh, I don't know, I wanna, okay, yes. Okay. But yeah, so the first guy had self-destruct strategies. The second guy used, like, Toxic Protect, I think.
Oh, what a load of shit.
Yeah, that's what it definitely is a load of shit. But see, the best part, right, here's my favorite thing, is that Pokemon Stadium 2, unlike the mainline games, there's a whole mode, you might have seen people throw him at me, Earl's Pokemon Academy. There's an entire mode dedicated to doing nothing but teaching you Pokemon mechanics, most of which you might never have known about before. And it is a little bit rigid. It's presented in like a classroom environment, but you have little quizzes and stuff to keep it interesting. And there's practical exams. So like after you're done with the regular exams, they'll have like a host of maybe 5 to 6 opponents for you to fight, who will all be using variations on the lesson, and they'll give you like a pre-prepared team so you can see it in action, basically. Like there's this whole lesson about rollout
really
and
cool.
different ways that it works with like minimize and defense curl and stuff, and they prepare a few teams to show you how it works, and like grade your performance and whatever based on how well you execute the lesson. So it's like that exists in that game, so they feel like they can be more upfront, I guess, in how they test you on that in the gym leader battles. So they can do stupid shit like toxic protect or self-destruct. The third rocket member uses weather. So there's like sunny day, Muck has like flamethrower or some shit. And one of the other team members has solar beam. So this is what I'm saying, right? Like that is to me, like, people dick on Stadium 2 for being way too fucking hard in the gym leader mode, which I do get because it's pretty brutal. Especially if you're using rental mons, like a lot of people would be doing. But it's some of the most interesting design I think I've ever seen in mainline Pokemon for the actual teams. And they just never.
You're really
never
selling me
did
on
that shit again.
Stadium 2. I never played that before. I played Stadium 1, but I just assumed Stadium 2 is the same thing. So
I'm
never
telling you,
played
man.
it.
Stadium 1 was like a lot more straightforward in its approach. Like the gym leaders, the worst thing you'd have to deal with is like, oh, Brock is really annoying because I'll learn that instead of Tail Whip, sure. Brock is really annoying because like he has Gen 1 bind, and Gen 1 bind fucking sucks.
Yeah, that fucking garbage design move.
It is so bad, especially in Stadium where everything is so goddamn slow, so like every turn you pass feels like a fucking eternity. But Stadium 2 is like super interesting. I highly recommend anyone who likes these games gives it another try because it is a lot more interesting than I remembered it when I got back to that game to try out. Like a thing got popular with me and my friends at the time, which was Pokemon Speedrunner I Ate Your Pie popularized a format of playing through Stadium 2 with what he called rental randomizer, which basically means like, you know, you have the rentals in the Stadium games instead of actual Pokemon
What
if you don't
Volk's
have
talking
the
about
cartridges
right
in.
now, I think.
That's exactly it, yeah. Yeah, tell him about rental rando, yeah. So, the way this worked is that the rentals in Stadium are fascinating design-wise because they attempted to balance them for competitive use, which means Pokemon's biggest problem, quote-unquote, right, is that there's no reason to use most pre-Evos outside of very specific circumstances, like Clefairy with Eviolite having, like, really good special defense or whatever. There's, like, almost no reason to ever
Riolu.
use. Yeah, exactly. But outside of very small exceptions, the babies are always worse than the evolved forms. Why? Because it's just a general huge stat increase, right? So how did they address this in Stadium to have you, like, use maybe multiple different kinds of Pokemon if they're trying to balance everything? Well, this is where the magic of movesets comes in. Oh, sure, you can have, like...
By the way.
I am, yeah, you're right, sorry. Hold on, let me deal with that. But, yeah, so like, oh, so you have Charizard. Well, that's great. What if I were to tell you that Charizard's best fire move is fucking Fire Spin? And like his only flying type attack is Fly. Meanwhile, right, Charmander over there has fucking, like, Flamethrower.
Okay.
Charmeleon might have, like, Fire Blast, which is, like, really powerful, but the odds on you hitting it get lower, so it's, you know.
Yeah, it's a me move.
They gave Pichu fucking, Volt Cannon or whatever.
Zap Cannon?
They gave Pichu Zap Cannon. And it's... Jesus, you know, like, yeah, it's probably not gonna hit, but if it hits, holy shit. That's gonna do some damage. Or, like, Cute Charm or something? Whatever, like, guaranteed to confuse. So it's like... they got some moves out there for the younger Evos that means there's actually a legitimate reason to use some of them. But in practice, what this means is that a lot of your rentals will, like, have less than optimal moves. and the stats of your rentals will always be lower than the gym leader's versions of those Pokemon, and they also have a curated moveset, unlike you.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
if you're using rentals, prepare to have a very hard time. Why did I even try attacking? Well, he's... Ow. Sorry, Dunsparks. So yeah, the idea with Rental Rando, I guess to circle around to this again finally, is you use a, like, Pokemon team genning website and have it limit itself to only Gen 2 Pokemon, and you just gen a team of 6 Pokemon with that, and then go. And if you ever lose, because if you lose in the gyms are usually like a gauntlet of like 4 trainers, and if you lose, you have to go back and try again from the start. Like if you lose, you have to regen a whole new team of 6 more Pokemon, and you keep doing that until, you know, ideally you at some point win. It's really fucking hard. To the point that most of the Pie's attempts at that would take, like, genuinely, he would be sitting there for, like, 12, 14 hours straight.
Damn. Alright.
Just doing nothing but that. And he only ever cleared a run, I think, maybe either once, maybe at most twice. Because the Elite Four is such garbage. Dude, Koga has fucking double team, like, evasive strats. It is so obnoxious.
Yeah, that's just so unfun.
That's true. Like, that's what he did in Gen 1. It's faithful, I guess, but damn. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I would recommend people try that game out. It's very good. It's on Switch Online, so, you know, no excuse. I mean, there's a lot of excuses, but yeah, it's fine. Who the fuck's putting fire spit on Charizard? Somebody who wants to balance it with Charmeleon. Oh yeah, Zapdos just had Thunder. There, like, some Pokemon did definitely escape the rental moves curse to varying degrees, and had good moves. But also, like, Thunder isn't that great, right? Raichu has Thunder as well. But, like, it's great as long as you hit it. Oh, this is actually... Hang on, let me check that team skills thing from earlier. Oh, I can have both of them on. Well, that's pretty good. These guys are actually kind of giving me the business here, which is weird, because I'm only on the 4th floor of, like, a dungeon I did a long time ago. Maybe it's because of that fighting type V-Wave. Oh, hey. I guess I'll obliterate Petalil now. Yeah, the main hurdle was the rockets, that's true. The rockets are really, really rough. I don't think I ever got past the rockets whenever I did Rental Rando, honestly. And even just getting past things that would otherwise be simple is, like, so fucking hard in that format. Like, Whitney was a nightmare. Even Bugsy could be pretty hard. Morty was awful. Morty had, like, a really specific use of his team that leveraged, Ghost-type immunity to normal attacks.
Okay.
He would have, like, a Stantler that knew Earthquake just in case you brought Ghost to your own. That's kissed by ass. Or, no, that's right, he had the Pseudo-Wudo, the new Earthquake. That's what it was. I think he might have also had a Stantler, but... Like, who brings a water type to a ghost? Yeah, making the rockets actually intimidating is the craziest work that Stadium 2 has ever done, I think. My individual floors in these dungeons feel so long, actually. I don't know why. I guess I'm not holding down B.
Less,
what
totally
the fuck is
straight
that?
hallways. I think is what it is.
Is there just a random cloud of poison standing in my way here?
There's a yellow dot on your minimap. What happens if you try to interact?
Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that is quite descriptive, isn't it? And that's an Excadrill over there? I'm just gonna turn around.
That's a pre-evo.
Oh, is it? Okay. I thought he had the red on him. Okay. It's fine, the stairwell's down here anyways. I'm not gonna find out. Oh. Ah. I thought it was 2 outlaws for a second, but I guess the Archaeops or whatever is just chilling out here. Oh, that's not good. We might be in trouble here, actually. Thunder Wave? It's not ground type, is he? I think he's just rock.
It's just rock, yeah.
Alright, I was cringing. Okay, Spark is still doing some damage here. Let me take your place there so I can actually kill this stupid bird. Oh, what? Dude, your boy... He's in cahoots!
He is.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, wow. He switches just like that. That's
How
crazy.
quickly our loyalties change, eh? Piss off. Got no place on my team for someone who backstabs that quick. I kind of wish I had saved my ult. I forgot that I was doing an outlaw mission. Oh, nice paralyze. What about any orbs that would help you, actually? I mean, well, sure, but... Yeah, sure. Why not? We probably needed the damage, if I'm being honest with you. Wow, nice rollout, dude. Let's
Last week's,
repair.
by the way, that did 50. That is a lot more than the DS games. They buffed those significantly.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I don't remember how much they
50
did.
damage fixed.
Oh,
in
okay,
this
wow.
game.
I mean, yeah, fixed damage is a good place for the seeds to be, I think, generally, because, like, it makes them really effective early game when you most need the help, and then late game when your moves are popping off a lot more, you don't need to crunch on them as much, you know?
Or alternatively, if you're like me, you I know the XP curve, and then you need those to do anything. So either way, it helps.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you know? That makes a lot of sense, actually. This is...
The fetus is indeed trash. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no, yeah. Okay, right. What does the fetus do again? It's like when you get stat downs, you, like, lose stats?
So it's when he drops below half health,
Oh.
all his shit drops.
That's what
because
it is,
he
yeah.
says it's all over.
Damn, dude. Let that be a lesson, I guess. Man, that's a shit ability. Like, why would you ever want that?
Yeah.
Like, what does it do for you?
There's so many like Pokemon hypotheticals. Like, what if they just didn't have that ability? Like, Archeops is definitely one of those. Like, that guy would be a threat if he didn't have that ability.
Oh, it's one of those things where they tried to like balance him out by giving him that ability. Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe there's like is there a kind of thing in Pokemon where you can like reverse stat gains and losses? Maybe you could leverage that. I don't know. Neutralizing gas gaming. Yeah, you could do that. That's true. There is a ability swap or whatever as well, right? You could use that.
Yeah.
Goes under 58% HP. It's so over. Becomes a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Surrenders. Where's the slow start, truant, normalize, and defeatist? Oh yeah, I forgot about normalize. Oh my god, plot.
It's funny because Normalize is like the best ability in this game. And whatever, all those types will just give you more stab.
Makes sense, yeah. Ah, the classic PMD moment where we get assaulted by our dreams. Oh god. It's a good sound effect. Ah yes, the music that will make everybody yell at their screen very loudly. Why was there no personality quiz?
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's a couple times when it's like, I don't know, like this is what I mean when I think like they probably were not paying attention to fan reception, because if they
Yeah.
were, someone would have said like maybe don't use this song here. But whatever.
So, I mean, it is interesting because there are some songs in PMD that carry throughout the entire franchise. Just a few, right? The boss battle theme is one of them, obviously. The Outlaws song is another one, but this is an interesting one.
Kecleon song.
Exactly. Yeah, the Steel Kecleon song, which actually I have not heard yet. by stealing from Kecleon, but we're hopefully never gonna hear that. I don't want that smoke. But this song is really interesting, I think, because this is, you ask any PMD fan, they'll tell you this is the personality quiz song. But the interesting part to me is that
They use
this
it other
is,
places.
yeah, this is used other places. Red Rescue Team uses it during a lot of the dream sequences, I think. And Explorers might even use it during some parts. I don't know. But here they're using it again for kind of the dream sequences, and it always seems to be attached either to the voice in the dreams, or like just anything relating to the human trying to regain their memories to some degree.
Right.
So you could argue this is the theme song of what is the entity in PMD that's responsible for bringing the humans to and fro and shit. There's like, it's implied there's some kind of greater force at work in PMD a lot of the time.
That will be explained later in this game.
Oh, very interesting. Okay. So I'll hold on to that thought for now then. Once again, getting ahead of the notes. I mean, to be fair, Pikachu, you haven't even, like, attempted to ask around about any Muna or Hydreigon or whatever. Or, like, look in any caves, even. I mean, probably not at this point. It's been, like multiple weeks. If the Muna needed help, then I'm sorry, man. You know, that's probably over. Imagine being chased for that long. Crazy. That's why Overwatch teammates throw they have defeatist. 90% of people who play online games will have defeatist. The most natural debuff of all time. Yeah! Why don't we just, like, I don't know, tell Snivy, right?
This is one of those recurring PMD accidental question mark themes of like, just communicate maybe and it solves a lot of your problems.
I find this is true in a lot of, like, this is maybe the most common criticism of a lot of, like, okay, I don't mean this in a mean way, I just have to preface that because I can't find any other word for it. This is the most common critique of a lot of amateur writing, I think, is, this whole problem could have just been solved if the characters actually just sat down and talked about it. Which, like, yeah, is an issue that comes up a lot, because, like, it's easiest to write drama when it's based on misunderstandings, I think. But misunderstandings are the easiest kind of drama to clear up. So you're in this sort of push and pull, I guess, that you need to keep track of, and if you don't, then it leads to, why don't they just sit down and talk about it, comma, for the love of God.
Well, it's tricky though, right? Because people don't do that in real life sometimes. And,
that is also
hey,
true.
Not to center this on myself, right? But of course, people had this conversation about my hack for obvious reasons, because it leads like all the way to 11 into that. But,
that is true.
My argument that I present is, well, you can't say that this type of stuff doesn't happen in real life because, you know, there's the parts where I bait a type of reaction that would reflect something that suggests that the themes of the work are based in reality, and then that's what happened. So I don't know. That's what I tell myself.
I was going to say that, like, it's a thing you have to keep track of, but it's not. I know some people who can't stand. There's like one kind of plot that they hate more than anything else, and it's not the same plot, but it's a similar sort of spin on it. They call it the liar revealed story, where it's like an extended kind of misunderstanding, I guess, where it's like the character in question, like, is hiding something the entire story, and then eventually it has to come to light that, like, oh, they were really a bad person or something, and then they have this, like, forced drama for about an act until everyone gets their shit back together again, and then finishes the story. It's just like gotten predictable at a certain point, but that doesn't mean there's no such thing as a good story that uses that element. My point in bringing this up is it's something you have to keep track of because it's a common critique that can be annoying if there's no reason, right? In Spirit, I always felt like there was a purpose behind it. There was the miscommunication between the MC and the rest of the guild, but like they're scared of them, right? There's like a very clear sort of line between these two elements where like the MC is not interested in understanding these guys, and the guild is like kind of side-eyeing them the whole time. So yeah, there's not going to be a lot of communication there naturally. That makes sense. A lot of elements like that where it's like, okay, there's no communication, but there wouldn't be, and here's why. It's either thematic or it's character specific or, you know, whatever. But here it's like, me and Snivy not only trust each other fully, Snivy already knows I'm a human, so there's no, like, points of hiding information between us. There's, like, literally no reason in the world why I wouldn't say anything. So that's why it's weird. Like, not only would I probably say something, Snivy would probably ask. So it's one of those kinds of things, right? Oh, there's your little mini Geminar, I guess, for the day, right? Remember, it's not about your plot elements, it's about how you use them. Oh boy, I get to rechat again, hold on. But it's probably dead, yeah, sure. Very true. Who would win, an adult conversation or Batman with prep time?
Ooh, good question.
I will never be able to properly convey how much I hate that enigma. Thank you very much. Good God. Also, enigma, who would win, Kevin from Home Alone or the Predator? These are some real questions. It's a very difficult matchup. That's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, I think.
Absolutely. Also, because I'm me, I feel like I need to mention the meta narrative element of doing this because obviously everyone hates, as you described, everyone hates this, and it's like seen by default as hack writing shit until proven otherwise.
Yes.
So the response there is to scream at the screen, why don't you have an adult conversation and communicate? And so, whatever, my thought process there was like, oh, how can we take advantage of this and use that, have that happen at the same time as I'm trying to get people to change their opinions on the MC, I guess.
Yeah.
That's another tool there.
Like, yeah, exactly. You leverage it as a talking point later to be like, hey, by the way, when they do actually sit down and talk about shit, finally, things actually get better. Imagine that. Which, like, you know, that's the quickest way to always dispel, at least I think so, is the quickest way to dispel a lot of, amateur criticism, which I'm also been guilty of before, is for the writer to basically say to the player, hey, we know that's why this is here, here's what we're doing something with it, right? Like, to basically acknowledge that it's there in some respect, I guess. Which I've talked about that before. It's a very difficult balance sometimes to, like, acknowledge a thing is there without feeling like you're being too unsubtle about it. But if you're too subtle about it, then you always have to wonder, like,
right,
well, was it even there to begin with,
that's
right?
the struggle.
Exactly. I'm finding very increasingly quickly that the actual difficult part of writing is not anything about concepts or ideas, but about, the balance of specific elements. Oh, I'm so lucky. Thanks to the PV wave, no PP is necessary. Wait, what? But I used Quick Attack, not Thundershock. Maybe it's just for electric-type Pokemon, and not just for my electric-type moves? Also, there we go. I navigate Dunsparce onto that tile.
That is correct, yeah.
Oh, interesting, okay. So, alright, well, I guess they're just doing their own thing down there, huh? You go, Emolga. Oh, Pursuit. This is also some team synergy with him and, between him and Dunsparce. But well, and it works with the Thunder Wave. You know what? Double Team's a chumps move. Evasive strats are for chumps. No chumps in this household, Emolga. Power of
You
friendship.
have more
go.
honor than I. How the turntables? You're using the honorable strats now.
Imagine honor in PMD. This is war. But yeah, I'll always pretend for a little while. Snappy's. They're just having a flexing contest with each other. I'm gonna interrupt this. Not going anywhere. Oh my god, that damage. But Gem, the angst from the misunderstanding. Oh, will they ever get together? This is like primo love triangle shit, which is also one of the easiest hack writing things you can do. Again, doesn't mean it's bad. However, can you get the fuck back here? Like, how did you even get lost this time? Oh, Snivy. Get together. But like love triangles are so fucking simple to write because it's just literally a period of prolonged agony about will they, won't they. And you just be like, oh, it's getting close. Oh, maybe they're gonna, no, nah. He also watching the first fucking, like, 3 or 4 seasons of Miraculous. If you can endure it. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, thank you.
I feel like this is something you had to have talked about before, Gem, but if so, I forgot.
I'll just go for it.
I feel like you can almost divide a lot of let me think about how I want to say this so that it makes any sense.
By all means.
Let's see. You can divide writing techniques almost into like bucket A is this is something to keep up just casual experiencing intrigue, I guess, and I guess maybe you can define this as meta narrative. I don't know, but like that's bucket A, and then bucket B is a lot of the I don't know how else to describe it, but like how we maybe talk about like this is how writing should be, whatever, talking about how to enhance plot, character, thematic stuff, world building, etc. Right? Because we off stream that one time when we had this discussion about like killing off characters just as a way to make people interested, right? That would be purely bucket A in my instance, right?
Yeah, no, I totally see what you're saying. It's like, it reminds me a lot of, like, it's basically just fast food versus, like, gourmet cooking, right?
Okay.
The fast food approach is something that tastes good, even if it's, like, not actually of good quality or good for you, right? So it's that shit that immediately, like, interests you. Cheap tactics, basically. Things that, like, drag the audience in, but then long-term will leave you, probably feeling like shit for the rest of the day. Like, whenever you have to actually think back on the work, you're like, wow, that actually sucked, but, like, it got me to the end of it, so I guess it worked. You know, shit like that, right? Where you don't even, like, look back on it favorably.
That's kind of a question, right? If it got you to the end, is it bad?
Yes.
That's one I always ask. And you're definitively like, yes, it is.
I'm like, yes, it can be. I have, and I think that, if you take it seriously enough, which not everyone will, I think that fiction can be a force for positivity and negativity to some degree. There are some stories I've gotten to the end of, and I said to myself, I feel like I'm worse off for having experienced that. That's a really rare thing. I think it's only happened to me maybe like 3 or 4 times with stories in my life, but there have been some stories I've experienced where I'm like, I would have like rather not experienced that at all, actually. Wait, what? Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. This is what happens when you don't read prompts, I guess. Oops. I went through 7 fucking floors of a dungeon only to not get the thing that I came there for.
Something reading Yu-Gi-Oh! Player or something.
Storm Drain Muddy Water shenanigans in PMD is strong. I had a great adventure today. No, I didn't. I objectively had a poor adventure. That's what I'm talking about. But like, yeah, I feel like even if you get me to the end of the work, if like the thing that you're saying, the message of the work, the thing in hindsight is bad enough or like harmful enough, I will not have a I'll have a very dim view of what I just experienced, to put it lightly, I suppose. But again, in the way that not all, let me put it this way, bad experiences can be learning experiences too, as you can be like, okay, but whenever I get to the end of a work like that, I'm like, okay, so what did they fuck up here? Sometimes it really is just that the message itself is sour. I've gone on record as saying this, very much apologies to anyone who is a fan of the show, I guess, but, oh, what was it called? Ari Erased was a show I watched back when I was in law school or whatever, and, you know, isekai wish fulfillment stuff is no, like, rare thing, obviously, especially these days, like, the most common kind of fucking thing you can do, but it's like, there's something so deeply depressing to me, so, like, deeply, defeatist, I guess, about a show whose message is, having regrets is correct. You are right to regret the things you fucked up before, because if you had a chance to go back and do them better, your life would objectively improve in every way. What the fuck kind of message is that? Right? Like, I think back on that show, and I like, as soon as I finished it, I was just, like, depressed for a whole, like, day and a half, and I was like, wow, that sucked. Like,
that does suck.
If I had regrets, it was me watching that show.
Damn.
So, you know, the long story short is, don't be like that. I guess. But that's like, the problem with me saying that, I can't use a show like that as some kind of actual fucking practical lesson. Because what is my lesson there? Like, get better themes? Like, that's just me criticizing the thing they wanted to say, you know? That's not, like, a thing I can help people with. I don't think it's a thing I should help people with now. You know, art is something very personal, and not every theme is going to resonate with every person. Even if I don't like it, that doesn't mean that the art is less valid. I can't go around saying that. You know, I guess it's just me furthering the point of, like, getting to the end of a work doesn't mean that the work necessarily did something right. Because there are very cheap tactics you can use to get somebody there. Case in point, Nomura mystery boxes actually might be a much better example of this.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I'm not going to get too deep into that because we'd be here all day, for obvious reasons. Especially the two of us, yeah. But yeah, like, you can get a surprising amount of distance from a simple question like, I don't know, what's in the box? And you gotta get to the end to find out what's in the box, until you realize eventually that even the author doesn't actually know what's in the fucking box. And then it's not so much a mystery as it is just, like, a random-ass plot point, you know? There's, like, I don't know. I don't know if you agree with this or not, but I think there's a, sort of, like... How do I put this? There's something to be said, I guess, about the illusion that the author knows what's going on. That there's, like, a captain at the wheel who
absolutely
knows the answers to the questions you're asking while you're reading through something. The biggest disillusion, I guess, about getting older is that you realize that quite often that's not the case. Like, an author will not actually have answers for all of the questions you could have, and a lot of the time they hadn't even really thought about, hang on, sorry, I have to take a text real quick. A lot of the time they haven't even thought about the implications of certain things you might have thought of. Like, we've already gone through plenty of that, where it's like, oh yeah, mechanically I have no idea how this works in this story, or like, I don't know, like, you know, yeah, I never thought about these two characters interacting before, or stuff like that. Alright, I'm gonna have to use a roll call, for God's sakes. You know, this is what I get for selling my orbs. Wait. Everyone has full HP, I thought? Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna have to chase, Dunsparce down, I guess. Never mind. You know what? Moving on to the next floor. Just don't fuck up into real things. Just be perfect all the time. Don't show weakness. Easy. Somebody very depressed wrote that show. I guarantee you this much.
I was about to say, I think that's the most interesting takeaway from something like that. It's like, what kind of life you have to have, right? Something like that is totally so, like, fundamentally not understandable to me.
Yes.
You know?
Okay, Whirlipede is here. We need to actually find him. I'm keeping it in mind.
Because, you know, if you're making a fucking show, for your example, it's not like you do that in a fucking afternoon. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's like, you're putting a lot of effort into, like, saying specifically that for some reason.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, you think that's very important to you for some reason.
It sucks because I feel always caught between the two ideas of, like, art is about human expression, so there's no such thing as valueless art, as long as it comes from a person. But on the other hand, artists also have a voice, especially if you're making a show that is going to reach a lot of people. And so there's, like, some level of responsibility, it feels almost like, to have, like, a message that has positive merit to it. Maybe that's just me, though. Am I toxically positive? Perhaps, right? I grew up on too much kids' entertainment that was always supposed to have good morals and shit. Maybe, I don't know. But it feels nice to use your voice in art for something positive and uplifting to me. So, I'm always caught between those two things, because, like, if you're going through a depressive spell, and, like, this is genuinely what you think and how you perceive the world, you have every right to make art around that, and I'm sure other people will relate to it. And there's value in that. But, like, damn, is that also a message I want people carrying forward with them through their lives? Like, do we want to pass our depression on to other people? Is that something we're trying to do? So, I don't know. Two different schools of thought on that are at war inside my head currently. Something like I didn't know I'd have to be making 5 androids for this saga. Yeah, that's the Toriyama classic, that's right. What do you mean that Cell wasn't planned out from the start? That's the beauty of DBZ, though, that saga. If you didn't know that piece of fun fact trivia, a lot of that saga reads pretty straightforward, actually. Funny enough. Like, it seems like it was all planned out from the start. I did it again. I did it again. I did it again. I actually fucking did it again. I just thought about it at the start. I even said I would look for him, and I did it again. Okay, you know what? Fuck looking for something useful. We have
here
been
we
on
go.
stream for 3 hours. I am going to just do the easiest, quickest mission. And we're gonna freaking make progress. Oh my god.
Well,
Is
Jem, you could not defeat the power of text boxes today.
Oh my god, reading boss fucking 11 out of 10. Because the problem is that there's always a prompt at the stairwell that asks you if you want to move on, so every time I think that's all that is, and I'm just mashing through it, you know? Oh my god, this is ridiculous. There's a limit on how depressing things should be. Again, I generally think so, but, like, can I deny the value of like, bizarre, terrifying, artistic creations like Fear and Hunger? No. You know, those are things that should get to exist also. But man, it's a lot. Let's just, like, sneak in front entrance here. Look at Berserk in general. Berserk is a good example. There's still positivity in Berserk. Vinland Saga is also an extremely depressing manga for the most part, but it's also got some good stuff in it. You know, Game of Thrones obviously trades on being fucking grim at most times. So, you know, it's a balance. People like darker stories for reasons, obviously. More reflective of reality, they told me. Okay, trendy specs are here. Let's just find them. Let's then not forget this time while in the middle of a over-pompous conversation of some kind.
Jim, you said that with some vigor. I'm not gonna lie. Or
Fool me
so they
once.
tell me.
Or so they tell me, dude. Do I even care about having another max elixir at this point? Sure, it's more valuable than an oranberry.
Sorry, I wasn't being responsive there because I was looking it up. When you mentioned, you know, isn't the value of art to spread the memes that you think are most valuable and find our own way, Jack. I don't think this Jack. He says Raiden, but
The memes, Jack. I think he does actually say Jack.
no,
I just. No, you couldn't make this up if you tried. You couldn't make it up if you tried.
look, no one does this 4 times in a row.
Oh my god, the third try wasn't the charm. I can't believe this. I'm getting so into the conversation every time that I'm literally going on autopilot. I just go to the stairs. I'm literally an AI playing these games, man. Fucking AI Junpei in Persona 3 would be doing a better job of me than navigating these dungeons. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, please continue. Oh my god.
On that topic, because I always need to draw comparisons to music in some way. I think right now, I have been thinking 5 years into the 2020s at this point. I think a strong contender for album of the decade for me right now is Sometimes I Might Be Introvert by Lil Sims. And on that album, she talks about this thing actually quite a bit. Because for her, that was a wrote this during COVID and not sure about my future, so I'm just getting out like how I really feel about the world and
right, yeah.
all this other stuff. And she has an excerpt here where she goes, people are rapping about pieces. People are really dying. Is that what's needed? I can't save your soul. You need Jesus. Tell me, please, why the desperate need to be remembered? Everyone knows about what you've done, how far you've come. I'm guilty. It's a little self-centered. People change when it's about personal gain. I stay in my lane because I'm not done. Give me what I deserve and not speak on the rest. So, you know, that's like the, and it leads into a lot of the other main themes that she brings up on the album as well. But if you are lucky enough to have a platform, why are you just why would you ever use that to shitpost? Basically,
Right.
like you are
Shitpost.
one of the few people in the world that actually have some kind of real social power and the ability to change behaviors. So why are you wasting that?
Right.
It just being braggadocious, which is whatever. That's something that obviously comes up in hip hop a lot, but that's really all across art. If we're being real, like everyone has seen some like obviously fucking self-masturbatory film where the director thinks they're a fucking genius, right? It's the same idea.
It's true. Like it is super true for cases like that, especially, right? Where like art and especially a lot of music is kind of just about, how do I put this? I guess we already talked about the fact that it's about self-expression. Sure, it's about it's also about like trying to sort of propagate ideas. Yes, but I guess that third thing is it's about, I guess, like what people resonate with, right? So like if you're going through an emo phase, you want to hear emo music. It doesn't matter, you know, whether or not it's uplifting or depressing as fuck, or you know, a song about wanting to end it all, right? Like sometimes people just need music to be relatable to what they're currently going through, as a way to like process through their emotions, whether or not it has like a spark of positivity in it or at the end of it. And I guess you could say the same thing about story writing and things like that as well. There's sometimes just like it feels helpful to find somebody who gets it, regardless of whether or not it's actually like helping in any other way. But I also like I always ask this question, which is like, can we do both, right? Can I sneak some nutrition into your junk food, into your comfort food every now and again? I'd like to think the answer is yes, but it's really very difficult to balance that properly.
It's
so.
hard. It's
Yeah.
hard. People that do it should be commended, in my opinion. And that's something
Absolutely,
that we also
yeah.
talked about on stream before. Definitely.
100%. I need to listen to more of those albums, by the way. I've gotten through a little bit of the list you recommended to me. Which, like, it's funny because I got, like, halfway through the Emotion album before reading a comment where somebody said...
Emotion by Carly Rae Jepsen, by the way.
That's right, yes. Yeah, that's right, sorry. I got halfway through before one of the comments said, "It's sad that everyone wrote her off as the Call Me Maybe girl," and I was like, that's her?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even think about it, to be honest with you, until I was like, oh my god, I actually totally hear it. That was quite something, but it's been really good so far, actually. Something to be said for modern pop, which is not a thing that a lot of people listen to unless it's like the one song that escapes the album. Like, I guess in this case, Call Me Maybe.
Yeah, that was off her album before.
Right,
That song was
yeah.
2012, and then the album's 2015, but yeah.
From that long ago? Shit, man. Oh boy, alright, 12 years ago, yeah, that's fine. Anyways, we finally completed a goddamn adventure. You're welcome, Whooper. I've got a really bad reputation with my clients now. Okay, okay. I'm going to guess, maybe, that the story doesn't progress until I get a certain amount of paradise points. Maybe... I can't tell if this is day-based or paradise points-based, being honest with you.
I believe day-based.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Right.
this is
There we go.
something.
This is something. Come with me to Post Town. Another Pokemon's about to crash land and open up a new store. We will! Ooh, a Mirage. Thanks for the quick definitions, Navi. I might be 8 years old.
You do get whiplash like that sometimes. Like, oh yeah, this is a kid's game, huh?
So I guess they might not know what a Mirage is. Yeah, that's weird. It's like one of the most common tropes in like kids cartoons as well was like mirages in the desert. I don't know why. I really wanted to teach people what mirages were at a certain point. And yet not a single show teaches you how to pronounce the word kernel correctly. Ooh, what is that? Wait, really? Oh, yeah, okay, I can kind of see it. What about that looks like in 3D? Hold on. Oh, that's a pretty cool effect in 3D, actually, yeah. Need to clean my screen.
Power of the Nintendo 3DS on display right there, people.
That's right, yeah. I mean, okay, to be fair, yeah, if I do this on the stream, you don't see shit, except the camera angle moves slightly. Ooh. Hey, you do get kind of a faux widescreen effect, though, because you can see some stuff to the left there that you otherwise couldn't see if I didn't have the slider on. Isn't that neat?
That's cool.
Wait a minute, doesn't that mean that technically... Doesn't that mean that you should be able to make a widescreen patch for these games because more is rendered on the screen than is actually showing? Well, anyways.
I guess you're right.
Hadn't thought about that. The Great Glacier, huh? Even the fact that it's a rumor is a rumor. Yeah. You know, they say, and your teacher writes in very annoyed red ink at the bottom, who's they? You know what I mean.
Then after the 29th time they write that, they're like, I'm tired of this They just skip it.
They just don't even care anymore, yeah.
If we have any English teachers in the chat, can you please confirm or deny?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's how that works.
Yeah, let me know how you feel grading a bunch of kids' papers. I'm sure it's a soul-crushing experience. This is the second character who's used the word mysteriosity. This is not a word.
It is now.
Damn, alright, fair enough. I fly over them to get there. Freezing wind pushes you back. Ooh, okay. Even Dunsparce wants to go to the Great Glacier. This guy would fall over dead a mile away from that place.
Alright, do
great.
another side mission today. I
Okay,
think from here onwards, like, the day after is gonna be plot, if I remember right. And then the day after.
A new traveling salesman? Salesman. That's what we're going with? We're going with that? Alright.
What?
Nah,
You don't like the shoehorn pun there?
You know, it just sounds like the kind of thing they would write in Digimon is all I'm trying to say. Also, hey, Chinchina's back. Chinchina was on vacation for the last while, it seems like. Alright, this is, I forgot this is like some Street Pass shit, I think. Maybe? Oh, no, these are the friend gifts that are the... Oh, okay, right, this is the thing that I haven't gotten a chance to... Okay, yeah, enemy Pokemon who have received it will surely be overjoyed and happily be your friend. Okay, so this, I guess, I was going to say an answer to something, but again, that assumes that they were listening to complaints. But it is a solution to the problem of, like, having to just KO enemy Pokemon over and over and over again if you wanted somebody specific. Oh, did Rampardos have a thing for Chinchino? What a plot point. I hope that progresses somewhere eventually. Yeah, alright. Have the dainty box. You don't need to headbutt this one too hard, probably. Alright.
What? Sorry. I can't hear you.
Alright, don't worry about it. There was, like, not really anything exciting in any of that. I have shit to sell now.
So while we're here, here's a another design question for you and chat as well, if anyone has thoughts. So you were talking earlier about how the way Explorers is set up probably feels more cozy in terms of you have to go through Force Cutscene A, Loudred, Force Cutscene B, Catan Wigglytuff. Then you start at the bottom, so you have to go through each floor, and then you leave through the top, and then you go down, and then you go to Crossroads. And then you have the option either just do your mission or go to the rest of town. But it forces you to, like, move around and talk to a lot of people and whatever. And in this game, there's some of that as well. There's less of it. I've always been kind of conflicted on this sort of thing personally because with how many NPCs they have, like how many shops they have in this game, you're starting to get to the point where you're running all over the place talking to different mons, and sometimes I do think, like, couldn't this all just be one menu? but I guess that eliminates a lot of the charm, doesn't it? But
that is true, yeah. It's a shaky line between convenience and like a sort of immersion, I guess, for lack of a better term. But you are right that, like, when you're having to manage a bunch of shit, it leads to a bunch of micromanaging, which is annoying when you have to do it repeatedly, over and over again. Especially in post-game, again, where, like, a lot of the character and the unique dialogue leaves. And if you're doing post-game stuff for the challenge, all you would probably want at that point is just some fucking menus, you know? So I get that. I think actually it's funny because Persona 3, I wish the PMD would take some notes from how Persona kind of does its day-to-day things at times, because this is the perfect kind of franchise where you would want a little bit of like every morning in P3, for the most part, you walk to school, and on the way there, you're like listening to whoever's gossiping at the time and whatever they're talking about. Maybe one of your friends interrupts you at the gate, and then you have a little conversation there. And then you get on with your sort of daily tasks and stuff. That goes a really long way into making you look forward to the start of each day to a certain degree, right? Just little conversations now and again. Like, if the partner and player had like a little bit more to talk about day to day, even if it was just like nothing of extreme substance, but like something, you know, it would help a lot to like lubricate the moments between plot points, I think. I'm just gonna ignore whatever seed that is.
It's a good point. It's in some spots there's a lot of flavor text in these games, and in other spots, it's like weirdly absent.
Yeah.
Now you mentioned that.
Like, it is, you know, when you walk around and talk to the townsfolk, it puts a lot of that power in your hands, I guess, right? You walk around and talk to people, and they typically have stuff to say about whatever is currently going on plot-wise, which is nice, again. Like, even Chinchino had something to say about the Mirage, which is good. But it would be nice to have more of that be, like, more present, you know, I guess? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, here we go. Alright, well, it's time to sit through this. 40 things... facility. Here we go. V-Wheel! I miss it already. I'm gonna have to actually. It's gonna be one of the new sub doors probably. The following is an announcement from Happy. What? Really? Wait, what? What do you mean the team members you leave behind in Paradise? Huh? Alright, thanks, Happy. I can now transfer my consciousness. That's very good to know. Some next-level guild amenities. Companion mode. Alright. Okay, well, off they go. I mean, a little bit, I guess. Hey, yo! We're playing as the best character! Enjoy a completely separate adventure? What? Is this like the side stories from Explorers?
Not really.
Oh, damn. They got my hopes up. Do I just get to do missions as these guys instead? Is that all it is?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, there's nothing like, no extra dialogue or special... Does it progress the plot?
I don't think it does. That's, yeah.
Christ, alright. Well, damn, I was they almost had me, dude. So close.
It's a cool idea, though. You know,
It is a good idea.
Add that onto the list of, like, what an interesting little feature they're trying out in this game. There's
it is true,
yeah.
I mean, would I rather be able to just swap to different party members while in a dungeon?
Yes.
Probably, yeah. They would eventually get that in DX. But, you know, I guess they were thinking about it kind of back then. At least now I can play as the other characters, which is cool. Again, shows a focus on the supporting cast this time that simply was not there in the other games. Unless you argue, I mean, okay. If I'm cynical, I would say that the extra stories in Explorers are just a better version of this. Because at least there's actually a story around those characters. That's just theirs, which is nice. And this is like, you know, you can play as Imolga, but also there's no reason to play as Imolga. Kind of a thing. But,
yeah.
Yeah. I think the only side stories worth writing home about in Explorers were probably, like... I mean, no, that's not true, because there were some good side stories in Explorers,
The Igglybuff one.
I mean, the Igglybuff one is actually, yeah. Like, the Igglybuff one's really good. I'm one of maybe like 10 people who will go to bat for the Bidoof side story. If only because I find the juxtaposition of playing as like a completely extremely normal dude like Bidoof, and they gave him a fucking final boss. Spoilers, I guess, for Bidoof's side story in Explorers of Sky, so plug your ears, I guess, for a second. But they gave him a final boss of Jirachi, so you have to fight a legendary Pokemon
Yeah,
as somebody who's
bullshit fight.
completely outmatched, right? Which I found really interesting, I guess. And yeah, it also teaches you in Mystery Dungeon to be resourceful, because if you take that fight head on, you have literally no hope. They are not shy about letting you know that. So, I don't know, I kind of like that angle. I thought it was fun. Most RPGs you play as chosen one character, so it's nice getting to play as, like, a normal dude and see what their day is like, I guess, to a certain degree. Especially dealing with some of the nonsense they have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that one. I like the Igglybuff one. Of course, the Grovyle and Dusknoir one is, like, basically just part of the main story, you know? Again.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about this earlier. So you weren't aware that some people don't like that. We'll see
right?
if there's plot in the morning, and if not, I'll get it.
Okay, because I'm genuinely curious, right? Because, like, that... It feels like it's more of the stuff that people like about Explorers. Like, why wouldn't you want it? I'm so curious. Order of Ecclesia be like... Oh, there is plot, okay. Ooh.
Showing off the power of the Nintendo 3DS.
I was gonna say, yeah. We had to do that through a series of 2D images in Explorers, not so much here anymore. The help wasn't a big purple void thing that time. Interesting. Also, yeah, hi, Taco. And yes, Ecclesia be like, oh my god. I have to tell you, like, whenever I get around to shoving Ecclesia onto you, Max, that the last time I played that game on stream, I had a, like, 20-minute yap session about a fucking single song and its placement in that game. It's gonna be a good time. Yeah, Kuma Ecclesia mentioned, Pog. Oh, I wonder if we're gonna actually talk about it this time. Okay, well, there you go. It was just kind of inconvenient before, I guess. Alright. Fair enough. I'll be honest, okay, you know what? Alright, maybe I take it back slightly, because I think that is also itself relatable in a way, right? Like, you don't want to trauma dump to your friends every time a mild inconvenience in your life happens. So, like, whatever. It's easier not to bring it up, you know? I'll just say I'm having a good day and whatever. I'll deal with it. That's relatable.
Yes, but Jem, you don't give them the benefit of the doubt because you are experiencing the meta-narrative effect of my spidey senses detect hack writing. That therefore that overwrites realistic.
It is really true,
behavior.
actually. No, it is really true. Because I talked to Max about this. This is like the one excuse in writing I hate more than any other excuse in writing, which is like, it's realistic. I'm just writing real life. And, you know, say it with me. Real life is written badly. Oftentimes not a good excuse. However, right, sometimes it can be. I love that Snipey has just as much insight on this topic as I do, which is to say literally none at all. Unless, I guess we didn't think about the fact that telepathy could exist as a concept. Which I guess makes sense. Not really a lot of actual ESP in real life. Snappy's got a good career in dream therapy after this.
To this day, I get shit for that.
It's funny. I was for the first time. I wasn't even trying to invoke that. I can't believe anyone would give you shit about that, man. Ain't no way. I'm so mad. I'm gonna fight them myself.
No. So at the uh, so stream, if this may have been just an offline discussion, haven't said it, but oh, never mind. Let's get through this first.
Okay, yeah. The plot is happening again.
Plot, yeah.
So witness me. You are witness, Tonka. Bye, Paliper. You just drop that shit on the floor. We're not got a mailbox. Uncivilized. Another notice from Happy. Even though Happy kind of apparently telepathically communicated with me yesterday, they gotta send letters now. You know, Snappy, I don't know how to break this to you. I like look back towards the house. It's just a fucking hole in the front. The windows are just holes. Like, what do you lock? What? All right, so I'm experiencing the reverse meta-narrative effect now, where I'm like trusting these guys to cook too hard, and I'm thinking to myself, that's a pretty common, like, I guess you could say, symptom that people talk about when they feel like they live in a place that is unsafe or untrustworthy, is that they quote have to keep their doors locked, right?
Yes.
So
Exactly.
I don't know. Interesting food for thought.
I agree. I think that's on purpose as well.
Okay. Okay.
That.
Even if, you know, it doesn't make a lot of practical sense with how they design their houses, but that's fine. Get the picture to the Entralink stat. Entralink? Why does that sound familiar? Senora. Oh, right, yeah. My bill. He put it on his tab. Wow, great.
Quagsire Dine and Dasher confirmed.
Dine and Stroller. Oh, here come the excuses. All right, his back is good enough to waterboard people, but it isn't good enough to fucking walk to the inn. All right, man. Oh, shit. I don't even... Like, do I have to confront the idea that Quagsire even has bones? Look at it. Alright, whatever. He probably pulled a muscle or something. Yeah.
Okay, so...
Anyway, let's continue.
Dream therapy. We had the concept that I talked to you about of... Damn it, it's just gonna be another scene.
Is it good? Did I literally just walk into another scene? I guess no one's here. Shit. Like, they had so much time with no scenes. Nobody even dares to go outside, huh?
Oh, yeah, this is about to be a pretty big scene, actually.
Interesting.
So
Banger scene.
Tell
you what,
let's wait
actually,
till after that.
Oh, I'm not allowed to. Okay, I was gonna be like, oh, I'll just organize my items. No, okay, all right, fine. I guess we literally have to do this. All right, fine. Oh, I can't actually organize my items there. I've got 40, but like, okay, can I? There. How many? Holy sh! Well, I'm not losing in any dungeons at this rate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reviver seeds. Wait, what? Wait, what? What do you mean levels up? Like, actually, though? Like, is it just a rare candy?
It's a rare candy.
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, I didn't know they made those for this. All right. Blinker seed makes them blind. Okay, that's...
Okay, I don't want to put this off because this story is actually not that important.
Yeah, just...
I don't want to hype it up too much. So during development, we had this this concept we would talk about over, like, we would write a scene, and then it would be like, if if the most uncharitable, the term we used was cinema sins type mf'er, were to try and poke the most uncharitable hole possible in this scene, what would they say, and what is our retort to that, right?
Uh-huh.
So that in this case, we're talking about uh, Spinda has a background in dream therapy, right? We were
Right.
like, oh, the Cinema Sins asshole is trademark. Will say that doesn't make sense, and then the actually response is, look at Spinda's learn set, and you will find that Dream Eater is in fact a move that Spinda can learn. So suck my dick, motherfucker.
That
I guess I know more than you, dumbass.
We just talked about this recently, but there is perhaps no more satisfying feeling than catching the player in the middle of their thought process with some shit they did not think about about why it's well constructed. Actually, that is incredible. I genuinely never even until the commentary. I never looked up Spinda's learn set. Like nobody knows Spinda can use Dream Eater because nobody fucking uses Spinda. Like who's gonna? That's a weird piece of trivia.
Exactly.
But I also never questioned it at all. I was just like that's in the hack, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's really like a nice, charming bit of world building. Like, yeah, of course, like Spinda bummed around before opening the cafe and fucking did some dream therapy. Like that's great, actually. I love that. I didn't question it. But I love that there was something there just in case somebody did question it. That's that good shit, man. That's how you know you're dealing with some well thought out writing. I guess Swan is still in business at least, but I guess it's because all the other businesses are outdoors operations. I don't mean to, like, decry whatever construction these places were built with, but I'm just saying, in the Pokemon world, being inside a house is not going to save you from very much. Ow. Like, these fuckers can huff and puff and blow down basically anything. Like, Charizard shows up, it's over.
Something 1 million lions.
They have a billion lions versus all the Pokemon, exactly. My headcanon with regards to Pokemon is that the trees in the Pokemon world are actually, they evolved especially flame retardant to, like, deal with living in a world with these creatures. Because otherwise, no tree would last more than fucking 10 seconds. Well, you know, I couldn't tell from, like, I don't know, the whole game up until now. That's crazy. That is a Unova reason. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's the Unova thing. I remember now. Yeah, it's the black and white Interlink thing. That's right. Man, they did lean hard into, like, the dream stuff in Gen 5, too, so, yeah.
They did.
Swan is saying the quiet part loud now. Oh, it's the theme. The other one.
Indeed.
Speaking of recurring music. Things we also have to assume the Pokemon world inhabitants are just built different. I mean, yeah, to some degree that's just going to be true. Unless you mean, like, what, Pokemon World Lions? Well, there wouldn't be Pokemon World Lions is the problem, I guess.
The lions thing doesn't make a lot of sense, even talking about dumb shit like the lion ladder or the lion boat. I mean, that pissed me off. You can arrange the lions however you want. There's, like, at least 50 mons that solo the lions no matter how you fucking slice them up.
That is true.
Like, it's ridiculous. And you're talking about all the mons, literally no chance at all.
The lion ladder is fucking hysterical. That's extremely funny. I don't know why. I'm just so tickled by that. So this is a common thing in every PMD game, right? The human is only ever called in, typically, when there's some kind of calamity worth averting. So we didn't know what the calamity was in this game right now, but the way everyone's talking, the Rainbows of Hope disappearing are the portend of a calamity.
Exactly right.
Hmm. Oh, but this is an interesting dialogue. What are we supposed to do with some silly feeling, this vague feeling of dread? Hmm. Well, that wasn't very cheery. Oh, that's an interesting sentence. Hmm. Savvy seems to just be built different, if I'm being honest with you. Like, actually just obliviously, hashtag toxic positivity. Yeah, that's right. If you smile, things always turn out better.
Yeah, very interesting scene, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be another side mission, so I'll just talk about my stuff during that.
Fair enough. Yeah, that, like... Again, I can't help but read too much into this, with respect to where this game was... Don't see me. Wait. Oh, I did give the money back. Okay, good. Thought I didn't forget.
Yeah, you did.
But there's this, like... Again, the sense of, like, Japanese community, is very much a thing, obviously, and the idea of, like, everyone be positive, stay in your lane, don't bring up problems, don't talk about problems, or else, like, you'll spread the problems.
Right.
I can't help but see that in some of this writing, especially
Yes.
this 90s attitude. Which is really interesting. Not a topic that gets brought up too much, in a kid's game like this, I don't think, really. Which I'm going to be saying a lot about GTI, probably. I've reached the point where I've given up. I was trying to do a lot of interesting missions before, but screwing up that many in a row, I'm like, all right, we're just taking whatever's fastest, you know. Yeah, don't shake the boat, Chef, exactly.
You were fundamentally broken.
That's right. No, they got me.
That was the third time in a row that turned into anger.
Yeah, the third time I was like, I can't keep getting away with it. Play me like a damn fiddle. I have to be right back, actually, a second. I have to go grab something real quick, so if you're going to get into... Well, I guess I should be here for that. It's just going to take me a second. I'll be right back.
Chat, his glasses are crooked right now. Taco says, going by lore of the Pokemon Stomp, but going by game mechanics, apparently the Lions win. Now, I'm gonna need that one explained. What are we saying? The Lions are fucking normal type, or what are we doing here? Are they using fucking tackle?
Okay, I'm back. Assuming the Lions have scratch, bite, and tackle. First of all, how the fuck did you not give the Lions roar? And secondly, this is the stupidest shit I ever heard. Oh my god.
Who's to say the Lions don't have just like one base stats and everything? I guess would be my response to that.
That's a good question too. The humans in Pokemon, importantly, are never statted because they never fight. I was going to say maybe for obvious reasons, but yeah, maybe for obvious reasons. That is a concept I've always found interesting that Pokemon will obviously never actually play with, though. Like, Pokemon is inherently extremely centered on the creatures because it's a fucking... First of all, it's a Japanese anime concept, which means that everything in their world has to revolve around whatever their concept is. So,
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon exists, so of course the whole world revolves around Pokemon. But it does make you think, at least it makes me think sometimes, like, how the humans of the Pokemon world are kind of keeping up with everything, without just using Pokemon for literally fucking everything they do, right? Like Pokemon centers, these big elaborate institutions that exist all over the place, but we don't really see a lot of human hospitals, do we? Like every now and again, I think you might, but it's like pretty rare. And the same goes for a lot of like human-focused institutions. It almost feels like the world has kind of forgotten about the human element of things, and they're so focused on these creatures. So I often think about like if like humans had to operate without Pokemon, what kind of technology would they have? How would they exist in this world in a way that doesn't endanger them at all times? It's an extra sort of yeah, aspect that doesn't get explored too frequently. The opposite of Mystery Dungeon. To oops all humans. Oh, for fuck's sakes, what is this, man? Alright, one criticism I'm going to at least understand about GTI now is maybe its dungeon design.
Yeah.
What is this, man? How is it capable of producing shit like this? This is the first dungeon.
It is. No, it's very strange.
Ain't no way, man. I've seen more sensible Tartarus layouts. Okay, well, you know, that's great. Where the it's gotta only be... Right, it has to be down from this, like, circuit
You
breaker
had to
room
have
here.
not fully... Yeah.
Alright, excellent.
That's what it is, though.
It does look like a fucking breadboard, almost. Humans don't get sick, and if they do, hey, over-the-counter meds are easily obtainable. Well, but they're all for fucking Pokemon. This is what I mean, man. Like, the Pokemon Marts and the Pokemon Centers are all, like, free healthcare, quote-unquote. But it's just for your Pokemon. It's not for you.
Great job.
Great job.
Well, you got through that quicker than I thought. I realized I forgot to talk about that.
Oh,
That's
shit.
okay.
Yeah, I
will
talked over the whole thing. Oops. What cruel god designed this thing?
Asking
Like, I'm sorry, man.
questions.
You're just like 4 shapes in Blender. I'm so sorry. What if the meds also work on people? Unfortunately, well, okay. All right, I was gonna make a paralysis joke, and then I realized that actually that's like a thing that that's like a real obvious neurological. Look, all right, not. Let me. No, all right. I'm just gonna stop talking now. I was gonna be like, oh, burn now. I guess they're all real human status effects too. Just to let you know, that guy around here is still around here.
As indeed what that was.
Great.
Actually, that's not what that was, but that'll be explained.
Yeah, I'm sure that moon isn't currently being killed. Whatever, it's fine.
One of the the things about how you mentioned like PMD really likes its dreams and dream sequences, talking to you in dreams and whatever. And you know, I mean obviously because of the ROM hack and whatever and other stuff, it's like, you know, I kind of get it, right? Because it's dreams are kind of this wonderful thing where like it's hard for someone to actually you about your world building because there's actually very little we know about how dreams work in real life, right? It's a very like underdeveloped underdeveloped what do I want to say, like, set of knowledge that we have
Yeah,
verified
exactly.
relative to many other fields. So you can take some creative liberties in
Mm.
that respect.
That's true of a lot of like psychological things, I guess, right?
Yeah.
The things that exist only in the mind are viewed kind of as the closest sort of like, I guess, gate we have to the spiritual, if you want to think about it like that.
Yes.
So dreams
Absolutely.
specifically are that like that bridge between reality and the spiritual for a lot of people. Because it's the, I guess it's the only time in your life where reality becomes unreality for a period of time. So I guess it's the prime place for that. Even though it has a very real, regular explanation too. Oh, it's Levany. Levany?
I think Lee Vanny, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know me in pronunciation, so I'm always wrong. So I lose the 50-50 there every
yeah,
time.
you're right. I feel that. Hmm. So PMD is only just starting right now, which is curious, right? Because Red Rescue Team, you show up and immediately Butterfree lost your kid. So as soon as someone loses
Yeah.
their kid, that's when PMD starts. So we just got here early. Does Azurill and Drowsy count as someone losing their kid?
That I thought that's what you're alluding to. Yeah.
It's gotta be, yeah, of course. Because what else would that be in Explorers? And then in Super, we are the kids who get lost.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious now. I wonder if anything's actually wrong. Is paranoia happening?
These are the questions you should be thinking of right now, Jim.
In Flora Forest. Rare things, you say. I'm on it. You know, there's enough of us we could just split the party between, like, Breezy Meadows, and yeah, it's fine.
No.
No. Anyone left behind, let's search around
That's
here.
kind of what I've just said there, I guess.
I mean, kind of, but like, you know, what do you mean around here? Like, you just walk around town in circles? We know he's not here. Can I build anything else, I'm wondering?
You know, Lee Vanny's got me thinking, like, PMD doesn't have many, just outright stated parent characters, does it?
No, not really. In fact, actually, yeah, there's the Butterfree from the first game.
Yeah.
Levany here. I mean, they ran into kind of a tone problem with the whole parent thing when you can do rescue objectives and they say, thank you so much. Please take this egg for your trouble.
Right.
Oftentimes those even hatch into the same kind of Pokemon. Like, I don't know what's going on over here,
Yeah,
man.
world building questions.
Lawless, orphan-filled world, PMD. It is true that Shredder talk about their parents, right? In Super, they talk more about that,
You've got
actually.
Nuzleaf and, what's his name? Caracosta.
That's true. Although Nuzleaf is, adoptive.
True, yeah.
Obviously. And yeah, Terracosta and the partner, who I guess is also adoptive.
Also adopted.
Well, not necessarily, unless they say it outright, because in Pokemon it's the male determines moves, female determines species. I think. So, you know, it doesn't have to be adoptive, necessarily.
You've got, and explores Azumarill is an off-screen parent because Meryl and Azrael are trying to bring food to her.
Oh, okay. I did not remember that. I thought
That's
they
the
were
whole
just
reason why they go to the Kecleon shop to find
Ah.
animals.
I thought they were just siblings. I mean, they are, but you know,
Yeah.
I forgot there was more to that. Okay. Anyways, his landscaping skills have gone up. That's great. What do you mean tickets? What? How much more gotcha can we stuff into this fucking game? Come on, man. All right, give me a scratcher. Come on, Oranberry times 2.
Oh, that's not a good start.
Unfortunate. Oh.
Okay,
Alright.
okay. We're so back.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay.
All right.
One
I
more.
love gambling. All right.
Oh,
I only
never
got 3
mind.
scratches. Okay. Wow, they were in all the corners. Great.
Insane.
At least we won something. Radar orb. I want to go to the grocery store right away and buy some fucking Mega Ball tickets. Thanks, PMD. Fucking hell. Female also determines Pokeball. What? That's a thing. That's exceptionally funny. Okay, so what do I have to do right now? I guess we're fine. I guess I can just go do whatever the next task is. Oh, wait, that's right. We're doing something specific today.
Yep.
Oops, sorry. This is the same mindset that caused me to just run to the stairs. So, do we just hand a ticket into the... No, I guess I just go across the way to the fountain.
The autopilot effect is very strong in D&D. You can just lose a lot of time doing dungeon crawling.
It is very true.
Passively thinking about it. It's set up in such a way where you get in the flow state very quickly.
Yes, they do that on purpose, but it also sometimes can be detrimental. Why did they zoom in on these flowers?
You will find out later. Just keep that in mind.
Fascinating, okay.
Okay. So stuff I had written from that scene a while ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you go into Swan's Inn, Herdier's quote there says, Crivens, and all because the rainbows of hope do not appear these days. I'll be the first to admit, and I and all the good folk here in Post Town, well, we've been finding it a mite hard to hold on to the hope since the rainbows left us. And I think kind of the question that the game wants you to ask is, but why? And then he explains later on that he thinks is a keyword, rainbows disappearing is a bad omen. So it's something that people have internalized. That, well, I guess you've already talked about this before, Jem, or we discussed it on stream in the collective, but it's just a accepted thought of like, well, the rainbows aren't here, so how am I going to feel hope, right? So when everyone sees that the rainbows aren't there, then that's immediate, huge fucking red flag, air raid siren goes off. Like, holy shit, it's so Jover, right? That's what they're saying. I think there's a lot of analogies you could draw over, like, if you have this, like, your basis for should I feel hopeful right now or not is something that is externalized instead of internalized. What happens if, especially that outside influence is something that you don't have any control over? Is this something that is sustainable? And is it wise to think that way? And you know, the other angle that I thought first, but the more I think, I kind of don't know entirely if this is what they intended. But you can definitely draw an analogy to the Rainbows of Hope being almost like a kind of distraction, I guess. Like I liken it to a sort of like hedonism that the town is able to ascribe to. Like, if this thing that is not within me is still present, then I am able to internalize that things are good
Yes.
without having that be like built into me. I
right.
suppose. And then you can tie that into how people get addicted to certain like cheap dopamine releases and blah blah blah. But that was my first takeaway initially, and like I said, the more I think about this game, I don't know if that's exactly what they were going for, but food for thought.
I was gonna say, it's an interesting angle on that, though, right? Because that's also a very real effect of, like, in times of Great Depression or strife, people will turn to outside things to, like, get away, obviously. So if that disappears, then it's more like you're just left with the ugly world in front of you than it is
Right.
that things have actually gotten worse. What the... Okay. I think I'm starting to understand, maybe? 'Cause I can see the flowers outside of the areas going to each thing here, right? But I went into the area with the flowers that matched the first flowers outside, but it brought me to red flowers next. So maybe it's telling me that I was making progress and that now I should go into the red flower area?
I believe
Okay.
you're correct.
4th floor? Okay, alright. I think it actually is working. Hooray. Gold bar. Wow, I just left this lying around. Nice. We happy few, actually, yes, that does deal with that particular issue. Taco. I haven't thought about that game in a while. Can you just...
Haven't played that one.
Can you just, like, go away? Thank you. So many stat boosts, man. Turns take forever. No. No, not a minimizing Litwick. No, he's gonna confuse Raimi. Snivy, do something. Use Razor Leaf. No. Alright, great. Okay. You've got to be kidding me, right?
That's because that game was bad. Understandable.
Yeah, it's true, yeah. It was an interesting idea. They had a lot of trailers and stuff that they were running through marketing, but it just did not work out. You breed safari balls out of things if you want, that's crazy. Are you okay. Can the conga line please go away? I'm just trying to get by here, man. It's ridiculous.
The conga line is an integral part, yeah.
It is true though, yeah. Like the longer you take to fight enemies, the more time they have to build up in front of you.
You know, alternatively, it's kind of a core, you know, I don't want to unironically use the word advanced technique and PMD in the same sentence, but I'm going to. It is an AT to avoid the conga line, because it's like worst case scenario, basically.
It is true. I just, like... This is ridiculous, man. There's like 5 of them in a row here. Just let me get through my narrow hallway, please. I just want to get through. Yeah, I think that there's like, the cool thing about the use of the Rainbows of Hope as an analogy is that there are like several different ways you could go about thinking about what they represent and how they're being used. The most boring of which is the way that everybody interpreted them, which is that it's literal. That's like an actual worst case scenario for this game's plot and writing, I think, and definitely not what they intended.
Right. See, there's moments in this game where I mean, that's a perfect example of this, where it's the question that was presented at the start of this was like, why did people like the target audience for this game really strongly not like it when it came out, but then they turn around on it? I mean, I think there's so many of those types of things that add up where the most baseline interpretation is the most boring, and so that's what gets across.
Yeah,
you
that's like the
know?
immediate takeaway, right? Oh, rainbows of hope are rainbows that bring hope, and without them, bad things happen. Okay. Like, even then, it's clearly trying to do some kind of analysis of how cultures and societies react when distrust is like rampant among the people. But yeah, it's definitely the weakest way you can possibly look at that. A red gem isn't just an apple. Hmm. Are they heavy breathing like the predator? Oh my god. Well,
Hard cut to black.
yeah, hard cut to black. Oh man, we gotta hurry up. Oh look, hurrying up. But more flower puzzles. They didn't show me. Yo, I'll take that. They didn't show me any other flowers, I don't think, in that last floor though. It's the only problem. Maybe I'm just supposed to kind of process of elimination the pattern now? So I went through black flowers, red flowers, the only one left would be the gold flowers, right? Oh, but is there even an exit with the gold flowers this time? Hmm. I don't think so. I think it's just either red or black. Oh no. Well, red was the correct answer last time, but it didn't show me other flowers. I'll take the black ones? Or, well, this is more like a blue, I guess. Oh, son of a...
Unlucky.
Okay. So... Was there a way for me to see that coming, or am I playing Mario Maker Pick a Door?
I'm trying to figure that out too. I've only been like half paying attention to the dungeon.
Yeah, fair.
I'll see if I can figure it out. It might just be go red every time.
Maybe, yeah. Could be that simple. I'm not sure what the telegraph that would be. Also, I really don't like this. Here's the conga line. There's like 4 Pokemon up here, man. And I'm gonna get sucked to death at this rate.
Gotta know when to sub out.
That is true.
And reposition and all that good stuff.
I think I could just probably brute force through this. Okay. Hey, we love static. God, Pikachu's busted in every PvP game.
Pikachu's real good, yeah.
The Pikachu favoritism, man. Mascot favoritism. Ow. Oh, that's not good. Well...
Don't worry, Frozen isn't even
Okay.
bad in PMD. It's like, I don't know what they were cooking. Because it's like not even bad to be Frozen, because you can't take damage. So...
Oh, you can't take damage? That sounds pretty nice, okay. One of the older Final Fantasy games has an extremely brutal status condition in Petrify, which I think in some of them it's just like you count as effectively dead when you're stoned. But
yeah,
there's one, I think like Final Fantasy IX does it so that like if you're petrified and you take a single physical attack of any kind, you just immediately shatter and die.
Oh, fuck that.
So, you know, don't be petrified, dummy. Can you, like, go away? Can you please go away? Thank you. My god. Speaking of brute force... Oh, boy. color at the start stays correct all the way up. But the funny part is, at the very start, we saw those indigo flowers when we first entered the dungeon. Oh, what the... Raid! Multi-stream drifting, what is up? Andrew Ace, welcome in! I need to get the shout out. Actually, Taco. Oh, you know what? No, it's fine, I got it. Ace Gaming YP, there we go. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you so much for the follow, Epic Dip, welcome in. Reham Hop for the follow, welcome to Clubhouse, etc. Hope you're all doing good. What were you streaming, Andrew? How does the train drift, anyways? Well, I mean, you saw it, right? you like run the train purposefully off the tracks, so that you go onto the next track instead, and then you multi-track drift. Doing Sonic Colors, let's go. The remaster or the original? That's right. Yes, the correct flower pick changes if you get it wrong. Oh, is that what's going on here? I see.
Yeah, so it would have been indigo the first time then, but then
But
you went back to 1F and then changed to red. Yeah, okay.
Okay, now I understand. All right. It really is that simple, I guess. Yo, Shadow. Welcome in. In that case, go play the Sora mod, then. People love the Sora mod for KH2. It was really popular, actually. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? The autopilot effect is very strong indeed. Yeah, we're here with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity. This is my first time playing through the game. We're doing an analysis of the themes and characters and story. An often very overlooked aspect of this game that does not get enough credit from what I'm understanding.
Some would say an underrated gem.
Some might say an underrated gem. Some might call it a classic. May or may not be being played through.
Yeah!
Ah! That's marketing, baby. And yes, whoever pinned that, we are indeed raising money for charity right now. For able gamers, we are closing in on our multiple goals thanks to some very generous jackasses throughout the day. You can see our stretch goals on display right there. We've already met 700, now we've met 800, so we'll get a viewer's choice Geminar. That means you, the people at home, get to vote for what the next talk will be. I'll be posting a poll on Discord in the coming weeks as I decide what topic that's going to be. I still have a Geminar yet to do, so this is going to have to be done by the end of next year, but it might be a little while off. Personally, I think this is the weakest in the series, mostly because the other games have a high standard. That is what most people will say, is that GTI is only the weakest by proxy. Most people are like, oh, well, GTI is still a really good game, it's just that, you know, Mystery Dungeon is, like, a really high caliber of quality. Which, like, I feel that, right?
Now, what you gotta realize, Jen, however, is that if you go back even 5 years, people wouldn't even say that. They'd be like, this game's total fucking trash. I can't believe they release it. And now it's turned into, well, it's not that bad. It's just not as good as the other PMDs. Give it 5 years from now, everyone else is going to be saying what I'm saying.
I was gonna say, yeah, Max is very GTI pilled, and to be honest, it's been winning me over so far. Like, there are certain elements now I'm starting to, like, I was nothing but positivity in the first stream. Now I'm like, okay, there are some things I can see holding it back. Like, this done.
You just got through the grindiest part of the game by far. Yes.
That is true. I guess maybe that's, like, my only... And to be fair, it's, like, there to let you acclimate to all the new stuff they're throwing at you, like the V-Wheel!
Oh,
God. And, you know, other sensational elements that you need to contest with. So, like, it's only... It felt grindy, I guess, mostly for the purposes of, like, doing a stream series like this, where it's like, okay, when are we gonna get to something new? But if I was actually engaging with all the elements and taking it at face value, I'd probably be singing a different tune, because it would have taken me a while to actually acclimate to all that shit. And that's probably why they gave you that gap. But yeah, it is a lot to go without interesting stuff happening. And yeah, some of the dungeon design, in terms of, like, the actual dungeon layouts...
it is not great.
yeah, led to some very comical results so far on stream already. Like, already, what is this room? Not looking forward to seeing how this resolves. Why do I keep trying to Thundershock Swan? It doesn't work.
Okay, Taco.
Yeah, so the Legend of Zelda
Here we
series like
go.
that, though. That's bad entries, and one of them's the original Ocarina of Time. I can't believe who permitted this conversation? Surely not me. Oh, we have the team attack now. Good. I'll be sure to use it on the next Pokemon that annoys me. Yeah, okay, so anyways,
Yeah, right here.
yeah, let me just, wait, where'd it go?
You're paralyzed, I guess.
Oh, you, Urge to kill rising. Annihilate. Yeah, I think the starting Pokemon roster being a weakness of this game is totally understandable. Like, that is correct to be upset about that.
It is.
I really don't know why it was that limited, honestly. I'm still not sure why. Like, maybe there was some kind of thing from on high, like, look, we need to push Gen 5, like, right now. So we need to make sure that the Gen 5 Pokemon are, like, the stars of the show here.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was at least part of it, right?
It's almost certainly just... I would think it's less that, but it's more of an effect of the decks being small. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but we're already having repeat enemies in dungeons. And that's
That
gonna
is
keep
true.
happening.
Well, ordinarily
So
I
they
feel like, oh,
just-
that's like a Gen 5 thing, but like, not everyone here is from Gen 5. Like,
That's
Emolga's
right.
Gen 4.
It's mostly Gen 5, but yeah,
I
it's not
think.
just the Gen 5 decks.
That's right. Okay, Gen 3 is Pachirisu. Gen 4, I'm pretty sure is Emolga. Gen 5 was, unless Gen 5 was Emolga, I don't know.
Yeah, Amolga's Gen 5.
Oh, shit, okay, so Emolga is Gen 5. That's weird. See, it feels weird to me for some reason, I don't know why. But, okay, but like, yeah, Dunsparce, obviously, Gen 2. I don't know what Pokemon they would have used for someone being useless in Gen 5, to be honest with you. Insert odd no joke here, I guess. Fuck you, I love odd. What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh,
E.
a red Keygate.
Do you still have that
In
in your inventory?
Shit, I must have put it in the box.
Ah.
Biggest problem with
bummer.
running out of stuff. Damn. Gonna find out what's back there one of these days. Doop. No, Dunsparce is great. In this game, especially. Again, like,
And
all
Dunsparce, for what his role is in the story, they could not have picked a better mod.
Yeah, I would agree with that, right? Like, when you think of, like loser Pokemon, for lack of a better term, like, what comes to mind is, like Sunkern,
yeah.
Bidoof, like, Ledian, I guess. And yeah, Dunsparce. Gen 2 had a lot of them, actually. Gen 2 had a lot of garbage. Unfortunately. Which is a shame, because I really like a lot of the Gen 2 mons, including Ledian, but he just, can't do anything. Emolga's Gen 5, Pachirisu's Gen 4. Oh, damn, okay. So I guess Gen 3 really was just Minun and Plusle. I thought for some reason they had another one. They double-dipped. Yeah, Dunsparce is a winner in my heart. They gave him the Dunsparce, I guess. You can do another OOT random race if you want. Don't tempt me. I might do more OOT at some point. That game is fun in spite of its whack bullshit. Which it has a fair little bit of. But yeah, like, what I was gonna say about... Oh, also, hi, Ginkgo. What I was going to say about... oh, and do something. Distracting myself. What I was going to say about this game is that, like, I think that there are a lot of aspects you can claim the other games are better at, but, like, I'm increasingly, at least from what I've played right now, I'd probably still put this over Red Blue Rescue Team. I hate to make it sound like I'm down on Red Blue, as, like, the weakest game in the franchise, because it does so much that's, like, so important for the rest of this thing to even exist at all, right? So many games will copy what Red Blue did. Even the fucking like
Yeah.
main theme of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon exists
Yes.
in like all of these games to some degree. And like the battle against Rayquaza theme in Red Blue gets repurposed as the battle against every legendary in every other game, which means the fucking like whether they meant to or not, the Fugitives theme song is in every single game. Because the Fugitives leitmotif is used in that Rayquaza song before they repurposed it. I don't know if they thought about it or not, but my point is, Red Blue does a lot of important shit. But that game is written very simply with extremely simple characters that don't do a whole hell of a lot. The most interesting thing in that game is Gengar. Uh, and like it's all right, like it's pretty good, and the ending is a good tearjerker, and the Fugitives runaway thing is nice, but it all reads as something that you would enjoy a lot more when you're younger than when you're older. I think Gates to Infinity so far has been the opposite of that. I'm enjoying it a lot more with age now than I probably would have if I played this when I was younger.
I'm definitely more charitable to original Rescue Team than you are, but that's because I was 8 years old when when I played that game and other reasons. So it was fucking mind blowing
It helps a lot.
at that age. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I do legitimately think some things hold up, but yes, I understand the criticisms.
Yeah. Man, I think about Red Blue Rescue Team and I think about all the good shit, and then I think about fucking Absol. Then I think about Absol, man. There are a lot of ways in which Red Blue holds up, but I think, like, again,
Yeah.
Red Blue to me is not a bad game by any means, by any stretch. It's just that, I guess for me, in terms of the totem pole of PMD games that I can enjoy now, it probably would find itself on the bottom. Just because, like, damn, everything else is coming out swinging to some degree or another, right? Games could be more fun
Society,
actually.
if they kept rescue teams world building emphasis up in the games that followed, it's that utopia picture.
Yeah, the utopia thing. Honestly, I think that is one of the most valid things that Red Blue has going for it, is that its attempt at its world building is pretty fucking strong. It's some of the strongest that it
Yes.
gets. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
I
They stand on the
I
shoulder of giants.
I remember still, and honestly, to this day, I still think this. Like the first time I played Explorers, because I liked Rescue Team so much, I was like, yeah, but you're not going to elaborate on the ruined lab, though, or like any of that, or the how about the moral conundrum of do I choose to be on isekai or come back, or no, none of that. Okay.
Yeah, they just
As a
completely
kid,
go
that
and do their own
bothered me,
thing.
and now it still kind of bothers me because because the rest of the series followed the Explorers formula to an extent, but whatever. I digress.
You're not wrong, actually. Red Blue was definitely doing its own thing in that regard. So maybe my actual problem is that Red Blue is weak when I examine it by the standards of the later Rescue Team games, instead of what it was trying to do. Maybe that's the issue. Swadloon got to leave with the red stone in spite of being ambushed by whatever the hell.
Gets a noggin jogging.
Gets the noggin jogging. That's right. You know what? Fuck you on Isekai's you by summoning another truck. The Mew under the truck this time comes for you. That does make me think, actually. Sometimes I think about the legendaries they have yet to use in PMD. Because they haven't gone through all of them yet.
Assuming you mean through Gen 6, because...
Well, okay, I guess what I mean more specifically is, Okay, when I say use, I don't mean they have them sit in a fucking dungeon somewhere in post-game.
Oh, that's like almost all of them they don't use.
No, well, surely I know that Super Mystery Dungeon has like a lot more presence to like a lot of the legendaries because apparently that's like a big climax thing at some point. But even then, I don't think they use even like a fucking third of them. Yo, Bean,
No.
hi.
Definitely not.
So yeah, I think about like, oh, like Genesect has never been in a Mystery Dungeon game. Wouldn't that be a fascinating tool to use for something?
Sure would be, huh?
Which I may or may not have already told Max about. But like also, like what? Mewtwo's never showed up before? Maybe for obvious reasons. Because the implications of Mewtwo being
Only
here would be kind of
post-game,
funny.
But yeah.
Post game, okay, yeah. Mew also, for that regard, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't really speak on it because I haven't actually fucking finished any of these games. Post Explorers, so. And don't tell anyone, but I never finished Explorers myself either. Is there an isekai where the protag can willingly jump back and forth between the two worlds by getting run over by a truck? Not by getting run over by a truck. But in Inuyasha.
Summon another truck.
That does sound like a hilarious Ranma 1/2 take. But no, in Inuyasha, Kagome could actually jump back and forth between her world and the isekai world. There's probably tons of other examples too. Like, you know, Narnia. One of the original isekais. It's nice, huh? Having family and friends like that. Alright, I'm gonna bring it up, I guess. And I'm sorry if this is in your notes.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well,
Pet peeve alert?
first of all, I think that this sentence is funny considering where Snivy, our friend, actually is right now, but that's neither here nor there. No, what I was actually gonna bring up is, they said, so Snivy said, like, it's nice that friends and family can, like, having them in times where you can't trust anyone else is nice. This is, again, right, one of the other sort of, like, symptoms of, a sort of, like, generalized distrust in society is people tend to focus inward very quickly on their immediate contacts because they feel like those are the people they can trust because they know them well. So when you retreat from society, people like insulate themselves in small communities, usually made out of their friends and family.
Right.
And sometimes a little bit more than that, but usually not much. Which is like a type of coping mechanism, actually, though. Like the ability to kind of be in a position where you feel like you can trust the people around you again, because you know you can't get that from the outside world anymore. So once again, these guys are cooking.
Jim, you're gonna really like the next scene.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is the Wizard of Oz an isekai, or is it was all a dream
Oh
situation?
my
It can be
God.
both. It can be both.
Is this the world's oldest version of a hot dog and sandwich? Is it with him hot and isekai?
The world's old. Saying that the world's oldest version of something involves an isekai is upsetting me. I feel you, man. The V waves have been shit lately. I am punching Victini in the face tomorrow. Damn, that's a pretty great question, actually. Interesting. Oh, what the fucking fuck? How dare you disturb my peace? I'm trying to take in the scene, Taco. Editor, cut that out of the pot. I am so sorry to ruin this scene, but all I can think about is the fucking Explorers meme where it's like, hey, can you sleep? Yes, good night.
Good night.
Or no, I can't sleep, but like, well, I can.
I can. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Okay. And it's not over yet, alright. No, wait, I want to talk about it.
I want to hear what you have to say first, actually.
Oh,
because
okay.
I have 15 paragraphs, obviously. But
I want to hear them all. But alright, I'll oh yeah, first, I guess.
before you walk outside, because that's
Yes, I will not walk outside this time. This is really interesting to me, because you never really get this vibe from the partner from the very start of the game, even that they were like more closed off or reserved. Because
this is the only time I'm gonna interrupt you, I swear. This is a plot twist. I think, like, definitionally, this is a plot twist. But keep going.
Well, I'm just curious, like, what changed for Snivy upon seeing us specifically, right? Because, like, if your thought process is that nobody is genuine, and there's no point in trying to form relationships with people who are all lip service, then why would Snivy, like, tackle this with such enthusiasm immediately upon meeting us? What is it specifically about us that changed their mind?
So, it's because... Now, this is where, again, like, I have a great deal of respect for this game, for, like, specifically the word usage that they do and whatever, because they actually spelled this out extremely early in the game. It is, so what's going on right here? Okay. I've so much written around, I gotta jump around my notes. So, the quote there was, I wanted them, referring to friends, but I couldn't make any. The relationships between Pokemon just aren't very good in this world. If we could just get along a little better, but everyone's so quick to pick fights. Even Pokemon, who seem like friends on the surface, really aren't. No one says what they mean. It's all just lies and lip service. I can't live like that. That's why I never had any friends up until now. I was probably no different from Virizion now that I think about it. More about that later, by the way. But you know, at least I never stopped looking, not just for some superficial lines, but for someone I could trust with the real me, a true friend. I thought about how great it'd be to actually do something real with that kind of friend. Like making this kind of paradise, and that's why every day here is so much fun for me. Thank you, player. I hope these days will continue. So, like, big text dump, but if you break this into chunks, it actually does explain a lot. So, very beginning of the game, basically what's going on is, in that quote, they say, well, I never stopped looking. So, the implication there is that they have a short tolerance for trying to find the type of person that they would want to be around, right? And this is where this gets interesting, because one of the first things that happens in this game is partner finds you, flats on the ground. Are you okay? What's going on? And then you say, I fell from the sky and I'm a human.
Oh, yeah.
So, what happens here is the partner is immediately... We talked about how it seems a little abnormal that they just instantly believe you, and they're acting so kind and open-minded. It's because in this situation, what they're actually saying is like, "Holy shit, I found someone who isn't corrupted by the world yet." Is actually what they're saying. So, it's God. There's so much going on here. Like earlier in the game, there's like questions that you guys were asking, like, isn't it weird that okay. I'm bouncing around so much. This scene's so good. So, keep in mind, before they meet you, right? What were they doing? They were going to buy the land from Quagsire, and they didn't have a house, but they were gonna buy it anyways. They just happened to meet you. That was just like an extremely lucky break for them. So what were they going to do? Like he says, like Virizion, he was going to try and live in isolation, essentially, because Saibie and Virizion do have really so much in common. That's going to be something that gets brought up the rest of the game, honestly. But it's like similar to Virizion. It's living in isolation and not engaging is something that is like a sort of harm reduction technique, because they feel through whatever experiences, that's something that is easier for them. And it's also mentioned, though, that unlike this is where they're different from Virizion, right? Because Virizion says friends don't exist. Snivy says friends do exist, but I just don't think that with the way that things are in the world nowadays, take a shot, right? In the world nowadays, it's just hard to find a good one. So what the partner does with you at the start of the game, and assumedly a lot of people, is you have your theory overly positive exterior, which we see all the time, that you've been commenting on the whole time. And what you've been saying, your interpretation actually might be right now that I think about it, but different from mine, because you kept saying, like, is the idea that Snivy is supposed to be a toxic optimist? No, I think it's that they're actually masking. And that's not how they actually feel.
Interesting.
Because you see this sometimes, like early on, at the first time you get the post town with Quagsire mentions, like, does a tour of Post Town. Oh, here's all the things we got here. We have the flowing water that people come here for. Oh yeah, and then Mon's fight in the middle of town. Sometimes that happens too. And then the partner has a comment too, and he's like, "Why is he's like irritated? He's like, every Pokemon nowadays has to have some kind of problem with each other. I hate it." Or that's not exactly what they say.
It's something like that. Yeah.
Something along those lines. And it seems kind of weird, because that's the first negative thing they say all game. And then you realize that they're trying to rebuild all the town facilities, basically, on a plot of land that's like 5 feet to the right, just so they don't have to interact with anyone in town, because he has so little faith in them. And there's there's actually so much to it, but it all right. Let me actually go back to looking at my notes. I think I covered a lot of what I was saying in that thing there. What else do I have? Okay, the partner never had anyone close in their life and desperately wanted. You can see how this ties in with adopting a very agreeable persona when encountering others, even if it conflicted with their true feelings on the world. People that behave this way for long periods of time tend to keep more to themselves because of an innate lack of confidence in making close friends, which is the reason for adopting such a masking type of persona in the first place. Notice again, what they say specifically in that scene is they want to be around someone that they can act like themselves with. They feel like they can't do that because they have to mask.
Right.
So, but by doing this, obviously, the irony is that you're self-sabotaging, because it's like the partner's also actually the problem here, right? Because they are masking, acting in self-defense in such a way, you are that is something that stems from to bring home that Virizion comparison again, a lack of faith in the ability to actually make real friends, however you would define that. So again, the reason why the player was there is actually just a stroke of luck, because it's someone with no existing preconceptions of the world and someone that has not adopted the existing social norms of Post Town, which, as we see throughout the game, this distrust is a sort of cycle that kind of compounds onto itself and just kind of progressively makes things shittier until someone breaks the prisoner's dilemma, as you've been wording it. And so it's you that starts to turn things around for them. And now we realize, Jem, what's actually going on, if you want to bring up the graphic again.
Yes. And
if you scroll down to that fourth one here, what I think is going on here is that actually your partner is reliant on you. Is what's going on. Now, this is an interesting trope commentary here, because this is kind of the quiet part out loud that comes out in GTI, which is what I really love, because this is there in the first two PMD games. If you think about a lot of the subtext of what's going on, but in a very literal sense here, I'm telling you, it sticks out like a sore thumb in a game with so many dynamic characters in it. So much of what the partner does is entirely centered around you. And this is going to become more obvious throughout the game, where, like, you're still the only one that they really open up to. You're the one that they really trust. You are the foundation for them having some kind of, like, actual faith in the world and not just, like, saying about it out loud. And it's a fucking... Can you get any more direct than this? It is the humans who will save us all from our own created horrors, whatever, is the thing that is going on here. So, yeah. This is right now, this is kind of this is... How do I want to say this? The way the partner describes paradise, right? This is their ultimate goal. With all this in mind, what paradise really is, as you were just saying right before this, scene, an escapism fantasy that is centered around isolating with only the good ones and fucking off from the world. That is their utopia, quite literally.
That's interesting.
So, you know, it's the underlying fabric underneath that is, if you aren't there, the entire thing crumbles. So please don't leave me. Please, I need you. Which, spoiler, that's gonna come up later in the game. So there we have it. There's our 2 out of 5 relationships we have right now. Dunsparce and Volga we talked about last stream, and then this is kind of what player partner is. It's very one-sided in an odd way that they will draw more emphasis to than I think really any other PMD game as we go further on. But yeah,
that is so fascinating. Actually, I genuinely did not think about it until now, but it is literally like Snively's entire MO thus far has been talking about wanting to make the world a better place, but Paradise isn't really that, is it? It's trying to make a place better than the world, rather than trying to make the world a better place. That's crazy. I genuinely never thought about that. That is so cool. And especially like the idea that Snivy is not like... Snivy isn't friends with anyone because nobody can be genuine. Everyone is all lies and lip service. So I've said this a lot tonight, and it seems to just keep being correct, so I guess I'll just keep saying it. But this is also another common criticism about Japanese social culture, is that it's very people are very nice, very kind, surface level, but it's extremely difficult to ever like make a friend underneath surface level because people are very reserved about their true feelings and true opinions about topics because again, don't want to make waves, right? So you keep up the veneer of positivity at all times. And that's why drinking events are so popular because it like breaks down that initial wall of like social norms to get you to like some semblance of a person underneath all of that. Like a fear of being genuine, I guess, right? Because genuine means possibly negative. um but Snively's doing kind of the exact same thing that he's saying he hopes other people won't do, which is like the opposite of what I initially read the partner as being, right? That breaking of the prisoner's dilemma thing I was reading as like Snivy acts the way he wants the world to be, right? So it's like if I don't do this, no one's ever gonna do it. If I don't believe in it, no one's ever gonna believe in it. That's what I thought it was at first. But with that on display, it's almost backwards. It's like Snivy is. He says everyone's all lip service and lies, but he's doing the same thing.
But he is. Yeah.
So how can you ever expect to make a genuine connection with people if you aren't willing to be genuine first, right? uh, even if he's partially just fooling himself, it's still just, you know, the same kind of problem that you're looping yourself back into. That is a really interesting flaw to give a character like this that I was not expecting. Goddamn. All right. Anyways, more scenes are happening. He is here.
Just a reminder, this is a fucking Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game.
Yeah, sorry.
With
Oops,
this
yeah.
character in it.
Yeah, you know, we just had to had to peel back from that for a second. How do you know he's the suspicious Pokemon then? Does he just look suspicious? Are we just racist now? Like, what are our standards here? Okay, well then how do you know then? Were there pictures?
To answer your question,
Okay.
they are pretty actively racist in like every PM. game.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, all right, you know. To be fair though. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it's in like all of them, yeah. Except I don't know, man. People gave way too much wiggle room to Team Meanies in that first game. They registered with that name and everything, and everyone was like, yeah, I don't know, these guys are trusted members of the community. Why can my brain actually take all this in easily, but not algebra? Because, soft science and writing is more interesting than math. Sorry, Mel, take that. Yeah, you do that. Everything Amolga says sounds at least passive-aggressive.
Emolga as a character only works because of those portraits.
They're so effective at all times.
The one where he's puffing his chest out carries so much, it's actually ridiculous.
Oh, it's really, yeah, no, it's extremely true. like worryingly true. Oh my god. Somebody please finish me off with this inventory management, man. I'm gonna crack the box open at Rampardos once I'm done with plot stuff, I guess. We can go to Breezy Meadows and Tempting Path. Well, it is tempting, but, you know. Dark type is literally called evil in Japanese, it's true. I kind of prefer the theming of dark than evil type. I think that's kind of silly. Personally. Wow, how polite. Oh, it's Umbreon! Oh, shit. Okay, they might be racist. Stop being so ridiculous and put down that I-beam!
Yeah, Swano's badass.
Damn, who dropped this here? Oh, that's crazy. I'm just, put that down there. You, the people at home, can keep track of that for just a couple of seconds here as we go through this scene. What if he's just pretending to be hurt and then he ambushes us all in our sleep? Oot. Hey, remember that thing that I just said and that Snivy just said yesterday about, like, only being able to trust people close to you in a world where you can't trust people?
I sure do.
Like, in a hypothetical reality where everybody had their own community and everyone looked after their own community, it would be a perfect solution. But we don't really live in that world, and probably never will, so, you know, sometimes communities have to go outside of themselves. Oh, but Virizion knows him. Alright, yeah, that's fine. I'm pretty sure, yeah. If you, as long as you pay enough money and stay at the inn overnight, all your wounds get healed. Hey, about that world building thing, by the way. The idea of a dungeon researcher is definitely new. Nothing to worry about.
Purdy is just not real, man.
It can't be. Ah, yes. Espeon or whatever.
I love Pokemon Coliseum.
I also love Pokemon Coliseum. The Umbreon-Espeon pairing is, legendary. Funny enough, there were actually, there were shorts that were released on the eShop, for Super Mystery Dungeon. Little, like, short video things that were, like, little skits involving the different Pokemon. One of which involved Umbreon and Espeon. But I didn't know they were characters in Super, is the weird thing. But, it was pretty good. Need to find those later. Assuming they still exist now that the eShop is down forever.
Right. Someone had to have archived it.
Yeah, surely it's on YouTube. Alright, so I'm going to assume that it's side job day now.
It is.
I kind of want to get some impressions from the other Pokemon. The eShop is lost media now. To some degree, yeah. Oh, another traveling salesman. They keep saying that. I don't know where they are. Everybody kind of turned around on this pretty quick, actually, all things considered. Okay, alright, this guy's...
Yeah, fuck Ryan.
That wasn't the deal now, was it? Or maybe someone just jumped to conclusions. Hey, Rampardos, I got a box for you open. Wow, this relationship subplot really is progressing. alright, well, how did he know? I've been called out once again. Take my glittery box. Who is wrong with you? Gem, I've got something that might interest you. Oh, is that so? I've learned self-control. I need this very badly. A revolutionary team skill for me. Oh, okay, that actually is pretty good, though. I like that quite a lot.
Very good.
Does Chinchito have anything to say about Rampardos? Probably not.
No.
Oh yeah, no, she's oblivious. Very good. I'm the box buster. A hollow rare base set Raichu card. Ooh. That sounds sick. Alright, yeah, more request time. Oh boy. Okay, throw my shit in the, well, add Kecleon, I guess. Don't sell all, though.
Bean said it before I could.
When he busts my Pokemon. Thanks, Bean. Well done. This is like the most useless orb. I'm just gonna use it in the next dungeon. Sell all my status crap. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. I want one of those, then. Sell all that stuff, though. God, I get, like, no money for that, but I just want the items out of my inventory, you know? Alright, most revolutionary thing a PMD game could do, if they ever released another one, stack items. If items stacked, inventory management would be so much easier. Maybe too easy, I don't know.
You know what's weird? They do that in Super, but only for some items. It's like they
what?
use it as a way to balance it. Like some things don't stack.
I guess that makes sense that they would use it as a balancing element, honestly, because that seems to be the design intention, I guess. Okay, so Emolga has nothing to say about this. That's fine. But unintentionally recreating the eggnog song this one. Excuse me? Yeah, I realized it was about the self-control ability. What the fuck is the eggnog song? 90% of people need the self-control ability. Yeah, it's true. If self-control was easy, we wouldn't be creatures.
True. Man, I'm just thinking again about that partner scene, because that shit's so good.
Right?
Like, I've said this a bunch of times already, of like, this is a moment when I realized this game was good. But like, that to me, once I pieced that all together, which I think I didn't piece it together until maybe like an hour or two after this. But then I'm like, I need to rewatch this scene. And then I did. I'm like, this game's crazy. What?
Yeah, that's like, again, so like both specific and also explanatory about everything from before this. Like, it really does, like it's generic to say, but it really does actually bring a lot together at like a pretty important time too in the game's story here, it seems like. Go away. How did I lose somebody? How? Emolga? Oh my god.
And
alright, I'll catch
it,
around the other way.
It brings up the question, though, because what this game does, like with all the other party members, right? Like, Emolga is, like, extremely full of himself, but that's not framed as, I guess, like, a pure negative, or at least to say there are positive outcomes that come out of that bad coping mechanism that he has, and, you know, such and so forth for all the other characters. And it's inverted, I guess, for the partner, because we already know what the positive side of it is from the whole rest of the game.
Yeah.
But it's dropping the twist on you. Like, oh, you thought this was just a Mary Sue character. Well, let me tell you what, buddy.
Even PMD happy-go-lucky partners have problems too. I do adore that. And by the way, Enigma, yeah, like I said, my link policy in chat is you post at your own risk. So feel free to post any links, but if I don't like them, then bad things happen. This Raichu is apparently $45. Goddamn! There was a hollow foil, like, full art Raichu I was eyeing on Amazon that's also like 40 bucks. I was like, ah, I just can't justify that for one card. Ooh, sparkly. Oh! I guess sparkling floors are not always good things. At the risk of being called cringe, I will check it out later, Enigma. It's a YouTube link, so I'm not gonna, like, intensely scrutinize it. For chat safety, it's fine. Oh, hello, found him. I was looking for stairs again, Max. I want to let you know I was looking for stairs again, and I'm so glad I didn't find them. Oh my god.
Old habits die hard.
Oh boy, if I did that a fourth time in the stream, I would have just had to end stream right then and there and be like, alright, no, we're cooked, it's over. GG.
I have unfortunately been embarrassed into submission.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, that Vaporeon model, you can tell that they're not going to be used for anything in the game. Why is their tail just always in that specific, like, orientation? That looks normal, probably. Yeah, no, it's fine.
That jingle's really good.
I agree. Alright.
I imagine that's gotta be something where, like, you have to get so excited internally when, like, you're messing around with SFX for however long, and then you come up with, like, do-do-do-do, and then you're like, oh, that's fucking it right there.
Yes. We hit it. It's
yes.
The best part is if you design that the first time, you're like, all right, the whole franchise can use the same fucking thing. We're not even gonna bother updating it. It's perfect. Okay, good. All right, plot is happening again. I was wondering how many more days. Oh, okay. What are we, the orderlies? Like, we have to just force him back into bed now. Why didn't you call Quagsire for that? Mans would just have to look at him, apparently. Girder, just put the I-beam down on him. You know? Good luck moving through that. Like, why do they keep coming to get us like we're the town mayor suddenly? Ah, yes, my favorite narrative device. Alright, let me explain everything, fade to black. Everyone reacts and then repeats some key points of the thing back at them. Great. Uh-huh.
I love that. Such a time saver. Hey, Explorers of the Sphere playing.
I'm happy I don't think I've had to use that particular plot device yet. Haven't yet had a reason to. Oh no, I might actually. Ah, shit, okay, never mind, I might not be safe. Yeah. So just a vague someone attacked them. We don't know what Pokemon.
Right.
Cards? Oh boy, I love Chain of Memories. Ow. Thank you. Enter cards. You actually did beat me with a rat. Congratulations. How did you know? Even he's saying Mysteriosity. Now I give up, alright? He hasn't even been exposed to us saying that yet, and he's doing it for...
Willing a word into existence.
Yeah, it is happening now. It's a perfectly cromulent word. Thanks to Mysteriosity. So Mysteriosity is the general mystery dungeon-ness. I suppose. Mystery dungeon power. I'm glad this game seems to be trying to delve very slightly more into how mystery dungeons work. Not to any meaningful capacity, but enough that you think that you understand more about
fucking
them.
nothing.
Man. Exactly.
Like, this is what I was saying about, like... This is what I was missing in Explorers, Gem.
Yeah, I feel that, actually, though. Damn, everyone fell asleep.
Yeah, great moment, by the way.
Anyone else hear some nerd bullshit?
Yeah, this part pissed me off because I'm like, oh, please tell me more about the technical world building of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. And these assholes are sleeping through it. Like, come on, man.
Like, they're the players, right? They think they're the players, at least. Like, yeah, no one gives a shit about... Like, you imagine the writer was in their own head at this point about, like,
yeah,
alright,
absolutely.
Nobody cares about this shit. I'm just gonna have to make a joke about it and move on. This game really hit us with the lamp shading. They love the lamp shading.
They do like it a lot, yeah.
Mileage may vary about whether or not you like it, but I've been charmed by it so far. I was gonna say, they better not make me play a sliding panel game with these things. I was gonna say, it's a Magna Gate, right? So...
It is.
Okay, why did we unlock Magna Gates on the main menu before this happened? It's a good question, right?
So, it's kind of a spoilery answer.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I can't believe there are actually... If there's an explanation, I will shut up and wait.
Okay.
But I'm just stunned that there actually is one. Unlocking is too much coding, Gem. I suppose so. Crafting enter cards to the ley lines we want to read. Oh, interesting. Some serious ley lines, not that kiddie kindergarten ley line bullshit they teach you in preschool.
Real.
Yeah, I need the other two cards, of course. And Espeon has the other two cards. Let me guess.
She does.
Yep. Like the two keys you have to turn for the nuclear launch on the submarine.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Always be paranoid. ABP, baby.
the pause after that line is so good.
It's like, yeah, all right, man. I was going to say, it's weird that they didn't chase down Umbreon before he got to the village, because he's been hanging on the outskirts for a while. And also, there was that scene with Swadloon inside the dungeon, far away from town. So they had plenty of opportunities to get this guy.
So you are like 60% there, but you're missing some key details.
Interesting. Leave it to us. We'll go. Oh, there aren't even words. I thought he said those aren't even words. I was about to laugh and be like, no, that's what mysteriosity was earlier. It can't ever be like, I don't know, the frolicking forest. Or like breezy meadow. Nah, it's always got to be the crags of lament. All right, that's fine. Oh, that's true for always be. Not this time, Enigma. All right. ABP always be punching. Fallen, I'm very glad you have an Umbreon emote just for this. Only just noticed I'm still wearing my scarf. I've been wearing it for 3 hours after getting home. Damn. That sounds cozy.
So something to keep in the back of your mind, Jim. In that scene, you pointed out like, oh, Magnet Gate. That's what I made with my Nintendo 3DS back-facing camera, which is correct.
It sure is.
You also entered that when you started the game. So,
oh, I suppose that is true, isn't it?
Yes.
I suppose that is true. Oh, hey, gold bar exchange.
These things may be connected. This world is connected.
I do understand. I do know nothing, so also I can understand nothing. Oh, yeah. But exchange for items. Hold. Let's see here. What the fuck? Tough flag. Limber flag? Flags?
I think those are hold items.
Interesting.
Mine the keys is pretty interesting, and TMs, obviously, those are good.
Insane TMs, too. Yeah.
The Reviver Seed is kind of a noob trap here, but, you know, take that with a grain of salt for me, because you've played through mine before. So you know how I feel about Reviver Seeds.
Right, yeah. Oh, so, okay, the flags are like reverse held items. They affect the Pokemon next to you, but not you. That's fascinating, actually. Kind of want to hold on to my gold bars now, hearing that.
While you're doing this, some stuff about Umbreon.
Yes,
That's our introduction to him. We're gonna be seeing a lot of Umbreon for the rest of the game. I think he's I don't want to spoil everything yet, but definitely a very interesting character that, like, this game keeps surprising you by, like, taking angles with characters that you wouldn't think that they would. I guess like the specific types of ways that they explore the theme are I don't know, always keeps you on your toes. But anyways,
it's true.
So Umbreon shows up. I guess kind of the main, like, character building takeaways, like, first of all, he tries to give the overly technical explanation, everyone falls asleep, and it's like, oh, okay. Before then, there was the I need to leave my hospital bed and get out of here immediately and try and save Espeon. Then everyone's just like, what are you doing? This will be elaborated on. But, you know, even within that scene, I guess their commentary on that type of thing was, Brazion brings up in that scene, like, why don't we just do that instead of you? And then Umbreon's response to that is not like, oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? That's a good idea. It's that he is surprised, is his reaction if you pay attention to that.
Yep.
It's like, he's like, oh, I didn't think that you would actually do that. Like, that wasn't even like a thought.
Right.
Like, he doesn't ask or anything. So there you go. That's your first impression of him. It doesn't say a lot, but it does also.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Like knowing what comes later.
You get some more world building. What's interesting to me also is, like, if Umbreon was that gung-ho about going to help Espeon, how the hell did he find his way all the way over here first? Before trying to go back, I guess. Unless he was, like, looking for help from somebody. But like you said, it doesn't really sound like he realistically expected anything like that to begin with, so that's
correct.
Surprising. If not interesting. There we go.
So how he explained it in that scene was they were both being chased, so they were both just trying to get away. So he was just trying to get rid of the... to stop being tailed, basically.
Okay.
Before he did anything.
I see,
like,
okay.
If I get captured or whatever and I have the card stolen from me, then it's all over. So
Okay.
that can't happen.
Right.
And so then the heat was lost, and that's like, okay, now I need to find her.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. There we go. Yeah, because I guess, like, I'd be like, oh, you could just, like, leave the cards with somebody, but there's no way you trust anybody with those cards. Not in this world. Oh, boy. Oh, this is a good lineup of Pokemon that I definitely want to fight. Oh, wow, that was a hell of a quick attack range. Alright. That's fine, that wasn't that bad. At least all of that stuff ground us up to a pretty acceptable level. Except for Dunsparce. You know, he is still here. Oh, he's actually the same level as us, but, like, look at the difference in stats already. Oh my god. Like, Dunsparce is the same as us, and he has, like, 48 HP. That's rough, buddy. Even Emolga's got 64 right now. And again, Dunsparce can't even use being, like, I don't know, having, like, a low stat distribution total in the main games as an excuse, because, this is PMD, right? This is PMD where Charmander's fell gone.
all the time. Yeah. Absolutely.
Actually, I will not fight Ubean, because if I had to pick one single evolution to be my favorite, it would also be Flareon. Umbreon and Espeon are the best pair to me, but I can't pick between them, which means that it defaults back to Flareon. I'm not even usually a big fire-type guy, but you know. It seems like everyone in chat is united. Flareon. Whimsicott, huh? Well, I guess I don't have one yet, so... Yeah, sure. It'll make the areas feel like they're more filled out when we go back. That's good enough reason. Even though, like, all of the confirmed prompt text is gonna take 20 years. There we go.
In Gen 1, I always liked that, I remember this from a GameFAQs guide way back in the day. I don't know when, like, early 2000s sometime. But, they were like, if you want to go an off-meta tech against psychic types or something, like, I think it's like if you're stuck on Sabrina, get a Jolteon and teach it Pin Missile. I'm like, hold on, this guy's cooking. And I will never forget that strat, because there's like no answers to psychic types at all, but that's an okay one.
I was gonna say that's a shockingly good strat, because I think the only two the only two Pokemon to get any decent bug attack in Gen 1 are Jolteon with Pin Missile, and there's like one other one that I forget. Oh, that's right, it was fucking Beedrill with Twin Needle. But the problem is Beedrill sucks so badly that that move cannot carry his ass.
And he's poison type.
Yeah, that too, right? So he also gets hit super effective by Sabrina. So like, yeah, Jolteon with Pin Missile, honestly, pretty good pick. What kind of Pokemon would be making those noises? Why don't you come find us? I'm the one running from you. Alright, that's pretty funny.
S-Bound's great.
Well, maybe if they spent less time yapping and more time chasing, I would have caught her by now. Okay, and the conga line, and the immediate conga line. This should be fine, because we have super effect. Okay, but I bet if he did not actually step up to me. Nice. Okay, physical defense high, that's fine. Oh, not the... Wow, did it just recover from cringe in one turn? Now that's what's cringe.
Yeah.
When the ham can dance. Very good ham dances. You misunderstand, Jim. They're currently building up speed and having a conversation during that time, of course. I promise I wasn't just reading chat and pushing buttons. For no reason.
And I get it, you're playing PMD.
Yeah, you can't prove anything.
The trick is, Gem, right? It's like, if you try and... Speaking as a game dev, alright, it's way out of the way. The trick is, I think, every time that I've tried to play a variant on PMD where, like, they don't want you to be in the flow state and you have to think about every turn or you die, it fucking sucks, right?
Yeah.
What you actually want is you want to, like, accumulate enough skills to where your flow state feels like it's dynamic and natural. It makes sense. Like you're making in the moment decisions that are like actually kind of complicated, but it's you've done so much repetition that it just you don't even think about it anymore. But it's like you still get the feeling of there being depth.
Exactly.
Which is hard.
That's a really fucking fine balance, I can only imagine,
But
right?
yeah, that's the goal for sure.
Dynamic brain power. Also, fuck this layout for this floor also. What the hell was that? The hallways are so damn long. Every single floor is like potentially so big. It surprises me every time somehow. Yeah, dynamic. Yeah, I think you might have wanted the other thought there, Nick. I'm getting pretty close to wanting to disable growth for Snivy. You know, it's starting to get to that point.
Do it.
Probably do it. In fact, I think I will. Wait, that's the wrong menu. That's also the... Alright, one more time. There we go. Growth can't even level up, because it's a status ability, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go left this time. I don't want to be cursed with the last place I look syndrome, where the stairs are always in the last place I look. But it'll probably happen to me again here in just a second. Oh boy, it's a huge floor.
That's the thing about moves like growth, though, is that they're good, but it's it's so weird because it's like every other RPG where status moves and buffs and debuffs are good, obviously.
Yeah.
But PMD has such a high volume of encounters, and PP is actually your best resource. So
Yeah.
it's like you're burning so many turns when you use your like best status moves in just normal encounters that you have a million of, that it's like I think the game just wants you to do what you just did, disable it basically the whole time and turn it on when shit gets serious.
Yeah. It does seem that way, right? Because I swear I went through a whole fucking thing trying to find... That can't be a drill bird, right? No, that is an extra
that's
drill.
extra.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting the
Never
fuck out of
mind.
there. I was like, I could swear I saw some red on him. Yeah, sure enough. Alright, so we actually got a boss fight this time. Do I want anything specific from this? Power manual. Oh, that's a dojo. Interesting. I'm gonna take, yeah, I'm gonna take like a couple of blast seeds. Oh yeah, they stock in here, by the way. Because fuck you. Stock in my storage, not my inventory. That's probably fine, whatever. You know what my dream for a PMD game is? Having any kind of like conversations in these midsections that actually matter or do something. That would be great, actually.
But people will just skip them, Jeff.
Yes, but what if they don't? But they can get a little extra. Isn't that the allure of talking to people in RPGs? I can't stand the thought of somebody missing some of my well-honed dialogue. Oh boy, okay, right, because this is one of those halfway situations. I thought the boss part was right there, but nope. But nope.
Yeah, you also gotta remember this isn't Spirit, so you probably have like 6 more floors to go.
Damn, you're right. It's so funny because I'm so used to doing those side missions where it only asked me to get to like floor 5 or so. And I'm realizing just how damn long every floor is in this game, and so by extension how long regular dungeons are gonna end up feeling. I just hate all the grass types I'm about to be fighting at the start of this game, you know, like just get them out of here. I'm done with grass types, that's right. Give me something I can work with here. More water types, please. It doesn't help that Emolga is the same type I am. So from like a type coverage standpoint, we are getting cooked. Like electric, grass, Dunsparce. He's his own type now. I've decreed it so. Bean's input on who would win between Kevin from Home Alone and Prep Time and the Predator. That's a great question. Still, yeah, still wondering what Bean thinks about that. Okay, that's not the stairs. Boy. Oh, they scattered. That's not gonna be good. Okay. Hey, Dunsparce, you died pretty much fucking immediately. Let's just bring everyone back here, please. I don't even know how we got separated. I never know how that happens. Just gonna ignore that it happened now.
It's because you don't have the whole team within the sight radius of each other when you are entering the next corridor.
Is that actually how that works? Oh my,
It
what the
is.
fuck? I didn't even enter a corridor that time. Where are you going? Oh, Dunsparce is trying to, oh my god, he's trying to fight solo. He's getting bodied. Trying to fight Venipede and he's getting annihilated. Okay, he actually got him eventually, but wow. Not a good day to be a
What is
Dunsparce.
Dunsparce's tactics, by the way? Is he on Let's Go Together?
I think so. Let's see. Yes.
Wait, maybe you want follow me instead of let's go together.
Yeah, I don't want
Wait,
it,
wait, which
actually.
one? What did they say? One of
Pretty
those
sure.
said something about foes. Follow me, it battles when next to an enemy, and let's go together is what?
If it sees a
If
foe, it takes
it-
a step forward.
Oh, put them all on follow me instead of let's go together. That's follow me is the DS game's let's go together, and let's go
Okay.
together is a new one they added, I guess.
Okay, because I was thinking that when I first saw it. I was like, wouldn't I want follow me? Because I don't want them to constantly distract themselves with stupid shit. I guess the answer is yes. Oh, I've been mud-slapped. Great. Kevin. That is a good answer. And neither of them could beat Batman with prep time. God, I hate these rooms. Always in the last place I look. Yep, there it is.
There's something about the with prep time that just it's like those words don't even mean anything to me anymore. I don't know. I don't know what it is about it, but it's like I don't know. It is word salad. It is.
I agree. Because nobody else ever says that about anything except with regards to this one question about Batman.
Situation, yes.
Yeah, that's it. That is exactly right. Okay, 10-4. 10-4 dungeon. Not that bad.
It's like Batman and then Batman with prep time form. You know what I mean?
In parentheses, yeah, it's a Dragon Ball transformation, different power levels. Oh my god, it's the Swole Cat. Ugly might be a contender for one of my least favorite Pokemon designs, period. Like, what the fuck is this thing?
It's ugly, and his name is Ugly, so it's Kino.
Wow. Damn, that term is really getting thrown around these days, huh? They'll call anything Kino. Who knew the K in Special K stood for Kino? Oh wow, it was a Toxicroak who croaked. And at least one of you guys is weak to Psychic, so that's not a great start. You know what's funny? Usually in PMD there's like this sort of like centralized, not Team Rocket, but like group of misfits who kind of harangue you throughout the game. I mean, Team Meanies obviously in the first game. Oh, I guess I was gonna make a joke about AWD, but they only show up in the extra story in Explorers. Actually, there was Team Skull, right? Team Skull was in Explorers.
Yeah.
But in this game, it's just a bunch of random jackasses. Like everywhere you turn, there's another group of thugs pulling some kind of scheme. Basically, it was the Pontiac brothers.
Because the world, it's not just one team, Jack.
That's right, it's a society problem. We indeed live in a society. Comma, in parentheses, of Pokemon. We don't just live in a Pokemon world, we live in a Pokemon society. Alright, that's the last one.
If they said that line in this game, would you give it a 10 or a 0?
Standing ovation, right? Roll the credits. It's absolutely 10. Threw it away at the last second, dude. The Death Note special. Oh my god, my man busted out the all caps. You can't do that. That's reserved for legendaries. Is that an actual writing quirk, or is that something I invented in my head? Genuine question.
In Explorers, I think it's only the legend,
I was
the
pretty sure,
yeah.
right? Yeah, like no one else ever all caps is. All caps. Yeah. I was pretty sure. I guess they just break that rule later. What's saving people mean? Sounds like a weird hobby.
Being white is a choice, and then right after that, being white is weird.
And then in the middle, get fucked, Grandpa.
Grandpa.
That guy sucked, by the way. That was from a stream I did like years ago. At this point, it was the Capsule Monster Coliseum Nuzlocke that went well. Technically, we never finished it. I don't really have anything good against these guys. I wonder what their text gimmick is. Don't worry, we'll never see these guys again. He says, not knowing if he sees these guys again. Anyway, it's time for the PMD boss special. I call it Thunderwave. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, about that.
You dickhead. Guess what? Thundershock is still paralyzed there, technically. Ow. Okay, we're taking care of this guy first. He knows ground moves. That's fine. I'll use my attack anyways right now. It's a little scary, but we're still in this. Oh, God, his ass. Charm. Oh, my brother. I wish I could get them all to focus on Toxicroak specifically. That would be nice. Oh, got him. The Parasol is so real. I don't care about my attack. I use special attack, dummy. Okay, we got him. One less threat. What are you, the status setter? Okay, alright. Has some actual attacks. That's a little... You know what? I have Reviver Seeds. Who cares? Alright. I care a little bit now.
All the strategic depth of PMD falls apart when you realize you have a Reviver Seed.
Yeah, just very immediately, actually. You know what? Hail Mary. Who cares? Kaboom. Oh, the Perugly did not die.
Kill? Crazy.
Then this one might. Nope. Damn,
Wow.
alright. A lot of HP. Alright, Thunderwave. Now we can just finish this in style. Okay, there we
That
go.
cat has a lot of HP.
Yeah, I was gonna say, damn, HP sponge Perugly. Good thing we went after Toxicroak first. Anyways, hey, I didn't use any Reviver Seeds, so suck it.
Flame brings up a good point. Check if Emolga has a flying move yet. Because I think, I know you get Acrobatics pretty early, but I don't know if you have it yet.
Okay. Acrobatic sounds really good, oh my god. Got some guts at least, but it's definitely not your skill. Ability? I think ability is the word I was looking for. Let's just use the badge, though, right? She has organs. Nice. I'm glad, honestly. We probably need those. Tried to use, but it refused and they failed. Yep. No endure today, baby. Ah, yes, the ambiguous relationship Umbreon and Espeon. Roll a D2 at home, guys. Is it, or I'm sorry, a D3, technically. Are they A, best friends, B, siblings, or C, romantically engaged? You decide. Yeah, it's just a gaggle of goons. I was expecting something like, you know, I don't know, more definitive, like a specific kind of Pokemon, you know, like the Sableye in Explorers. Uh, but it really is just like a band of goons. What? I think that's pretty obvious, though. You know, you just said
The
something
Morgan's the
amazing like it
best,
was
man.
nothing, right? Oh, I love that guy. Stop saying that! Oh, man. The only thing that could make this better is the V-Wheel! Ooh. Create a dungeon leading beyond the crevice? So dungeons are like pockets of space that can actually be created?
That is the implication here, yes.
Son of a bitch, it was Mario Maker the whole time.
Wait, it's all Mario Maker?
Always
has
has
been.
been. Oh, beautiful. But just reaching the Great Glacier isn't good enough, because the crevice isn't the only thing that was stopping them. There was also that icy wind that blew everyone back. Maybe it'll be more tolerable on the ground than in the air.
So that is the idea. It's
Hmm.
they're trying to create a dungeon that goes inside so that they're within the walls and they're not going to be blown away. Is the idea. And there's also a proximity thing for where the actual epicenter is, because at this point we know that it's uh actually maybe they haven't said that yet, so I'm gonna shut up.
Matter can't be created nor destroyed, so how the actual fuck? Ah, you see, they're not creating nor destroying matter. They're manipulating the ley lines that currently exist in order to solidify matter in a certain formation for a short
That's
period of
correct.
time.
They are terraforming. Everything's terraforming in this game.
That's
Shut
right.
up.
Exactly. Like, push my glasses through my forehead. That was the wrong. Yeah, that was the wrong one. There we go. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Oh, Espeon bombed off the enter cards on Swadloon.
That's right.
Ah, Titano Brain. Okay, all right. So that was not Umbreon in the forest before.
Yes.
Oh, ooh, okay, interesting. They were using.
Again, this is another one of those things where, like, if if you're like fucking 10 years old and playing this, you're probably just confused, and even now you don't understand what the fuck was going on with that whole thing. But
That was kind of fascinating because, to be fair, if you paid rapt attention earlier when Swadloon dug up the red gem, the two cards were also there on the side. You didn't know what they were at the time, but after Umbreon introduced them, you might think back and recognize what those were laying on the ground, and then you can put it together. But like, damn, okay. Swadloon is based, actually. What are all these emotions happening here? This is weird. But like, was he actually though? I don't think any of them actually knew that the swap had been made. So like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean,
keep
I guess
that in
they could have
mind.
though.
I have point on that.
Oh. Oh, okay. So Espeon was also around Post Town, so that the mysterious or suspicious Pokemon could have actually been both of them at different times. Oh, so maybe most of it was Espeon, and Umbreon only showed up to collapse here.
Correct.
Interesting. So the pretty red rock was next to the cards was a red herring. A red herring both literally and not literally, yes. Aha, yep, there they are. Hmm. This is how you speak to children, right? They teach you this in the kindergarten classes. Child, listen carefully. Oh boy, bribery. Well, you know, this is this is not incredibly unsettling out of context. No, it's fine. I'm surprised we got like a full flashback explanation for that. I'm actually really stunned. And then Twalt didn't say anything about the cards because Espeon told him not to. Yeah, we'll just say it builds character. And besides, yeah, as long as everything works out, that means nothing wrong happened. Oh boy, do we have just the town for you. Like 5 feet away from this town, trust me, it's better. Something ends justify the means, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Get used to seeing us as a regular fixture in the inn for a while. Oh man, bills. With what money?
I love that. You still have to pay your bills, you know. I do that. Yeah.
Okay, of course, right? Yeah. What do you think I'm running here? A charity? Hmm. I like the wholesome moments in PMD. I as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about to some degree, right? Hmm. Oh my god, I said something again. Oh. Jump scare every time the pro tag says something out loud. Alright.
The next morning. All right, I have a couple things about that scene.
Please do.
Um, so see Umbreon and Espeon talk to each other. So Umbreon describes that both of them have studied the Great Glacier for most of their career. Umbreon especially is very interested in going, so he can see the mysterious Great Crystal, which is like the holy grail of fucking, I don't know, wonders of the world that haven't haven't been seen yet, or something is the implication, I guess.
The Philosopher's Stone, if you will.
Yes. So then he starts rambling and going on and on and on, and then he ends up being like, "Oh my gosh, SBI, you! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Did you have your card stolen? I'm sorry, I messed up." And then she just cuts him off, and she's like, "Can you not jump to conclusions all the time?" And it's, you know, that's a good moment because something that they kind of already said about Umbreon is that he they spell it out, or Snivy does right there. Umbreon's very one-track minded. And the other part of it though is that he is very he's focused to the extent where it goes into overdrive and the one-track minded, but it also means that he's very stubborn and determined to accomplish that one thing that he wants to. It doesn't matter how, and he is, as we're going to see, he is actually pretty good at deductive reasoning. Like, there's a lot of things that he will figure out that, I don't know. Unless you're smarter than I was that I played through this game, he's gonna say a lot of shit, and it's like, how do you even figure that out? But that all makes sense when you say it. And it's not because they're introducing new information, but it's like, huh, you figured that before I did, you know?
Okay.
You'll do that sometimes.
The group nerd, when actually living up
yes.
to it, which is a big deal.
So yeah, that says a lot about Umbreon. Then Espeon, that whole thing with crying in the middle of everyone, I think is very, very interesting. There is a I guess let me know what you think about this, because unfortunately Espeon doesn't get as much further characterization compared to Umbreon later in the game. So it's honestly hard to say, but there is an interpretation, and I'm saying this now because keep this in the back of your mind for future scenes Espeon shows up in, is that she is she does that crying display, she saves it for when she's in the middle of everyone there, because she wants to make a scene and draw sympathy.
That's interesting. Okay, that's interesting.
Because if keep in mind what happens, right? She ends up getting in the spot where it's like uh the the devil on the shoulder takes over, and it's like just pawn the cards off on this kid, and then earn the kid's trust, and then you get back to them, and then no harm, no foul. The kid's not going to get hurt,
Right.
and so she does it. And then the way she describes it in the story is like, I felt such intense guilt the whole time, except you saw her earlier in the dungeon, and that's not how she was feeling.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So there might have been a bit of fibbing going on, right? That's kind of the crux of the idea. So, if that is true, if we assume that's true, then it doesn't mean that she didn't feel some sort of guilt, but it does mean that she is able to read a room, which kind of is going to tie in with what we learned from her later. She knows how to read a room and play on people's emotional impulses, I guess, which of course is something that can be used for good and evil, obviously.
That's
But
that's interesting.
what is evil anyways if it's serving a good purpose and blah blah blah. So
Right.
there you go.
Okay. Yeah. That's really interesting, actually, as a take on this. I'm not sure. It seems almost like, even by like this game standards, rather writing their characters, it feels almost too cynical of a take, to be what they were.
That's
intending
kind of
with
how
Espeon.
I lean too, but it's a. I had to address that because I can't find anything that specifically deconfirms that.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, it's a fair point to make, actually, though, because you're right that even once Espeon is back in Post Town, it's not the first thing she says. So yeah, I mean, there is that element of it as well, because it does feel like a very to some degree, overplayed reaction, especially considering that, like, nothing ended up actually happening. But I don't know, she's also been on the run for like apparently a week or something straight. So, like, not everything's gonna be ducks in a row necessarily. I don't know, I'm kind of curious. I want to see what else they do for Espeon, because it's like, we've seen such, like, the one or two scenes we had with her already are already just so fucking conflicting. It's hard to get a read on this character right now. You're saying there's not much else left to get, so I'm really wondering what that's gonna be like. Yeah. So let's. Well, okay. I was gonna say let's do that. However, it is now 7:50. We've been going for about 6 hours. And much to my personal chagrin, I do have another stream that I have to do today. So this might unfortunately be where we have to call it, but I think that we did make some substantial-ish progress.
Yeah, definitely.
Considering we got through the harshest grind of the game, I suppose. Yeah, unfortunately, PMD is going to have to take a, that is not the same splash art as we had before. Fascinating. Anyways, PMD is going to have to take a, hiatus for, like, about a couple of weeks now. Unfortunately, let's take a look here. Yeah, so I'm not going to be here on the 21st, because, family arrives literally on that day. That being said, the 28th is a maybe. People might be gone by then, and if they are, then I would love to pick back up, with only a 1 week gap, because I am, like, invested very much, in what we've got going on here with GTI. Like, the characters and plots are progressing. Again, there's, like, just so many undertones to, like, everything. That partner scene,
Exactly.
was so damn interesting. And not something, again, that, like, you would expect out of PMD in this way. Like your partner is always more of a character than the main character tends to be, but their depth varies greatly depending on what game you're playing.
Yeah.
In Red Blue Rescue Team, they've got like they're just the best bud. There's like nothing specifically special about them. In Explorers, it's like a confidence arc. And so you'd expect something kind of like simple and buddy-buddy from this game too. And that's how they present themselves at the start. So like it really is just like consistently surprising how Gate State Infinity is pulling out these surprise character arcs on me. And involving their side cast, and really just even involving the whole town in a lot of the things that happen has felt nice and refreshing. But yeah, so I am going to hang on. I like watching the hamster ramble. I've certainly been getting interested in this. New partner stuff especially surprised me. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Bane, right? Of course, if any of you guys are hungry for more context for this stuff, or if you want spoilers, I guess, before we get to it, there is always the currently existing random discussion vids. Wow, that's okay. Well, that's somebody made a playlist of your videos. That's funny. They called it
Pretty wild.
the playlist is called Random Discussion Vids, in parentheses, Bedios. BEDIOS belongs to Max Scherzi VODs. So
Sure.
you guys can enjoy the Bedios. Here you go. If you wanna hear about any of this stuff, if you want spoilers for stuff that is yet to come, then there you go. Very involved, very good, in-depth talks on the subject.
And if not, we're gonna go over all that stuff.
I was gonna say, like, here's the thing, like, we'll be going over all of that stuff, but as you've already heard, no doubt, wrinkles and evolutions have been added to each of the talking points already, so it's not gonna be just a retread either, so, that's what's been kind of interesting, is like, seeing the, like, since I get to see it here firsthand now, I feel like I get additional context that's, like, giving me, insights that I wouldn't otherwise have, so I'm glad that I'm going through this now in this way. Hungry for more hamster? Well, don't worry, you'll be getting more hamster later. But for right now, I need a small fucking break before the next stream. So, fortunately, I don't really think that there's anyone live right now that I want to raid into. So, we will probably be, hit the menu button, there we go. Whew. We'll probably just be cutting stream for now, y'all. But don't you worry, if you fell asleep and left this tab open, you'll be coming back hopefully to some Ace Attorney as we continue through that. That one will be our traditional voice acted affair as we plug on through to the end of that case tonight. Because otherwise there's going to be another gap in Ace Attorney for like a week or two, and that would be its own problem. So
I've been getting into that the past couple of weeks. I've been tuning in. Yeah, it's just getting serious.
It is
so I'm
true.
trying to watch that too.
We are finally at the end. Like, people are like dying or like secretly dead, and like wild. You know, Ace Attorney really does love pulling twist after twist on you. Even if some of the later Ace Attorney stuff is what I would classify as narrative junk food to some degree. But it's fun if nothing else. But yeah, I'll let Max plug himself just a little bit more if he wants to, and then we'll call it for now.
Sure. Yeah, if y'all want to check me out, Max Jersey on Twitch, Max Jersey VODs on YouTube. Jim already linked that playlist as some of my videos for GTI. I also do these types of series, classics playthrough and analysis. This is my 5th one of these I've done at this point. I've done other playthroughs in this style with the, talking about each scene in depth, not each scene, but main points in depth and stuff like
Right.
that. Done one of these for Kingdom Hearts 2, Ori and the Blind Forest, uh, Portal 2, and Night in the Woods. So if any of those interest you, check them out. They're all structured like this. Even if you don't know anything about the game, it's spoilers aren't introduced until they come up and whatever, etc. So
Mm.
yeah, if that sounds interesting to you, check it out. Otherwise, I will be here when things get picked up for the next one of these. This playthrough
Yeah.
has been fun.
Absolutely. If you guys are looking for recommendations, my personal top 2 recommendations from the classics playthroughs would probably be Night in the Woods, and especially even more so if you haven't actually played that game before. That shit hits different. And Portal 2, if only because like it's brief, but it also feels like it really goes in depth on a bunch of shit that I definitely never caught my first time going through Portal 2. So those are like 2 easy recommends. I would recommend them all, but if you're looking for a place to start, those would be my the gems picks for you. Yeah, honor having you on as always, man. This franchise series is a breath of fresh air for me right now. And I love doing the narrative pilled shit. So it's been a lot of fun. Gonna be a lot of fun when we continue. Definitely a more sane spending of my Saturdays than the Ruby Destiny affair from before. I'm really gonna have to play the other 2 games so I can interview Jaggold, man. That's what's gonna be the if we. I'll tell you this much, guys. All right. If we get above $1,000, right? There's no stretch goals planned for that right now. But if we get above $1,000, I'm gonna try to organize that interview, which means I'm gonna have to do work to get to that point, which probably means I need to play the other 2 games too. So, I guess if you want to make me do that, if you want to interview the madman behind, if you want to attempt to interview the madman behind Pokemon Ruby Destiny, that is a stretch goal now. So, keep that in mind as we continue through this month.
Question 1: do you play a real Shin Megumi
Like
such as
Nocturne.
or Stage Journey?
Or perhaps Strange
There it
Journey.
is. God, started with that joke and ended with it. That's ridiculous.
We love bookended streams. I will see you guys in a few hours for Ace Attorney. Take it easy for now, guys. See you later.
Later, everyone.